Oh, God. Hello, I think we're good to go. I think we are good to go. Let me just check everything's come up on Twitch and whatnot. Yep. That's all working. No sound, though. Am I just being mental? What the fuck is going on here? All right, fuck it. I think we're fine anyway. I think we're fine. So, welcome one and all to the stream. Now I need to get the YouTube chat up, and I'll post this stream to Twitter as well. All that good stuff that we know and love. Let me just see here. Oakley dokley. So, welcome everyone. Give a like and subscribe as well if you're popping in. And don't be afraid to jump into the chat. I will be taking a look at the chat as we're going along. Just need to post this out to Twitter, and then we're good to go. Now, obviously, we're looking at the recent Jubilee video on male feminists and their perception of feminism, which is, interesting. It's interesting that they picked who they picked and stuff, and their views. I will say a lot of it's fairly boilerplate on either side. I will say I have seen this before. Now, the reason that I thought this was interesting though is because I started watching Erudite's kind of reaction to this. And I don't normally watch Erudite really. She's okay, but she's not. She's just not really my cup of tea generally. But I saw she was doing a reaction to this, and I just thought it's interesting to get like a kind of slightly more. She's kind of like a kind of centristy type, feministy type person, and to get her perspective on these men talking about feminism and anti-feminism or whatever, I think is a little bit interesting in my perspective. And Erudite doesn't always pull her punches either. She can be quite blunt about things, and I do appreciate that about her. So, we're going to get into that in just a second. I'm going to just post this to Twitter. We live. Talking feminism. And so there's a couple of people in the chat. Don't be afraid to jump in and say hi. I will be looking at the chat. So right, let's kick this off then. Let's kick this off, shall we? Let's jump in because there's some very interesting bits and pieces here. Very interesting bits and pieces. Can't see me. Oh, I'm not on camera today. Sorry. I've had to change my setup, and it's not. I'm like downstairs because it's gotten quite cold in the UK, and the warmest room in the house is our living room because it's like right in the center of the building rather than like on the edge, like near walls and stuff. So like I've kind of moved my base of operations downstairs for the time being because otherwise I'd just be freezing to death in my room trying to stream. So yeah. So you're in the UK too as well. Yeah, safe mate. And yeah, it's just really really annoying. So because I've moved all that, there's not like a good place to put like a webcam and stuff where I'm gonna get a good angle and stuff. So it's just not gonna happen. So yeah, for the time being, I'm just not gonna be on camera for a little bit. I don't know. I can set it up, but it's just a lot of faff. Like I did it for Wix panel. I was on Wix panel not long ago, and I did set up a camera for that down here, but it took me like a while to figure it out and like tidy the place up and get it sorted. And yeah, I'm not doing that today. Anyway, so yeah, let's get into the video anyway because I think it's pretty. By the way, let me know if the levels and everything are okay. If you can't hear the video very well, let me know. I'll turn it up. All that stuff. So yeah, yeah. Let's turn this up a little bit there. So yeah, anyway, I thought it'd be interesting to get into this, so we'll skip the little intro bit where she just, has a little clip. So let's just get straight into the meat and potatoes, shall we?
Interesting. Okay.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. Women have it easier than they think they do.
Really? I feel like
With feminism, it's kind of brainwashed women to think that they are victims in 99% of cases, and all the disenfranchisement that they would claim in like colleges and careers. A lot of these careers are way easier to get into for women than they are for men because they're looking to hire women because of feminism.
Yeah, like in divorce and stuff, they get more property, the kids' rights, all that.
Yeah.
But more so, I think that from the jump, actually have it easier. Like,
Yeah.
men need to be a provider. They're taught to be tough. Oh, why are you crying? Don't be a girl. But when a girl is crying or a girl is upset or anything that happens, usually they're a princess and they're given the world.
Yeah, like what these guys are saying right now, it's actually very hard to dispute any of that, really, because at the end of the day, it's largely true. Like, it's more complex than all this, but generally speaking, that is kind of how it is. Right? Now, that's not to say that women don't have problems or anything like that, because they do. But we can't just ignore how it is. Like, in terms of, like, the differences between how men and women get treated, like, part of the reason why men struggle to open up is kind of twofold. It's because women want them to be an emotional rock. So if you're like kind of unstable emotionally as a man, that makes you unattractive to women, right? So there's like kind of a pressure there in terms of like mate selection. But also that it's quite frequent that oh, levels are good sound, thank you. But yeah, it's also quite frequent that women's emotions are kind of like paramount. They take up a lot of room. There's not usually any room for other people. In fact, women have this problem with each other. Like I know a lot of women, and I've growing up, I've hung out in large groups of women. Usually me being the only guy, and it's mainly because I've had 3 younger sisters growing up, so I've always been quite friendly with women. To be honest, like I've always found women obviously to be similar to like my sisters and stuff. So like I've never had a problem being friends with women or anything like that. But one thing I've noticed is that women do a certain kind of thing. Not all the time. This is not something that happens all the time, but it's very common. It's a very common thing that I've witnessed. Is that they turn a lot of social interactions into these kinds of like who's got it worse. You know what I mean? Like who can show the most empathy to the person who has it worse, and they're all kind of competing to have the worst problems and the worst issues. You know what I mean? So like someone will say, "Oh, I had this relationship and he hit me," and then some of them will go, "Oh, well, I had a relationship and he didn't just hit me; he sexually assaulted me as well." And they're like, "Oh my god, that's horrible. He must have been horrible." Oh yeah, but I had a relationship. He didn't just hit me and sexually assault me. He threw me out of the house naked one time or something like that. You know what I mean? They'll who has it worst. They're not trying to connect or they're not really trying to empathize with each other exactly. They're trying to become. They're trying to gain status by being like the biggest victim, if that makes sense. And it's so bizarre. Like I've seen men do it too, but very rarely. I have seen men do this similar kind of thing, but it's much rarer that I've seen men engage in this than women. Like it's quite a common thing with women when women start talking about their past or things that they've been through, they really ham it up and like and go for it. We've got some people in the chat. Hi, I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers. Oh, okay, fuck off. um, and honestly, I do think it is like part because they are usually given so much room with their emotions. Like when they're upset, when they've been through something hard, or they're struggling in one way or another, people really go out of their way for them. So they learn to use that. And then they do it with each other as well. And you know what I mean? I think you can see what I'm saying here. Like, I don't think I need to explain it anymore. But yeah, I think women are really oblivious to that. Like, they don't really I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. On the one hand, I want to say they're kind of oblivious, but on the other hand, I do think they're aware. So I don't know.
World.
Well, yeah, because with women, they're born with their value. They innately have value. They can create
Right.
life, and they're extremely valuable from birth. For men,
Right.
it's not really the same way. You have to make something of yourself to be respected.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Like, not to say that it shouldn't be true of women. There's definitely some level. There is a lower level of that for women still. Like, most men don't just want like a boring girl or whatever. However, a lot of men do settle for just looks and stuff, and they don't really think past that. And that is a problem with men, in my opinion. Like, men should probably demand a bit more of women if they really want to see that change, to be honest. Like, they should be raising their standards a little bit more. I don't think you could completely put that on women. But generally speaking, just in terms of how society is set up, that is pretty much how it is. And I don't think women quite realize how difficult that is. Like, they have a choice to be like, oh, I could have a career, I could have a job, or I could be a stay-at-home mom, I could do that. Like, they have a lot more choices in terms of how their life can be structured. Like, they have a lot more freedom in like how their life can be structured rather than men do. Like, men don't really get the luxury of being able to say, hey, I'm going to coast on my good looks and like get into parties, get into, get wealthy men to pay for things for me or whatever. Like, men don't really get a lot of those luxuries. And yeah, that side of life comes with its own kind of problems as well, because a lot of women get used in those kinds of situations and stuff. It kind of is what it is. You attract what you do. You're going to engage in transactional kind of shit. Well, be prepared to be treated transactionally. But they do have those options, and they have a lot more options in those respects, in my opinion. I think that's just fairly self-evident. I don't have a problem with women about this, by the way. If anything, I have a problem with men about it because they're the ones enabling it to happen. But, it is what it is.
Exactly. Like a pretty woman can go far just using her face. A man
But,
can't.
oh yeah, sorry. I think just to conclude my point there is that I just don't think women have a lot of empathy for that situation, like, at all. I don't think they really understand. I think maybe single mums maybe have a bit more of an understanding of what it's like to be a man, and most of them are miserable and fucking hate it. Like, being the sole provider, being the one that has to do the discipline or do all the housework and the job, blah, blah, blah. Like, when everything's kind of, like, put down on you to be like the main thing. Single mothers probably have it harder, obviously, in a lot of different respects. But I think they kind of get a taste of what the expectations are for men in a way. Do you get what I mean? Like, they're like, a lot of that responsibility is thrust on them. Therefore, that a lot of women wouldn't normally necessarily have to do if they were in a normal relationship with a guy and stuff like that. I think that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Do that. A man can't go to a rich businessman or like a businesswoman and be like, I'm good looking, let me come to your yacht.
Right.
A woman can.
Right.
Let's bring the disagreeers forward.
I have a quick question. Just a second ago, you were saying that a pretty woman could go on to a rich man's yacht and that would be kind of her ticket on, right? Okay,
Yeah.
So did that help women vote at all, being pretty?
Oh my god.
But what does that have to do with the...
I'm just asking.
No.
What a dumb point.
Is it gonna happen again? Where the anti-feminists have like, based in reality points, just like very biased, motivated thinking. Is this just gonna...
They're saying it's bias motivated thinking, she says there. But I don't think that is bias motivated thinking. If anything, a lot of the feminist point of view is bias motivated thinking when it really comes down to it. She just said that they're generally grounded in reality, but bias and motivated thinking. But I think how can it... You can't... Those two things seem contradictory. Like, you can't be based in reality and then also biased and motivated, That just doesn't really make full sense. I think she's only saying that because they're anti-feminists, so... And some of them are like that, definitely. But I think at one time feminism's points seemed more self-evident than they are today, I think. And that's just how it is. When times change and you're still using outdated, arguments that in a time where times have changed, then yeah, that's when you start to become outdated and not grounded in reality, and it's motivated, biased reasoning. Whereas if you are grounded in reality, then it's not biased, motivated reasoning to acknowledge reality. That's like, it just is what it is, right? So I don't really like what she said there. I don't think that's a good characterization of what they're doing. Some of them are like that. You know, there are definitely anti-feminists who engage in that kind of behavior, but I'm not seeing that from the is at this point in time a self-evident truth. Now, if they were saying this in 30 years' time and times had changed and women had changed and become like breadwinners and there was like way more, you know, stay-at-home dads and blah blah blah, and it also like the courts were fairer and more men were kind of getting treated in a certain way, in almost a certain way like women, like getting valued for their looks and stuff, then yeah, they'd sound outdated and stupid, and they wouldn't, and it would sound biased and motivated reasoning. It would completely sound like that if that was the case, but it's not the case. So it just doesn't make sense that she said that, in my opinion.
Gonna be the Vice documentary again, because in the Vice documentary, it's like Pearlie didn't make a lot of great points. Sydney did. Sydney had a lot of really good points, but every leftist on there was fucking stupid.
Yeah, it was a fucking shambles, mate. That feminist panel was fucking god awful. So bad. Couldn't stick to a point. Couldn't actually engage in any argument whatsoever. And Pearl was there to trigger, definitely, and Sydney came with some reasonable, mature points which were needed. But she's probably one of the only ones that actually even made any salient points, really. It was, oh man, that was this is the fucking problem, and this is where people have got, is that they're so coddled and cushioned in life, they don't even really know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just repeating things. I was told I was oppressed, therefore I'm going to tell you I'm oppressed now. Oh, well, how are you oppressed? I don't know. That's the answer. And it's like, wow, how are you walking around saying these things when you don't fucking know what you're saying? Like, it's, and you're a grown adult of like 30 years old. Like, it's crazy, man. It's very crazy. But yeah, there's a similar vibe here where the male feminists just don't really engage with what the guys are saying in a direct way. They try and pigeonhole them into being brainwashed by patriarchy and stuff like that. And it's like, what? Like, they literally just said things which are, generally speaking, verifiable facts when it comes down to it. Like I don't think it's controversial to say that women's emotions are definitely propped up over men's emotions. Like that is absolutely 100% true. Has to be. Like, and not in all circumstances, but generally speaking, in society, they 100% are. I mean, like, how do you think feminism even got to where it is unless men had a lot of sympathy and empathy for how women feel about their position in society? Like, if men were adamant that they just didn't care about women and didn't want to give them rights, then they wouldn't fucking have rights. I'm telling you right now, they just wouldn't fucking have them. It's as simple as that. Like, you know what I mean? People talk about this patriarchy and that you live in this oppressive system and stuff. But, like, they don't act like it, do they? They don't fucking act like it at all. They're very happy to alienate the demographic that they think has loads of power over them. It's like, you would not do that if you really felt in danger. It's like people who mouth off to the cops and stuff like that and then get arrested. It's like, and then they cry about it. So it's like, mate, if you didn't feel, you felt safe to do that, that's why you did it. Not because you didn't do that because you were scared of the cops. You did that because you felt safe to do it, and you thought they weren't going to do anything. And now you're arresting you and you're crying and you're like, how did this happen? It's fucking stupid.
So cringe.
Patriarchy, Thought Patrol says, patriarchy is at best a misnomer. Yeah, I kind of agree. It's like, at one time, like I say, at one time, these observations were more salient. Like, I do think there was a patriarchy at one time. However, in the last, let's say, 50 years, which is roughly about 2 generations now, with I don't believe for a second that we live in this patriarchy they're talking about. I just don't see it. I don't believe it. It like in the way that they try and frame it, I just don't believe it exists. Are there men with bad attitudes? Totally. Are there women with bad attitudes? 100%. To me, I just find this mode of talking about men and women's issues through these feminist MRA lenses is just not helpful at all to anyone. If anything, I think it decreases empathy and compassion between people because they just get hyper focused on their own little bubble bullshit. You know what I mean? Like feminists are some of the worst for it, but MRAs totally do it as well, 100%. Thought Patrol says, yeah, the political movement of the present is forever addressing a problem of the past. I think it's the same with this too. Yeah, yeah, definitely. They think they're living in 1950 or something. It's fucking crazy. Like, but the thing is, though, is there's a business incentive behind it. It's not as simple as just, oh, they're all delusional. The people that are really pushing it, the media, the big activist leaders and stuff like that, the people selling the books, the academics, the lecturers, all these people have a business incentive to keep this going. They need to exaggerate the problem. It's kind of the same as BLM and stuff like that, right? It's not that there isn't a problem with police brutality. It's that they completely hyperinflated the issue beyond what it actually. The amount of people on the left that thought like thousands of unarmed black men were getting killed every year is unbelievable when it's actually about 20 a year, right? But people are out there thinking it's thousands, if not tens of thousands. Like, they think black people are literally getting genocided. And this isn't like a small amount of left-wing people. It's not like fringe amount of left-wing people. This is like shitloads of left-wing people. It's like 80%. Somebody showed... I was on Twitter the other day. There was like a massive survey done on like conservatives and liberals and people, you know, who position themselves as very liberal to very conservative, and there was a few gradients in the middle. And pretty much all the ones on the liberal / left, I don't like to say liberal, I say left wing, but like on the left wing side, pretty much all of them were unanimously had the wrong facts. Like, they all did not know how many unarmed black people were getting killed every year. And like that's just the depth of the ignorance that we're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like, they will get into fucking riots and support these movements while having no fucking idea what the fuck they're talking about. And they will literally destroy black neighborhoods and all this stuff. They will destroy, and it's the same with feminism. They'll destroy relations between men and women, thinking it's a good thing. It's unbelievable. Thought Patrol says, I don't know how many conversations I've had with feminists where my reply was, that was true 30 years ago. Yeah, exactly. And like, I think the big thing with the feminist one that I've said this to feminists as well. I've asked people straight up, like, how are you oppressed? And one of the only things they can really ever say to me is that sometimes men don't treat them well. And I'm like, if that's your measure for oppression, then you're kind of like dreaming, you know what I mean? You're kind of fucking dreaming, mate. You're kind of delusional. Like, you know, I'll ask women, like, has there ever been anything that's held you back in life? And they'll be like, no. And I'll be like, well, then what the fuck is your problem? Like, why are you like that? Like, you know what I mean? I'll never say that, like, abusive men are a fucking issue, and there's enough of them to warrant being spoken about in society, 100%. You know, I get that side of it, right? However, they do inflate the issue. Like, the percentage of men engaging in violent behaviour towards women or sexually aggressive behaviour towards women is like probably less than 5% of men. You know? They just have multiple victims, obviously. Right? And it's like, but they inflate it so much that they literally are delusional. They think that most men are out to get them, basically, and they walk around frightened of men based on delusional, trumped up, like, unrealistic fear-mongering that goes on. And it's a shame. It's a real shame, because it's completely destroying people's confidence in each other. because they're not being real about the situation. And it's like, yeah, let's talk about abusive men and against women and stuff, but let's also be real about the situation and what's going on there. Let's not use it as a tool to attack men as a group. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous. It's like, it's the same logic as, you know, there's a small percentage of people engaging in criminality in the black community, for instance. But they're like hyper criminals. They're doing a lot. You know, there's like the people engaging in it's like something like 1% of people, probably even less than that, are engaging in criminal activity. But there's so much of it. The volume is so high that it's like staggering. But we don't use that situation to then look at all black people and go, well, we need to be wary around all black people because of this. And the people that did used to think like that back in the 90s and stuff were derided as fucking racist, bigoted and unrealistic and not looking at the data properly and da-da-da-da-da-da. And people went hard for that because of that. But they don't apply the same logic to men as a group. It's just ridiculous. It's so fucking bizarre. It's like if I had an argument with a feminist about black people being criminals, she would say all that stuff. I know she would, 100%. But like, but then if I say then try and get them to apply that logic to men, they won't do it. They won't do it. It's crazy.
I'm so worried that the male feminists are going to be god awful. But I guess we'll
Yeah, I think your worries are pretty founded.
find out.
Because, I mean, when we're talking about women's lives being better than they think they are, would you rather be pretty and be able to get on a yacht or have your liberties?
Well,
Yeah, this guy's chatting bare shit right now, mate. Bare shit. Like, why would you bring up women's suffrage from fucking 1910? I mean, and by the way, I only realised recently why women got it, like, what? I think it was like 6 or 7 years after men. And the only reason that they got it later and not at the same time as men is because women refused to be drafted. Men only got the vote. Men didn't even have the fucking vote before women either. Men only got the vote because they agreed to be drafted. That's literally it. They literally had to say, I will die for this country in a war of your choosing if we can vote. Like, literally, that's what they had to do. They literally had to put their lives on the line in order to get the vote. And women refused to do that, which is why it took them longer to get the vote. It wasn't a fucking big sexist conspiracy. It was that women didn't want to fight in wars. That's literally what it is. So it's like, oh man, they just people don't know what the fuck they're talking about half the time. It's so infuriating. And when you're trying to apply arguments from over 100 years ago to a statement made about women today who are living in their 20s and 30s, you're trying to tell me that you're gonna bring up fucking women's suffrage? Like, are you a fucking mad, mate? You are mad. You must be mad.
what are we living in, like 1950s or 2022? They
Women
already
had
have
the
the
right to vote
vote.
for a long time.
I think something you specifically said shows to me why women don't have it easier. I think it was you who said, women already have their value. Their value is already obvious because they can have children. I don't want to put you into the box, but there are large amounts of men. Women are people that have children and then they raise the child and they be quiet.
And I think
That is such a fucked up way of looking at motherhood. I don't know many men who, maybe it's a thing in America, because I know they have like a lot of Christian conservative type shit going on over there. So maybe it's a more of a prominent thing in America, but generally speaking, I don't know any man who thinks of women in that way when it comes to motherhood. If anything, I just think of women when it comes to motherhood as being like a really important and respectable role. And I don't expect any mothers to be quiet. If anything, I expect them to be staunch defenders of their families and very vocal about, you know, how family dynamics should be. Like, I don't think that women should necessarily always stay in the home. I think that one parent, or at least there should be an effort between both parents to try to be as home as much as possible with the kids, right? Usually that comes to the woman just for biological reasons. If she's the one having the child and she's going to be out of work anyway to recover from that, it makes sense that that responsibility tends to go with women. However, if there's women happy to not have that arrangement and they sort things out differently, that's also fine. I think it's good to have fathers in the home and stuff as well. I honestly just think that being a parent is probably one of the most purposeful things you can do in life, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman. And there's this weird idea that like being a mother is like bad, or it's subservient, or it's like you have to be XYZ. It's like, what, man? No, I want my wife and the mother of my children to be a fully realized person for the sake of my children. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I want them to be raised by a fully made person. Thought Patrol says it's so reductionist, but when someone says that to you in a debate and you take them seriously as they are showing you their hand, I'm not so sure I know what you're referring to. Sorry, I did go on a little bit of a rant there, so yeah, there will be lots of rants in this video, I think.
That is a
Not at
problem.
all.
I think what was
And like expecting women to be a mother, like, isn't that part of just the expectations that men and women have of each other? And like, I think there is some level of reasonable expectations between men and women that should be given, right? So, for instance, there are pressures that are put on men to be providers, protectors, all that kind of stuff. Now, that some of these things can kind of shift and change. They don't have to necessarily be so rigid, but some level of that is always going to be present for women. Like some level of showing that you are capable in some of these areas in one way or another is going to be a fundamental part of what attracts women to you, right? And they should kind of want that from you to a degree, right? They should want to know that you should be able to protect their children and all that, and protect them and all that kind of stuff. Like they should be able to kind of know that, and you should be able to think of women as people who are gonna raise children in a certain way or whatever, or at least maybe want to have a family, you know, at the very least. Like, I don't understand why it's okay for women to have a million expectations of men, but if men have like one or two expectations of women, then that they're violent misogynists or something. I think there are reasonable expectations on either side, and when people are pretending that it's not reasonable or that it's patriarchal to have those expectations, I just think I don't know, I just think it's really unrealistic. Like, really, really unrealistic. Oh, when he said you just wanted them to have kids and be quiet. Yeah, it is reductionist. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really take into the account, like, how men actually view women, and, like, people just want to treat men as if they're like completely these 2D caricatures of people and not like complex human beings with thoughts and emotions and points of view, and you know what I mean? It's so weird. They just want to like completely pigeonhole these guys, and these guys never even said any of this shit about women, really. They're trying to put it on them.
really evident to me when both of y'all came up and talked was how indoctrinated into the patriarchy you are, right? You both come up and say, as men, we have to prove something. And those expectations that you put on yourself is a direct result of
Okay, no, this guy's chatting shit right now, chatting absolute shit. So, like, he's saying that those pressures are put on yourself, and to a degree they are, but they don't originate with men exactly. The pressures do come from women. Like, literally, they want you to be the protector. Why would it matter to men to be the protector, exactly? You know, in a vacuum. If men just lived on an island on their own, they're not going to necessarily need other men to protect them, exactly. In that way. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have that same expectation of each other. Whereas women do have that expectation of their romantic partners. So they're trying to fulfill an expectation that women have of them, right? Now, if that's patriarchy, I don't know what to say, right? Because that's, to me, that's not patriarchy. That's just societal expectations. It's the expectations that women have, and men try to fulfill them. Are women going to change these expectations anytime soon? I don't know. I'd like to hope so, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of pressure for them to do so, in all honesty. There's been a lot of pressure for men to change their expectations of what women are doing in the world, and that's fine, by the way. Don't really have a huge problem with that. what I do have a problem with is that there's basically no expectation of women to ever change anything about how they look at or treat or what they expect of men. Like there's literally nothing, no pressure whatsoever. So it's just kind of stupid, really. It's a very stupid thing to say that like this is just patriarchy. Like, how does any of it really fully benefit men? Right? It may benefit. Another thing about patriarchy that annoys me is that usually what they're talking about is a very small group of elite men benefiting, not men at large. So yeah, there's just, I don't know. I just think the patriarchy is a completely outdated term. It really is at this point. And if you're trying to fulfill female expectations to get a relationship, to get a family and stuff like that, I don't understand how that's patriarchy. I just really don't. I think that's just such a bizarre thing to say.
Patriarchy and the systems that feminism is trying to dismantle.
As are the values.
Oh gosh, it's all just non sequitur posting. Everyone's just saying nothing. Nobody even engaged with their talking points.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like these aren't hard to engage with. Just walk up, sit down, and be like, "Man, all those obstacles you outlined are legitimate problems that men face. The problem is that I think what we're doing is we're biasing the problems men have without thinking about the complexities of the problems that women have. And it's
she says they're biasing the problems, but how about looking at the complexity of men's problems as well? It doesn't have to be an either-or situation. I don't understand why it always has to become this tit-for-tat. Women have unique problems and difficulties that they're dealing with, right, that should be spoken about, as do men, and both are complex, and they're both symbiotic. Women do create problems for men, women do set standards for men, and men do the same for women, right? So we can acknowledge both of these situations, and if we want to change them, talk about them openly without trying to actively blame or make out that one thing is worse than the other, or blah, blah, blah. How about we just treat each individual issues with the respect that they deserve? And just treat people with humanity and stuff. I don't understand why it has to be this. It's like men's problems are biased, but women's problems are more complex. Are they? How are they more complex than any other people's problems? I don't believe that for a second. Like, Thorpe Troll says, NotsoErudite is insightful as a rock. All she did there was impersonate Destiny's cadence and say, yeah, but what about women? The topic under debate is men. She just wants to shift the frame. Tyson. Yeah. This is why I kind of wanted to get a woman's perspective on this as well. That's why I went with the erudite one, because there'll probably be some times where I'm going to agree with her, but there's definitely going to be some times where she's going to say some basic bitch shit, basically. And yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, I find some of these statements that people say are just so nebulous. It's just really frustrating whenever I hear people talk about men, and because the MRAs stress me out too. They do stress me out, but at least they're talking about men's issues, I suppose. But they stress me out because they just try and do the same thing that feminists do, and like guilt trip everybody and fucking be weird about it, and they can get kind of hateful and stuff. But these guys are not really doing that at this point. They're trying to be the male feminists are trying to kind of frame them that way, and even Erudite is kind of somewhat trying to frame them that way in a certain respect, by kind of trivializing male issues as not being complex. But the guys are actually genuinely just saying their point of view, and that's that. And at the end of the day, they are talking about men and feminism and their relation to it. So it only makes sense that they would, bring their strongest critiques,
really hard to compare these things quantitatively. It's really hard to clearly, I don't even fully agree with this, just to be clear. I'm just taking the leftist position that they could take. Just bite the bullets and be like, those are problems men, those are obstacles men have. The issue is that it's hard to say that those are obviously worse than the problems that women have, right?
Obviously worse. So, right, okay, so... Right, so women are the main problem that women are facing, realistically, is sexual violence and probably domestic violence, right? Now, if you actually look at the raw numbers of this kind of stuff, it's hard to get full raw numbers, but when it comes down to it, the sexual violence thing is probably higher than the domestic violence stuff. But generally speaking, is still not so huge in number. And usually people are saying, like, I've had a couple of bad experiences through, like, when you look at all these surveys about, like, you know, women facing sexual harassment or whatever, it's usually they will literally say they will have at least one instance in their entire life. So they're using one instance of, like, say, a 30-year life of a bad experience with a man and being like, this is an epidemic of problems, right? So again, this is them inflating the issue, right? Whereas a man has to literally go his entire life struggling just to get recognized by a woman for a mate, which is like one of the primary things that people want in life. Human beings are social creatures. Everybody fucking knows this. Everybody knows that people need love and attention in order to be like a well-rounded, stable person, right? This just bears out in all the psychological research. And it's just like, knowing all this stuff and knowing how much harder it is for men to attain any of that stuff and the struggle they actually have to go through to do it. Like, I'm sorry, yeah, but, like, I'm not trying to say one's worse or one's not, but, like, at the end of the day, like, she's trying to say it's not obvious that it's harder. I'm saying that is hard, whether you like it or not. Like, I'm not saying it's harder than what women are going through, but it is hard, and trying to minimize it and pretend that, like, everything that women are going through is so much easier when they've got way more choices in terms of how they construct their lives. Women could literally just choose to never have a job. They could literally choose to never have a hobby, never have a job, and still have a good quality of life by getting it from a man. Like, men can literally not do that. There's no avenue for men to do that whatsoever. And then there's all different avenues of that, you know what I mean? Like, that's the most extreme example, but there's loads of gradients to that, and women have loads of choice when it comes to that, like, that men just really don't, because women are not as flexible in how they want to treat men. It's as simple as that.
Problems that women have is things like safety guaranteeing. They're constantly aware that their bodies are going to be more likely to be sexualized, and therefore,
Oh man, I hate this idea. Yeah, women's bodies are more likely to be sexualized, but women are still running around having sex with people and shit, yeah? Women are also autonomous beings making decisions, right? They never sexualize anything or anyone. Like, have you ever seen women talking about, like, Robert Pattinson or who's that singer? Oh, what's his fucking name? The geezer that wears a dress and that. He was in One Direction and all that. Why can't I think of his fucking name? Oh. Anyway, I think you know who I'm talking about. And the way Harry Styles, that's it, yeah, Harry Styles. The way women talk about and objectify these kinds of men, it's crazy, man. Like, they talk wilder sometimes than I hear some men talk about women. You know, it's weird. But just because women aren't doing it with all men, you know what I mean? I will say that, like, on a street level, men are doing this kind of stuff more, definitely. But realistically, women do this stuff as well. It just manifests in slightly different ways. Thought Patrol says, meh, NotsoErudite is just doing the usual Twitch lefty thing. Let's get some studies and quantify it. It's actually an intraceable problem. The NHS famously can't quantify pain. Can't be done. Yeah, no, it's just like, some things are just so glaringly obvious. It's just ridiculous. You know, I've got 3 younger sisters. I've been friends with lots of women my whole life. And I'm even certain that there is probably studies on how differently women are treated to men in society. I would expect that there probably is. And I will say in a general sense, in a lot of respects, women get treated a lot better. When it comes to sexual violence, that's probably one of the main issues that women are facing. And not even all women are facing it. And if they are, it's usually 1 or 2 bad instances in their lives, which doesn't mean that it's okay. But I'm just saying, like, let's not inflate the issue as if it's like this constant rape party in the West, which is just completely not true.
Where they have to do other things as like a mental weight all the time of how am I keeping myself safe in the public, right? Women
How am I
also
keeping
have-
myself safe in the public? Women are more likely to get hurt by people they know, not in public. This delusional take annoys the fuck out of me. It just means that people aren't looking at the stats, the violent crime stats, or anything. Like, men are... Right, okay. Men are something like 20 to 30% of all sexual assault and rape victims, right? They're also 90%, if not more, of all other violent crimes, right? Literally all. So not only are men facing sexual violent crime at a reduced rate to women, but they're facing and women in society, right? It's not even close if you look at the numbers. Like, the amount of women killed a year in homicide, not even close. It's like a few hundred, whereas men, it's like thousands in the US. It's crazy. And, like, I hate it when people bring this stuff up, because it just tells me that they're fucking ignorant as fuck. Like, they don't have a fucking clue. Like, women walk around trying to act like they're delusional. They don't know the crime statistics. They don't know that, statistically speaking, in public, women are the safest demographic in public. It's when you get behind closed doors. It's when you get in the house. It's when you get in the clubs. It's when you get into domestic situations that women are actually more at risk. You know, and it's usually relationships, right? So that's the thing you have to tackle if you want to be realistic about dealing with women's safety. It's not about public. It's just ridiculous. Thought Patrol says, like, who's to say what's more uncomfortable for people, being ignored constantly or getting too much attention? It's not a simple problem. No, I will say that, like, getting too much attention is its own problem. But out of the two, you'd probably want the attention, right? Because at least with getting more attention than you really want, you can sequester yourself away, you know, if you need to. Whereas if you get ignored constantly, it's much harder to even get a crumb of attention in that situation. So, you know.
obstacles, like how there's still old adages that like women should be like pretty and soft and submissive and feminine. But then on the other side, like just outline. Anyways, terrible.
Yeah, well, all right, and so women have got a couple of expectations where be collaborative. I don't like submissive. Submissive's a really stupid word because I don't think that's what people really mean. I think what they mean is they want someone who's going to be a team player, somebody who's going to work with them, who's going to try and build a family with them through collaboration, right? That's what they really mean. They don't mean do what I say. They mean I want us to work together, right? And yeah, they want their women to be attractive to them, which could also mean a lot of things for men, by the way. Men's tastes in women are very broad, right? Now, yeah, some women obviously get more attention than others, but generally speaking, men have much lower standards when it comes to looks than women do. 100%. There's just no... You can't even contend that. Like, all the dating studies and stuff kind of just show that straight up, pretty much. Like, and also just the rise in male virginity and all that kind of stuff. To me, that is just indicative of that women prize looks much higher than they would ever let on. You know, they like to pretend like they're above all that, but they're really not. What was I going to say? But yeah, there's a couple of expectations for women there. Yeah, be somewhat good looking, or at least try to be attractive to the man that's in your life, right? Whatever form that takes. And yes, be collaborative, be a team player with the man. What else? Is that the only thing you can drum up of expectations for women? And maybe be a mother, right? I guess that's an expectation. Be a good mother, right? That's 3 expectations we've got of women there that are all somewhat subjective and fairly easy to attain. You know, these aren't things that are really difficult to attain, are they, really? Let's face it. So let's look at the expectations for men, right? So you've got to be tough, and tough not in a way like a protector. Like you got to show that you will protect the family in some way or another. Like you're willing to fight, you're willing to investigate a problem, you're willing to stand up to other men, you're willing to put your body on the line, basically. You've also got to be a provider to some degree. So you've got to cater your entire life to either a job, career, or some way to make money, right, for your family to put food on the table. So that's a whole thing. You've got to be interesting. So you've got to have like a hobby or interests or knowledge that pique a woman's interest. You've got to have, and this also includes passions as well. Then you've also got to be into like, then you've also got to have like a skill or something that isn't your job as well. You know what I mean? To be interesting again. You've got to be funny. You've got to be chaste. You've got to be gentlemanly. You've got to be respectful. You've got to be an emotional rock. They want you to be emotional, but not too emotional, because obviously women's emotions matter more. So if you get too neurotic and your emotions start to take over the relationship, women don't like that because they want their emotions to be in the center. So they want you to be an emotional rock who can also be vulnerable at their own convenience, right? There's shitloads of expectations put on men, and virtually no woman is pressured into changing their opinion or how they go about looking at men in this way. Most women are content to keep these opinions and never be challenged on it. Whereas, like, beauty standards for men are constantly challenged. Like, if all men stuck to strict beauty standards, which they don't, but say they did, and they were like, no, we're only ever going to date women who are, like, slim, blonde, and blue-eyed, and that's it, right? And all other women can go get fucked. Like, that, they would get challenged on that. They would be told, that's not fair, that's not cool, you can't do this, blah, 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 blah. And there's huge efforts in society, like huge marketing campaigns to change these beauty standards so women can feel less pressure on themselves to meet XYZ different standards. But where the fuck do you see that for men? Nowhere. Nowhere at all. So these three expectations that she's picked up of women, not only has there been concerted efforts to change these ideas in men of how men view these pressures so that they alleviate the pressure on women, but when you look at the other side, there's literally no pressure for women to change at all. So it is completely uneven in that respect. Massively uneven.
Terrible arguments.
Values that women have that when they were born that you're talking about, women did not create those.
Right.
Men did.
Those are God ordained. Men and women are both equal under.
No, men and women created those. Like, everybody understands the value of giving birth, right? Men didn't just suddenly go, wow, that's really cool. Like, everybody understands that to be a good thing. Men and women. Like, that's such a retarded thing. Oh, only men thought it was a good thing to have a family and children and stuff. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, are you dumb? Do you not think women have thoughts and feelings and emotions about their own fucking biology and their own children and wanting to have families and stuff? You're a fucking idiot if you don't think that. Like, what the fuck?
Under God and in value as human beings. In Genesis, you have a creation of both men and women that are made in God's
We're
image.
not about
we
to
are
quote the
both.
Bible on like some feminist
Hold on, but
topic.
so
I mean, we
If
can.
we're operating in a country where there's a separation of church and state, you
Dot love the
cannot use
content.
religion as
And
a
the Bible
motivation
also
to
doesn't
make
tell women-
legislation.
I will say that trying to invoke God in this conversation is not the smartest move on the anti-feminist side. I would not do that. I think that's pretty... You could just call it an inalienable thing. I don't think you need to start bringing up God and shit. I understand what he was trying to say, but I just think it's kind of like a trigger word with people like this, so I just wouldn't bother. You know what I mean?
If I hear one more person use religion as a reason to not give rights to people, I'm probably gonna fuck.
That's not happening. I hate anti-theists, okay? I have so many issues with religion, and my viewers always get mad at me for how hard I am on Christians and like religiousness in general. But anti-theists have to be some of the most dislikable people ever. Like, it's just like, you're just as religious. You just hate God. Chill the fuck out. What?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do think that like religion shouldn't be used as your guiding light on every single policy issue and stuff like that. I think that is definitely an issue, and probably in America it is. I would expect in America it is a bit of a problem over there. But realistically, like, yeah, it's not really happening. And even these anti-feminist guys are not talking about taking away rights from women. They're just making observations about current mainstream female culture. None of them are even saying anything needs to happen to women at all. They're just saying that like literally that first prompt was women just have it easier than they think they have it. And that's it. In today's day and age, that is largely true, I would say. And that's because there's a whole industry geared towards telling women that they have it harder than they really do. And they do this purposefully because they wouldn't have a career. If women's problems went away tomorrow, what do you think would happen to all the people that are profiting off all this stuff? Well, they'd all lose their fucking jobs, wouldn't they? So, you know.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course, somebody whose worldview is Christianity is likely going to bring up Christianity in a conversation about like gender and roles within society. Like, of course they're going to. That's not weird. Just engage with it. Or just be like, I hear that. But rather than being rude, just be like, I hear that. The issue is like, I don't have the same beliefs in you. So like, I'm not really sure how to contend with you.
Yeah, you could literally reframe it in a slightly more secular way. And you could just say, okay, yeah, I don't know if I really believe in the God thing, but I know what you mean as inalienable things to people, or inalienable rights that, or, you know what I mean, like between men and women. Like there's things that are like just biologically coded that are just there. You know, they're just a reality. And that is kind of just what that guy was trying to say, realistically.
When it comes to like the God ordained roles, because I'm not on the same landscape. So like, do you think that we could just extract what you think the God ordained roles are, just talk about the roles themselves rather than talking about how God made them? That's a way more interesting conversation. Just engage with what he thinks God made. He's obviously a essentialist. Just engage with that rather than be like, Jesus sucks. It's just like, bro, chill.
Explode. People using their own personal ideologies as an excuse to implement legislation.
Well, he's saying something a bit stupid here now, because that doesn't just apply to Christianity, does it? Like, it doesn't just apply to Christianity to just be using your own personal ideology to make policy decisions. That's basically every single policy decision. It's people using their own personal ideologies to create different policy prescriptions. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Over other people's lives are simply just not okay with the fact that they can't control everything around them.
Back to
Yeah, but that's the same as you guys, isn't it? Isn't it just like you're trying to control men in a way? Like, it doesn't seem particularly what's the word for it? How would you say? Not very self-reflective. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Make sure you guys.
Aren't you Christian too, though, Kyla?
Yeah, I am a Christian, but I think the Christian's role, good Christians should save almost all of their criticisms for other Christians. I don't think Christians' roles is to criticize non-Christians all the time. And
I would kind of agree with that. I just think that, like, generally speaking, when we're talking about these kinds of things, because I'm a bit Christian as well. I'm non-denomination. I worship in my own way. But I would just not bring up God at all. I don't really care how Christian you are. I just think, generally speaking, when you're talking about issues like this between men and women and stuff like that, I think bringing up God is just too much of a trigger thing for people in any way, shape, or form. So it's best just to not bother with it. Like, just talk about the reality of the situation, the facts, the figures, whatever. Just keep it there. Don't start bringing like extra, you know, fantasy vibes into it, you know, or shit that people can't necessarily fully grasp, or you're going to start getting into some like extra philosophical weeds that you don't really need to get into. Yeah, it seems unnecessary.
like propagate your ideology onto other people. That's like distinctly not what's called for in the Bible. I just want to say him saying that thing about how he hates when people force their like personalized ideologies onto others and like see the world through like this like limited personal scope and try to control others is going to be a foreshadowing. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. He's going to at some point impose his personal moral system on everyone else and be very, very like ideologically like morally driven. It's
Erudite called it as well. Yeah, she's calling it as well. He's going to engage in the exact same behavior that he says he hates. Yeah, 100%. I totally agree with that.
It's a foreshadow. I see it.
Prompt. I mean, I don't think that women have it easier than they think they do. And I think to just make blanket statements like women in society think they have it easy or men in society have it harder or whatever you want to say, I just think it's kind of naive. Sure, maybe some women think they have it easier, but that might not be because they're a woman. It might just be because of their own set of life challenges and vice versa.
Yeah, and I agree. And one of the reasons that I am so passionately anti-feminist is because I believe that feminism pits men against women. Men and women may be equal today, but they are not the same. But also, too, women are under a pressing assault today in this country. They're losing their ability to compete in sports, beauty pageants, also basic things like that to people that identify as women. And no one is talking about it. Feminists aren't talking about it. So now you have conservatives having to fight for women's equality in
You're making
spaces.
some pretty blanket statements saying feminists don't care about it. And you say, you think that...
Well, the radical feminists care about it, but they're all fucking crazy bastards, aren't they? If you want to know what I think about if you want to know what I think about radical feminists, and I have a video on this channel where I spoke to a radical feminist, Ella Androphobia, and oh man, that was a crazy conversation. Very weird. Very, very weird. But the one thing I'll say about radical feminists is that they are basically the man-haters. They are the feminazis, essentially. Radical feminists are like probably the most delusional feminists. They're also probably the most traumatized. They're probably the women that have probably had the most amount of abuse from men. So I understand why they hate men. I actually understand it. I don't think it's an excuse, but I do understand it. And I get it to a degree. I just think that radical feminists need to deal with their trauma, realistically. And when they engage in this radical feminism ideology, it tends to just make it worse. Like, I don't think it actually helps them. I think a lot of times it just sends them into a spiral of, like, mental health shit. Thought Patrol says, yeah, NotsoErudite is specifically wrong on this. Christianity is a proselytizing system. It is predicated on proselytizing. I do agree with that. Just like every religion, pretty much. But I know what she means in a way, though. It does get a bit... What's the word for it? It's a bit old hat for Christians to just be constantly dooming and glooming about everyone who's not a Christian. You know, I do. It does seem to be a bit of a played out aspect to modern Christianity, I would say. But he does go on to say, though she is right, should just leave it out of the discussion. Yeah, I agree. I think bringing up God and Christianity in these discussions, it's just, you're just opening a can of worms when you start doing that. And I don't care what you believe, you should just try and keep it out of the conversation as much as possible.
All
No, he
women
said feminist.
just are against men.
To answer your question, yeah, you're talking about women. Women are not all feminists. Yeah. There are plenty of feminists who are very anti-woman. You know, you saw it in the political era where you have people who will attack Kayleigh McEnany and Kellyanne Conway because they aren't pro-women. They're not for the girls.
So you...
I wouldn't say that the feminists are anti-women exactly. I guess he was just saying it quickly in this situation, but I do... How am I going to put this? What? Let's go back a second. What did he say? Let me gather my thoughts again. Yeah, they're not anti-women as such, but they are very dogmatic, and they don't necessarily care about all kinds of women. They kind of want women to just be... In a way, they want women to be subservient to them and their interests. So whatever these, like, feminist activists, academics and stuff like that want to say, They basically want to be the new priests. They want to be the new ones on the pulpit, talking down to everybody else and telling them how it is. And they want women to be in a certain position where women are basically dependent on them for their worldview. So in that respect, they kind of are anti-women, but in a lot of respects, they are also, in their own weird way, they are trying to help women. And I think in certain instances, they can be helpful to women. But I think because feminism is so broad now, I don't know, it's kind of just evolving. I don't know. I don't see feminism as being specifically pro-woman in a general sense. It's a very, like, pro-specific kinds of women who think like us. It's become like a clique, like an in-group situation, rather than just like a ubiquitous, we don't care we don't care if you're conservative or a liberal woman, we're here for your rights kind of deal. It's a very us versus them mentality at this point.
Kellyanne Conway, because they aren't pro-women. They're not for the girls.
So you
actually, we have like just a little bit left. I haven't heard Kevin yet.
Yeah, when you talked about the pressures of being a man and having to provide and having to prove your value as a man, I think those are real challenges that men face. That's why like women have it harder too, because they are also being impacted by how aggressive men feel like they need to be able to secure the role that they have to play in society. But the reality of today is that because of the systems that we're in, the patriarchy is negatively impacting not only women, but also men.
Oh, there's no wrong reason to get an abortion.
There's no, look, what an awful question. There's no wrong reason. Okay, any reason is a good reason to get an abortion. Okay, that's the holy fuck.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree to that. I'm a pro-choice, generally speaking, to a point. I'm like an old school abortion type guy. So it's like, back in the 90s and stuff like that, where it'd be like, safe abortions for everyone, but we don't want lots of abortions. It should be like a last, what's the word for it? Like a last resort, basically, for desperate people, and it should be within the first trimester where possible, and all that kind of stuff. And obviously for medical complications or rape and incest and stuff like that. I know it does throw up moral quandaries and all that kind of stuff. I do appreciate that, and as a Christian, I do wrestle with that. But I think, generally speaking, I think that level of abortion is fine. I think the thing that I don't like about the abortion rhetoric today is that the pro-abortion people have just basically started going down these roads where they're like acting like abortion is no big deal. They're proud to have abortions. They want abortions right up to the latest stages of pregnancy and stuff like that. And they're like gloating about it and bragging about it. And I'm just like, it's not a good look. It makes you look psychopathic. It just makes you look like you... Number one, it makes you look like you don't care about women, because women get actually quite emotionally affected by going through an abortion. So number one, it just makes you look like you don't give a fuck about women in general and how they feel and how they're connected to pregnancy, just biologically. And it also just makes you look like a psychopath, because at the end of the day, whether people like it or not, a fetus is still the potential for a human life, right? It is still life to a degree. Now, yes, in the first trimester, it's somewhat debatable if this is a conscious, living, breathing life that we should give the exact same rights to as like a fully formed human, right? However, because of its potential for human life, it should be given a little bit more respect than when people just try to say it's just a clump of cells. Right, because it's not just that, is it? It is life at the end of the day. It has potential to be human life. So, when people are just acting like it's so blasé, it just makes you think like, wow, like, in a way, I'm glad that they're having an abortion to an extent, because you're clearly horrible people. Like, and I wouldn't want any of you to have a child, ever. If anything, you should get sterilized. You know what I mean? These people who think it's such a good thing to get an abortion and everyone have children, get sterilized. Like, let your bloodline die out. I couldn't give a fuck, mate. Seriously, grow some balls.
That last guy. So there's like one feminist who seems like this Kyle guy seems like decently nuanced. Kyle, and then there's one anti-feminist that seems nuanced, and then the rest are just kind of ideologues. Oh no, Omega 3.
So I'll just center the conversation around the very fact that, you know, we're a group of 8 men. The optics of 8 men in a room talking about when women do and don't deserve to get an abortion it's a bad look. So
why is it? Why can't men have just as much of a opinion on things in life as anyone else? It's like when women talk about like male violence and men are the main recipients of violence, and they're like, "Oh, men are so aggressive," and blah blah blah. You're telling me women aren't allowed to have an opinion? In fact, women literally have opinions about loads of shit to do with men. In fact, feminism is literally littered with loads of opinions about men and what they do and all that kind of stuff, and what they should or shouldn't be allowed to do. Like, but yet when it comes to men talking about women, we're wrong for that. I mean, they're specifically talking about feminism and ideology, and you know, abortion is a feminist issue. So yeah, they're talking about these things. Like they've been brought here to do that. So you trying to avoid that conversation just makes you look like a fucking. It makes you look actually pathetic. To be quite frank, it makes you look fucking pathetic. In all honesty, but whatever.
for me, from a personal standpoint, you know, I have a girlfriend. There might be some reasons on a personal level where her and I having that conversation together, I might say, oh, I think we should do this, I think we should do that. On a legislative level, I don't feel confident enough to legislate when someone is and isn't allowed to get health care.
Yeah.
Because that.
I don't know if abortion is healthcare. I don't know if I would promote it as being healthcare exactly. That it's a tough one, but I've noticed that people are saying this a lot more recently, that abortion is healthcare. I just don't know where to go with that idea, because it just doesn't. Is it like, okay, so it seems like unnecessary, right? I don't consider healthcare to be unnecessary. So for instance, getting a boob job, I don't think is healthcare. You understand? Like that's something else. Now, is it involved in hospitals and surgeries and all that kind of stuff? Yes. But is it healthcare? I wouldn't be so sure about that. And I kind of see abortion in a similar vein. There was already like a lot of ways for you to avoid this pregnancy, and you didn't take any of them, and you were careless. That's what most abortions are, right? Most abortions are just people being careless. That's literally it, right? All the studies back this up. And most of them are first trimester. You know, it's whatever, right? But realistically, can you call that healthcare? I don't know. I'm struggling with that one. I'm really struggling with it, because there's a part of me that wants to say maybe it is, but and in certain circumstances, when there is medical complications, I would say an abortion for healthcare reasons to keep the health of the mother is a thing. But if you're just having an abortion because you two just want an abortion, I don't know if that is considered healthcare. It's like if I'm one of those people that wants to get my leg chopped off just because I feel like I should be disabled, is that healthcare that I'm getting there? But if I actually need my leg amputated because I'm injured and it's going to get infected and I might die if it doesn't get amputated, that is healthcare. But if I want my leg amputated purely for my own selfish reasons, is that healthcare? I don't know. I don't think so. So I don't know. We'll see what Erudite has to say. So it looks like she has something to say here.
That's what abortion is. It's healthcare.
I haven't got very far into this video, so I only watched like the first 5 minutes or so I have no idea what's going to be said after this point.
Yeah. One of the paramount ideologies of, I guess, being a quote-unquote male feminist is just the ability to mind your own business. Right. Just to be able to say...
Yeah, because that's feminists are well known for minding their own business when it comes to men, right? We live in a society, boys and girls. If we're looking at societal issues, that means both men and women have got to be involved, and they both got to have opinions. So, sorry to say it, guys, but that is what it is. So, unfortunately, minding your own business isn't really on the table. Sorry to break it to you.
That this is the wrong reason to have an abortion, you're already headed down the wrong path.
Yeah. So being an
What? Being a woman, this is the worst fucking take. Okay? Anyone can talk about abortion. I hate the idea that men don't get to talk about it because it doesn't affect their bodies. It's like, do you also just think male gynecologists shouldn't exist? What about addiction counselors that don't have addiction history? What about people who work with eating disorders with no eating disorder history? Like, why does your participation in an experience necessitate an expertise? It does, to some degree, make you an expert of your personal experience with that thing. That's true. The problem is that personal experiences don't necessarily generalize, which means that there can be men who are well more informed about abortion and like the pros and cons of different types of like procedures, because not all abortions are the same types of abortion. There's multiple different procedures than a woman might be. And I would want the more informed individual having a greater say in the legislature developed in that state around abortion. Like, what? I hate this. I hate.
Yeah, it's pretty self-evident, isn't it, really? Like, I don't like the thought. Like, I think women can have opinions about men, and I think men can have opinions about women, and they can have opinions about any topic that they want. You know, if those opinions are good or not is another question, but I think they can have them. They're entitled to them, and I think it's weird when people try to not let people have those things. It's like the opposite of being diverse. It's like the opposite of being inclusive, really. Or open-minded. It's the complete opposite of that. Yeah.
This. Just by the way, this will be the same shit when men.
Oh,
men
Lev's in the
gatekeep
chat.
women out of
Nice to see you,
conversations,
Lev.
but
Hope
they
you're doing
did
well.
In the past,
Thanks
and
for
this is the
dropping in.
same shit where I get like super annoyed. Be like, well, should you really be talking about male sexuality in the church? I'm like, why not? Like, just because I don't have a penis that I fap all the time doesn't mean that I don't have thoughts about masculinity or sexuality or the church. I have thoughts about all these things. Why can't I participate? I might be more of an expert than you. You might know your penis better than I do, but that doesn't mean that I don't understand like the effects of porn or masturbation. It's so annoying.
Anti-feminist.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with her more on that point. I think she kind of hit the nail on the head there. Like, there's plenty of things that women have opinions about when it comes to men and what they do, that they don't always necessarily have a great insight into, but they have every right to have the opinion, and we have every right to come back and say, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how public discourse goes. Either you grow up and grow some balls and fucking deal with it, or you try and avoid all these difficult conversations like fucking children. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Lev says you have a great voice for podcasting and streaming, so you should do way more of these and grow your show. That's really sweet of you, Lev. I really appreciate that. Somebody else said I had a good voice recently as well, and I honestly struggle because I don't think I do have a very good voice. But hey, if you guys are saying it, then I'll take it. I'll take that compliment. Thank you very much.
Look at this and I say, well, I am more religious as well.
As am I.
So I want to say like I'm more like pro-life, right? But if a woman decides that they want to not give birth, it doesn't matter the reason. You know, maybe she's not wealthy enough. Maybe, you know, the father left her.
Yeah, it's difficult. In principle, I do think I agree in the sense of like the option should still be there, but I think socially it should be frowned upon. Kind of a thing. It's like used as a last resort. And, you know, people who use abortion willy-nilly and all that kind of stuff, I think they should be judged because they are demonstrating a deep lack of responsibility and also conscientiousness of what they're putting themselves through and other people through and stuff like that. Like, it's honestly, it is a bit like if you're it's one thing to have like one abortion in your life and it's like a mistake, you never want to do it again, blah blah blah. Like I wouldn't really judge somebody for that. But if you've had like 4 or 5 abortions and you really don't give a fuck about it and you're like bragging about it and stuff, yeah, you should be judged because you're basically telling everybody that you're a psychopath. That's pretty much it. It's mad.
You know, there's so many reasons. And then I also look at like just gun violence and how we're like birthing kids and we raise them and send it to school knowing that it can get killed. I don't know. I would feel like
it's like not a safe. It's not the best world to be raising a child in.
Exactly.
But that's kind of the point of having children, is the possibility of creating a new and better world via your children, right? Breaking cycles of abuse, breaking societal expectations, you know, giving them the knowledge that you were never given, giving them the drive, the support that you were never given, all that shit, you know? Like, how do you get a better world if all the people who are good people are choosing not to have children? Then you're literally leaving it up to the horrible, abusive people to have children, and the problems are going to get worse, right? Matthew Walker's in the chat as well. What's happening? Yeah, how's it going, man? Yeah, we got a nice little group today. Thanks for all for tuning in. Please give a like and subscribe and everything to the channel and the video and the stream. I don't say this often enough. Lev's gonna shout at me. He always wants me to do this. Lev's always trying to get me to grow my channel. So please go and like and subscribe and all that shit, because I'm probably gonna forget to say it.
Exactly.
This is the thing, right? Abortion should be legal. I am big for a federal protection of the access to abortion. I've said this very clearly. But I don't want to pretend like it's just like this, like, in my desire to make it federally available, I also want to see abortions minimized as much as possible. I want to see greater preventative care. I want to see people being educated on sex. I want to see people actually fucking using condoms for once in their goddamn lives, right? I
mean, let's face it though, condoms are shit, right?
See people making better choices.
But yeah, I agree with her though. Like for me, we always took precautions in different kinds of ways. Like, okay, I'll be very blunt right now. This is not something that I'm particularly proud of, by the way. But I'm gonna say it because I think it's important. But I've had a lot of sex, okay? I don't know the exact number, but I know it's definitely over 100, okay? And I had a lot of problems from that. I had a very promiscuous past, and there's multiple reasons for that I'm not going to get into right now. But it brought me a lot of problems in my life, and I had a lot of unprotected sex as well, and I got very lucky because I never caught anything. I've never caught anything. Never gotten anyone pregnant. There's been a few scares, but I've never gotten anyone pregnant. But we always took a lot of different precautions if we were doing that, you know? I wasn't just nutting in people if we were having unprotected sex. I was always pulling out. Now, I know the pull-out method it can be a little faulty as well, but at least we fucking did it. I wasn't, like, nutting in people. Or they would have different kinds of, birth control. So a lot of women in the UK actually avoid the pill. A lot of them don't do the pill. But a lot of them are doing the coil. You know, like the little, do they call it an IUD in America? You know, like the little metal thing that they put in the ovaries. A lot more women are doing that over here because obviously you don't really get the hormonal side effects, and you still get I think they still get a period and stuff as well. So you know, I do think that you know, or also there's other ways to do it as well, like knowing your monthly cycle and when you're ovulating and all that stuff. Because obviously there's a certain week of the month where you're way more fertile than others as well. So like there's other ways to going about all this kind of stuff that people just don't really talk about, and you can do this. You know, condoms aren't the be all and end all, but yeah, condoms you should be using as well, definitely. But there's multiple ways of going about this without having to necessarily use condoms or the pill. Yeah, people just need to start thinking better, more long term. But if you are really scared of it, if you're scared of getting somebody pregnant, or if you're scared of being pregnant, then you require those condoms. You do those things if that's what you're really bothered about, you know?
Is before the abortion, because I don't want to pretend like abortion is just some like small casual thing like getting a filling replaced. It's not. And for most women who experience abortions, it's not, right?
Paw Patrol as player. I was back in the day. I actually deeply regret it. I'm not gonna lie. I deeply regret being that promiscuous. I always try to promote. My life changed when I stopped being promiscuous, and like I went single for quite a while, didn't have sex for quite a while, and started trying to have normal monogamous relationships. And it was actually much more difficult for me because I did it later in life, and I was having to learn things in relationships that I should have been learning when I was like 18, 19. But instead I was learning at like 26, 27. And I'm 31 now. I'm going to be 32 in February. So it's like, you know, I will say like my biggest advice to men is do not put sex on that pedestal like that, because it's a huge detriment to finding anything concrete in your life. Lots of women get the arm implant out. Yeah, arm implant is another one as well. But a lot of women try to avoid that as well because, again, there's hormonal... It can affect your hormones and shit like that. So a lot of women don't like that. Again, this is just a bit more anecdotal in the UK for me. Like, most women I know... And I know a fair few... In fact, I probably know more women than I know men, actually, in my actual, in real life friend circles and stuff. And I'm pretty sure the vast majority of them either do not take any kind of contraception, or it's anything that's just not hormonal based. The vast majority of them, because a lot of them did it when they were teenagers and stuff like that, and like they'd have the pill or whatever, and then it would affect them in different ways, and none of them none of them want to use it. Yeah, sure, the implant is quite popular, says Matthew Walker. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is somewhat popular, but I think I think most people are trying to move away from those kinds of things these days. That's just what I seem to be seeing happening. I don't know, and it would make some sense. Like if I was a woman and I put myself in their shoes, I don't think I'd want. Like it's bad enough having your monthly period, let alone this pill that's now fucking up your period and also giving you extra hormonal imbalances and weird side effects that you weren't expecting. You know what I mean? Like, if there was a male pill, would you take it? Says Matthew. I would. Yeah, if it basically had minimal side effects, like, because I don't mind a little bit of a side effect, you know, if depending on the pros and cons of it all. But yeah, if there was a male pill that was legitimately worked and stuff like that, yeah, I'd take that. Yeah, if I was single again, I'm not single now, but if I was single again and dating again, which honestly fills me with so much dread. Like the thought of even doing that makes me want to fucking kill myself. I'm not gonna lie. It makes me want to unalive myself. Whatever the fucking kids are saying these days. Yeah, I don't. I've done. Me and my partner have had some rocky patches where I have kind of dipped my toe into online dating again, just to kind of look what's going on. And instantly I regret it within like 5-10 minutes, like straight away. I'm like swiping through different profiles. All the women are like, make me laugh. And I'm like, oh God, I'm going to have to deal with all these entitled, annoying, vapid people. Oh, it's just, it just makes me want to peel my own skin off. But yeah, I think if there was a pill, I'd probably take it. But to be honest, though, I wouldn't really be trying to engage in promiscuous sex again, ever. You know, it is tempting sometimes, you know, it is tempting. Like, there's been times when I've been on a night out and obviously my partner's not there or something, and a girl might be flirting with me or something like that, and it's a little tempting sometimes, but I just think, to me, the companionship and the stuff that me and my partner have been through in these past couple of years is just the power of that feeling is so much stronger than any like fleeting moment of like a sexual gratification. Like it's just never going to compare. It's just never ever going to compare. So I'm not going to jeopardize that based on some girl that's giving me the eyes. You know what I mean? Polly Walker, she was hot. Lev's asking Matthew Walker if he is related to an actress, Polly Walker. She was hot as hell in that HBO series, Rome. Rome's really good. I've never finished it, but it is really good. Yeah, Rome's pretty sick. Our resident Russian is speaking Russian in the chat. Maybe Lev knows what he's talking about. And now we're getting into a discussion about Roman history in the chat. Sounds like I was similar to you, Base Entrance. I was a player, whore, one night stands, says Matthew Walker. All I cared about was getting it. Then I matured and realised it was purely for self-validation. Yeah, this is the thing, is that, you know, I might actually make a specific video about this and my experience with it, because there's multiple reasons for it, and I don't want to get into the weeds of that right now because I want to keep pushing on with this video, and there's a lot to say about it. But I think what I will say is that there's a problem with men and the way that they think about sex, and I'm guilty of it. I grew up like that as well, and I think what happened to me is I started to realize that I started to experience what a lot of women are experiencing in hookup culture, where they start to feel used. They start to feel like all they're worth for is their sex. They don't know how to establish more concrete relationships. You know, you get really emotionally discombobulated because you never really know where you stand with people. And it's just like, it's just draining constantly having to reintroduce yourself to people over and over and over again. And it's just, it's just not nice. It's not a cool situation. Like, at first it feels fun when you have those first few one night stands and stuff like that, and you're like, yeah, like your ego goes out the window. You're like, yeah, I could do any of this, blah 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 blah. Like, you feel awesome. And then you do 10, you're like, yeah, this is still pretty good. And then you get to 20, and then you get to 30 and 40, and then you're like, that's when it starts to creep in. It's like, do I actually have any worth? Like, is this, or am I just my cock? You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't feel good. It feels fucking horrible. And I do have a lot of sympathy for women who are feeling the same way, because it's not a nice feeling at all. And that's something that's really got to change with men, I think. I think it's one of the biggest things with men, is that men need to change their priorities on sex. It needs to be love first, sex later. At the minute, it seems a lot of men are way too preoccupied with sex first and love later. And I really don't like that dynamic.
And like,
anyway,
this is the cringe shit. It's like, there's gotta be a home for nuance. There's gotta be a home for nuance.
Amen, sister.
Has to be, right? There has to be points where we say, like, look, you can still access the abortion at any time, right? But there are reasons that are worse to get abortion than others, right? Like, it's more tragic that you just, like, were basically impulsive and didn't take your birth control and didn't use a condom, that you're getting an abortion, than somebody who, like, their condom broke. Like, it's just more tragic necessarily. And I feel like I don't want to gatekeep anyone from access to the abortion. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have to gatekeep them. You can't judge them. I don't think it's always wrong to judge people when they're showing you how irresponsible or how lacking in empathy they are. I think it's perfectly reasonable to judge people based on that. She doesn't want to say that outright, and again, this is like the kind of, it's funny, isn't it, sometimes, because she's quite blunt, Erudite, isn't she? But she won't always go all the way, and I do think that is a little bit of that. What do they say about women's psychology, like affableness or agreeableness? I do think that's a little bit of that coming into play there. Although, but it's interesting though, because some women don't have that as much. Like Brittany Venti's one. Like, Brittany Venti's the one that definitely goes over the edge. And she's like, no, fuck it all. I'm going to be hyper-masculine on this, and I'm just going to say what I fucking think. And you got to love Brittany for that. You know, sometimes she says some stupid shit, but generally speaking, I think she's pretty respectable. She's pretty funny.
I think a patriarchal element, even in your answer, not to combat or what have you, the idea of trying to cycle through the reasons why and going, yeah, I guess.
Whoa. I'm assuming this Russian name stands for Tinkotan. Okay, all right. Says that I'm going on a date with a schoolgirl tomorrow. Excuse me, but what? What? Excuse me. I've got a few questions. This this person, this person. I mean, hopefully this is just like a Russian turn of phrase. Hopefully this person is like 18 or you're close in age or something, because it's a little bit dicey there, mate. You're saying it's okay, lol. I mean, you're not filling me with a lot of faith there, mate. I'm telling you right now, you're not filling me with a whole lot of faith. She's 17, I'm 20. Okay. A little dicey, but not the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. Okay, I'm assuming she's probably turning 18 soon. I was actually in a similar situation when I was 19. I turned 20. My girlfriend was 17. She turned 18. Years and years and years ago. So that was like my first proper girlfriend, and I didn't have a girlfriend after that for ages. But anyway,
those make sense.
Enough about me.
It's still, in my opinion, patriarchal.
What about
Even though I was on.
What about that is patriarchal? What about are you unironically just saying that it's a masculine thing to cycle through your logical reasoning for why you're making a decision? Literally, please can you stop being sexist? Like, it's not what do you mean it's patriarchal? Does that mean matriarchal groups just don't use logic or reasoning for why they come to
Yes. No, I'm kidding. No, it is ridiculous that if the male feminists, like, they do these little subtle things where, like, they actually kind of reinforce the negative stereotypes. And they don't even realize they're doing it. It's really funny. It was
major life decisions? Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
The feminist side on that topic, it feels like I was put in a position where I was framed as wrong. It felt like you aren't allowed to have this opinion on this topic because you're not a woman. And I think that's kind of bullshit, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Good job, Clovers.
Off the top of my head, I know that it was mentioned earlier that abortion is healthcare, and I first want to push back on that. Abortion is not healthcare. Healthcare preserves life, it protects it. It doesn't take it away, it doesn't eliminate it.
What about the
Yeah, that was kind of what I was getting at earlier. Is it like an abortion for keeping the mother's health because there's a medical complication is different from just like a willy-nilly abortion. I don't know if I consider that healthcare per se. That to be fair, that's probably getting very pedantic, but I can't help but feel that when they try to make out abortion as a healthcare thing, it seems a bit sneaky to me. I think that's why I don't like it. Is it like, I think if somebody just randomly said it, I wouldn't normally take umbrage with it, but now that it's becoming like this kind of feminist talking point to constantly be saying that abortion is healthcare, and it's becoming like this more mainstream thing to say, it just seems more like a tactic than like a legitimate sentiment, you know? It's like, we're going to use the term healthcare because who can say no to healthcare, right? Everybody wants healthcare, so who would ever say no to healthcare? It's for health, man. It's all for health. But it's not really for health, is it, a lot of the time? It's really... In fact, abortions can actually be quite unhealthy because they actually put in poisons into the woman's body. It can actually affect their ability to have children in the future. So I don't know, like, outside of medical complications where it is clearly healthcare because you're trying to preserve the health of the mother, or the child, or both, it could be the child and the mother that you're trying to... by performing a type of abortion. Well, not all abortions necessarily kill the child. Sometimes, you know, cesarean is like a kind of an abortion in a way. But like, yeah, anyway. I just don't see it. I don't see, like, I don't know if you can call it healthcare in all circumstances. It just doesn't make sense to me.
But when you exterminate a child, that is doing harm.
Oh, but it's
That
not
is
always a
healthcare.
child, right? So it's a discussion.
Have I read Philippa Foot's paper on abortion? I have not. Don't even know who that is, I'm not going to lie. I've read a whole bunch of different stuff about abortions and stuff. I've watched a load of videos as well about different kinds of abortions and how they work and the risks and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, some of them are horrible, especially the late term ones. The late term ones, it's horrible. It goes through you watching videos like that. It's because at that point it is a baby, basically, and they are just literally killing a baby, and it's like it's just so grim. Like it really pulls on your heartstrings a lot. It's not nice. I will say though that like late term abortions are very rare, and usually they are only done for medical complications. You know, people aren't willy nilly having late term abortions. I think the problem I have with like feminist rhetoric today is that they go on as if late term abortion is like the trendy new in thing to do. So, yeah, that's what bothers me about it. It just I just feel like that is just such a fucking bizarre way to try and be pro abortion. It's just so bizarre. So Philippa Foot is an analytical Christian ethicist, says Tinko Tan. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, she might have something interesting to say. I might have a little peek at it at some point, if I remember. But I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty firm in my opinions on abortion as it is. Like I say, I think first trimester abortions are generally okay. I don't like it. I prefer it not to be a thing, but I think just in a compromising societal aspect, I think that's where I would say, okay, I can compromise with the feminists kind of a thing. That would be my line. And then anything after that, like later term abortions and that, have to be for very specific circumstances, like medical complications and stuff like that, or extreme situations where somebody was raped or something like that, and they might not have even known they were pregnant at first and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's like that is the fairly moderate take. I think that's like the 90s liberal take on abortion, and I don't think that will really change for me. I think that's where I'm at, and that's where I'm generally going to stay. And to be quite frank, that's where most women are as well. I think most women are more of that opinion in general as well, because most women know, because like women that I've spoken to who've either had abortions or they've had miscarriages and stuff like that, when they get pregnant, it affects them, right? Once they, even before they fully know they're pregnant, their hormones will change. And also when they realise they're pregnant, then they really notice the changes, because obviously they're more hyper aware of it then. It's a bit like when you have a cut, right? But you didn't notice you got cut. And you're hurting, there's some pain, but you don't know why. But then when you actually look at the cut and you see the cut, then you hyper focus in on it and you feel it for what it is. I think it's that kind of thing, if you get me. But it does affect them psychologically, and they get a bond. They bond with that fetus almost instantaneously. A lot of them. That's why abortion, it's not just the physical act of it, but psychologically does have an effect on women. Like a lot of women feel scarred, feel very guilty about the situation because they know that it's weird. They know it's wrong. They know they were being irresponsible, and they know that they shouldn't really be there to be doing this kind of stuff, but they had to for XYZ different reasons. And yeah, it's just sad. And I think when people try to act like it's such a blasé thing to do, and it doesn't matter and nobody cares, it just, I don't know, man, it just hurts my heart. It hurts my heart.
When it becomes a child or not. That's not a gray area. That's not a line.
It is actually scientifically proven.
Matthew Walker says, I heard that in Israel, if you want an abortion, you have to get approval from a panel or something. Really? Interesting. I that seems a little excessive to me. And I would be skeptical of that. I don't know. I suppose in Israel, I don't really know what the Orthodox Jewish perception of abortion is, to be honest. I would imagine, I mean, if Ben Shapiro's anything to go off, I'd guess they're anti-abortion usually. But I can't tell if that's to do with him being Jewish or just being conservative. I can't tell which way around it is. They apparently grant it like every time. Then what's the point in the panel? What's the point in the panel if you're just going to improve every time? I don't know. That sounds a bit dubious to me, but could well be true. I honestly have no idea. Could well be true. Other countries do a lot of weird stuff that you'd be very surprised about. And at the end of the day, the Jewish are just out here genitally mutilating every boy that comes out of a womb. So, I wouldn't put it past them. Let's put it that way.
And it is a separate
So we're
strain
talking
of.
I told you, what did I say? He's like, hold on. These are just the limits of the conversation. It's about when it is a child. Obvious. You all obviously know this. What did I tell you? The religious guy and the religious anti-theist are going to impose their worldview, because he's doing this as well, right? He's like, it is a scientific fact. It's a separate DNA strain. That's like, brother, that's not what the fuck we're talking about, okay? When we're talking about whether it's a life, we're saying, does our society confer human value? This is why, and obviously, this is why the abortion thing of like no abortion at all, or like life starts with conception, is fucking stupid. It's a bad argument, because it's like, fucking obviously, if you have 2 rooms on fire, there's a fucking 1-year-old baby in one, and there's a like 6 million fertilized zygotes in the other, most people go save the baby, because we absolutely confer human value at different levels. This is also why when you have to choose between a bus full of elderly people or a bus full of children, most people prefer to save the bus full of children, because we confer different values at different points. It seems to be, and to be honest, the value that we confer is somewhat logical, but also kind of like arbitrary to some degree, right? The value that we confer a zygote is obviously less than a fully grown baby, which is why.
Yeah, I think the disgust reflex to it is a bit overstated, and generally speaking, I kind of agree with what she's saying. Although I do think that the potential for life should be respected more than what it is. I'm not saying it should necessarily be respected in the exact same way that obviously fully developed people are, but I do think there's a tendency on the left to completely diminish any and all of that respect towards that potential for life. And I think it just kind of just doesn't sit right with me. I just on like a kind of, I can't really place it. Just like on a very visceral, instinctual level, I find that complete lack of respect for potential for life as very distasteful. Yeah.
I like the idea of like, it's a separate DNA strain. It's like, nobody gives a fuck about that.
Oh, Matthew Walker's in with more info. By Israeli law, women do not have an automatic right to an abortion, but rather must request permission from a legally mandated end of pregnancy committee made up of 3 representatives of the hospital or clinic that perform the procedure. Nationwide, the CBS recorded 16,492 requests were made to the committee in 2020, with 99.6% of them approved by the panels. That just seems like extra work for nothing. Like, why are you taking up the time of these doctors and shit to do these panels if you're gonna like approve them like 99% of the time? That just seems like so arbitrary, but whatever. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do, but it just sounds really stupid.
Nobody cares, and it's not pertinent to the philosophical conversation. So like this guy, the Christian's imposing his worldview on everyone just as much as the anti-theist is, and it's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, but at least the religious guy may be doing that. I do agree with her there, but at least he's saying something that makes sense for his worldview. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, it's the potential for life. It's a new DNA strain. There's a reason to perhaps treat this as like a new entity because it has the potential to be one. You know? I can see where he's coming from. I really can. Do I put the same level of respect to it as I do like a born baby? I would agree with Erudite. I don't think I do. But I don't have zero respect for it like a lot of left-wing people do. like my respect for it is like 50% of a real life. Like a baby that's born, I have the respect of like, you know, a fetus that's still developing, doesn't have a, you know, it's like a few weeks old or whatever. My respect for that is like 50% of that of like a born baby. Whereas it seems like leftist type people, it's not even 1% respect at all. They just completely have dehumanized fetuses to the point that they are literally just murderable things. And what's even crazier about it is that a lot of these people are fucking vegans as well. I don't know how they square, like, having these rights to these kinds of abortions where the fetus is going to feel pain in the vast majority of circumstances, and and also square this up with being a vegan. It's like, if you're a vegan, you should probably be anti-abortion, I would say. If you're against animal suffering, why are you not against fetus suffering? I don't understand that. It's very bizarre. Oh wait, sorry. Matthew Walker says it's the impact this step has on the overall rate of abortion. Yeah, I see what you mean. It like acts as like a kind of social deterrent. It's like, oh, you got to go through this board if you want to have it, so it makes people a bit more careful, maybe. Yeah, that could very well be true, actually. Yeah, I didn't really think of that at first, but yeah, no, that could be part of it. Yeah. I mean, 16,000 abortions in Israel. How many abortions are there in America each year? How? Because I want to say it's actually not that many. How many? Because proportionally, I would say that's probably about the same. Abortions. USA. Number of abortions in 2019. So it's been hovering around the 620,000 mark. But in terms of proportion, like per capita, like if you're looking at like per capita, what is the population of Israel? Like fucking 10 million. Now, yeah, 9.3 million. And the population of America is like 350 million people. So, realistically, I would say proportionally, 16,000 abortions in Israel sounds about the same kind of rate as America, I would say. I'm not going to do all the maths right now, but just from taking a glance at it, I would say that that's roughly about the same. If not, per capita, it might actually be a bit higher. I'm not sure, but...
Conception. If you ask any doctor...
But if you took that clump of cells out, would it survive?
It's not a clump of cells, that's why you call it a termination. Scientifically, it is a life at birth, and scientifically, it is at conception. At conception,
it is a life, but it is not a human.
So look.
No, it is. It is literally human life. Even if it's a fetus, it's still a fucking human. What the fuck is he talking about? Do you think fetuses are not human and then they become human after they pass through the fucking uterus? Is he... What is he fucking saying?
No, that's not the argument. It is a human. It is human life.
Oh my god, thank you, Erudite.
It's not like I like get pregnant and I'm like, you know, for the first 3 weeks it was a dolphin, but now it's a human, and like, boy,
yeah,
I'm so
literally alien life form for several months until it becomes officially human.
We're lucky. I was worried I was gonna give birth to a fucking dolphin. Of course it's human life. Of course it fucking is. The issue is it's human life we don't value. That's the real issue. We don't care about zygotes. We obviously don't, because people don't even care that much about like the fertility treatment where you fertilize like 7 zygotes and pump them into the uterus and you hope that only one of them survives, right? Like, okay.
Though the thing is, so when you say it's about protecting life, abortions are protecting lives of thousands of women who maybe are not able to
at the expense of another life.
But you're already prioritizing that other life over the woman who's carrying that.
Well, that's debatable, isn't it? Because the woman should also be prioritizing her life, right? So if she's been callous enough to get pregnant, there is somewhat of an argument that people should be taking responsibility for their actions to a degree or another. Again, I wouldn't say this then constitutes that you should ban abortion exactly, but I don't really like this thing where how am I going to put this? It's almost like women just don't make decisions or don't have any responsibility for themselves in people's minds. It's really bizarre. Like, I see women as whole adults who make decisions in life, and if they made decisions to have unprotected sex and get pregnant, then they're fucking idiots, basically. Is what I'm trying to say. And they didn't do any good precautions or anything like that. Then yeah, it's not a good idea, is it? Especially when you're the one at risk. Like, if for the men, it makes more sense that they're a bit more risky because they're not the ones that are going to get pregnant. You know what I mean? So if a woman's being risky with getting pregnant, then like that kind of says something about her. You get me? I don't know.
Yes, they're all missing it. You're all saying, which life do we value more? That's the question, right? That is the question of abortion. When do we confer human value, like a philosophical and to some degree legal value of a life? And when does that life take triumph over the woman? Because I would say most people would agree it does at some point. This is why almost everyone is opposed.
Yeah, it does at some point. I agree with that. I think generally it's probably after the first trimester, really, because that's when the heart and the nervous system develops, the brain develops. At that point, it can feel pain, it can feel suffering. It has an active system that is developing into, what we know as, human development. So I think, yeah, after the first, 13 weeks or whatever, 12 weeks, 13 weeks, that's the first trimester. Yeah, that should be generally when people consider it to be a full life, and that killing that baby, unless it's in very extreme circumstances, basically just shouldn't be happening, right? That would be my point of view there.
To late-term abortions unless there's a very good medical reason for why, right?
Yeah.
Most people are like, yeah, we probably shouldn't be just like grinding up like third trimester babies in people's wombs, like just for funsies. Like, nobody really argues for this. So obviously it's the question of when it becomes valuable. This is why when people like life starts at conception, that's an interesting conversation because you're conferring value at a point, which I think is a stupid point, by the way. I could be wrong.
You can say it's a stupid point, but I know what she's saying. At least they have a standpoint to go from, whereas like the left-wingy people they just want to say, oh, just until it comes out of the womb, which is just fucking retarded, isn't it? It's like most of the time they don't even really have a strong position on when it becomes a proper life and stuff. So at least the religious guys at least have a starting point. At least they have something to work from that you can actually argue with and deal with, whereas the feminist types, they don't really fucking have a clue, do they?
It's all opinion, by the way. You're allowed to feel that it starts at conception. I disagree with you, but I still value you.
Because of patriarchy too.
Because of
That's why
patriarchy.
you're doing it.
Because of
Because we've
patriarchy,
already
you're
devalued
basically
women.
saying that.
So what if we're
these
aborting a
cells
female
are more
baby?
important than the
Well,
woman?
I think it's absolutely shameful how flippantly our society has begun to treat the topic of abortion. You are literally exterminating an unborn child.
To
That
protect
is
the
wrong.
life of
That is
another
wrong.
woman.
Then don't have sex without protection.
Really, you don't
And
have
get
sex without
contraception.
protection. How about you don't have sex without
Well, I
protection?
don't have a
Tell them what they
baby.
can do.
He probably doesn't. He seems pretty Christian. But also, let's talk about condoms, okay? I was reading some research recently on a bunch of like college students and their reported like sexual participation throughout the year. And it was like a normal prevalence, like it was like 16% had like some level of like sexual experiences during like a 6-month window or something like that. Not super high. 50% didn't use a condom. 50. What in the fuck? I can't with people. Wear a fucking condom. Holy shit. On both. I am mad at men and women. Why the fuck aren't you wearing condoms? If he's
Yeah, I agree, especially in college and stuff. Tinko Tan says, well, I put my spelling was so bad in the last message. Honestly, don't worry about it, mate. I'm assuming English isn't your first language. Nobody's going to be judging you here for that. Don't worry yourself about that.
he's not wearing a condom, make him, right?
As long as we can understand you, which we can, that's fine.
Or refuse sex if he doesn't, or utilize female condoms as well. That's also an option now. No, don't just pull out. Pull out has a very low success rate, especially for these.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It has like something like 70 or 80% success rate. In that kind of ballpark. So actually, no, it has quite a high success rate actually, but it's just more risky than a condom, which is something like 90 to 95% success rate, right? So it's a lower success rate than a condom, but it is still a high success rate. So she did get that wrong.
These dumb college boys who've like barely ever gotten their nut before, they don't know when they're about to come. They're like, oh, it feels so good, and then they boom, and they like ejaculate like in their mid pull out and like stuff. Just don't do it.
I mean, I'm guessing that does happen, but it's never happened to me. but I assume it does happen.
Fucking condom, be on birth control. Holy shit.
I don't have a baby.
Tell them what they can do.
Stop
Yeah.
absolving women and
Yeah.
men
Yeah.
of responsibility and treating grown ass people like they are children.
Again, we're not emphasizing any of those things.
Right.
We're going straight to women and making it their problem.
Well, it's a man's problem as well, because if a man gets a woman pregnant, that is his child as well. So one of the things that's really important, what abortion does, is it puts all of reproductive rights in the hands of women when it takes both parties.
Do you think he'd be for financial abortions? Because I'm for that. I would say if a woman can opt out of a child, so can a man.
I would somewhat agree with that, but realistically, I think you're kind of opening up the doors to make absent fatherhood even more attractive than it already is. And I honestly think people should just be more encouraged to have safer sex generally, and also to just be wary of, and just being less promiscuous as well. Just stop being as promiscuous. Stop trying to get everybody to have all this sex and stuff, and start thinking about love and family and relationships more than trying to have mindless, meaningless sex all the time. You know, I think that would probably go a long way to dealing with a lot of these problems, in all honesty.
She cannot have a child without a man. Abortion normalizes women.
I like off ramps at a societal level. I love that word. Everyone hates when I say off ramps. Fucking love it. Off ramps. Off ramps.
Yeah, obviously people love to be able to just not have to take responsibility for their actions. Obviously, of course, that is what everybody loves, isn't it? But I just don't think that's the way society should be set up to be like.
Making bad choices. We've kind of given a free pass for people.
Oh, Donovan, you said it's about men too, but now you're just saying that it just normalizes women making bad choices. It's men making bad choices too. Men are also not putting on the fucking condom.
Yeah, she's right. It does take two to tango. I do think, though, that, like, the reason why people kind of focus in on the women, though, is because they are the ones that get pregnant. So if you're the one that is where something can happen to you, then, like, that, you know, how do I put it? It's like you do have a little bit more of, like, an extra responsibility in that realm, right? That you would expect women to be a bit more careful about than a man would be. But she is right, though. It is just, at the end of the day, it does take two to tango, you know? It is what it is.
Condom, bruh.
People to be a lot more carefree
Men are
about
also
who they
just
sleep with,
nutting into
and
everything that
not
they
really
can.
think twice about the ramifications that may come of it.
Yeah,
But
it's
again,
not just
murder an
once
innocent
again,
child.
we're zooming in on a high level on the end result. We're not talking about the systemic issues that cause women to have abortions. Hold on. We're not talking.
Oh, fuck off. I've done enough research on abortion to know that most of the time it's got nothing to do with socio-economic reasons or any of that bullshit. It's really not. the vast majority of the time, abortions are not to do with any of that shit. It's usually to do with the person who they were having a kid with doesn't want to have a kid with them now, or they're breaking up, or they were completely irresponsible and had like a bunch of unprotected sex with a few different guys, and they don't even know who the dad is sometimes. It's loads of shit like that. It's loads and loads of shit like it's literally just loads of people who are irresponsible. And then there's obviously more serious ones where there is people who've been legitimately assaulted or raped. There is some people who are doing it because they literally have nothing and they know if they give birth to this child it's going to make them destitute. But again, they're lower ends of the spectrum of the reasoning for why many women are doing these things. Is most of the time, the vast majority of abortions have got nothing to do with socio-economic reasons, and I hate it when people just pull this shit out of their arse, like just because it sounds good to say socio-economic, as if that's going to explain so much shit. Like it's such a nebulous term to say, and people say it about so much shit. It's really annoying.
Talking about the lack of resources that make people feel like they cannot sustain a pregnancy or sustain a life.
True.
And those are things that are caused by the way men have set up society.
No.
So instead,
No. It's not men. It's a couple of rich old white men, and now it's just rich people in general.
Saying rich old white men is very American/Eurocentric. When modes of patriarchy have existed in every colour and creed throughout the fucking planet. In fact, there's some very, very prominent ones that still exist, like the Middle East, who are not old white men, obviously. Really don't like that. Also, it's not about how they've set up society. It's like society is downstream from biological realities. So the fact that women have children, and that means that their body has to recover from that, means that they have then become primary child caregivers. And then while the woman is vulnerable in that time, while she's pregnant during those 9 months, also, and then after she gives birth, during the amount of time it takes her to recover, how is they going to get food on the table? Who's going to provide? Who's going to protect? It's the man, obviously. So these roles don't exist in a vacuum. They are downstream from the biological realities that we live in, right? Do they need to be as rigid as they were in the 50s and legislated? Absolutely not. But pretending like some people just cooked it up in a lab somewhere and none of it really exists is utter bullshit. Like, it's just complete bullshit. Like, I hate this argument. It's so bad. We got some stuff in the Matthew says he's shooting off to the gym. No worries, man. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Appreciate it. Yeah. Just so fucking, so stupid.
Usually still dominantly white, but there's an increasing number of women who are also just being shitbags. It's not men that set up society.
Also, and I said this earlier in the stream as well, that like a lot of these expectations that are put on men are also put on them by women. Women have set these standards for men as well. Do you think men would have put these pressures on themselves if it was just men? Like, in fact, a good example of this, actually. Have you ever watched the Survivors? I think it's Survivors, or like the Bear Grylls Island thing. You know, where people go and live on an island and stuff, and they split them up between men and women and stuff like that. When the men are on their own, these extra, like, everyone just finds a place to do what they need to do. They find their strengths. They try and work towards it. Sometimes there's one guy, or maybe two guys, who's either not pulling his weight, or doing something that's a bit annoying, or stirring some shit. So they get rid of him, but as soon as they get rid of him, basically they're sound, right? They do really well together, and they form pretty naturally into like kind of competence hierarchies. But even ones that are not like that well, they're not even the lines are pretty blurred because everyone understands the usefulness of each other person. Oh fuck! I forgot what my point was. What did she say just then to prompt me to say that? Lev's still in the chat. What's Lev saying? Random question. What is your option of letting go of women and getting AA waifus birthing parts? Opinion of letting go of women and... I think that's a terrible thing for humanity. I honestly do. There'll be some subset of men, like a very small subset of men who are just not socially, and they're never going to be socially savvy. They're just like too autistic, too socially inept, or maybe too low IQ or whatever, where maybe some level of service like that for them makes sense. You know, they can get some kind of gratification from that. Maybe that will help stop them from being sexually perverse or you know, projecting their sexual frustration out on into the world. But generally speaking, I think the idea is terrible, like in terms for men and women in general. I think men and women need to be humanizing each other more rather than trying to create digital surrogates for each other that are completely dehumanized and just stereotyped and there. Yeah, no, I think it's a terrible idea generally. Want to join the stream this Thursday about this subject? Oh, I don't know. I might do. I will have 2 people who are all for it. So we can colonize space. Evening time, Eastern time. Oh no, I've been on Break the Rules a few times before. I didn't know if he. I've been taking it easy lately, so I've not been trying to be too hard on the podcast scene. But I do like Break the Rules, so it is fun. I haven't done a proper debate yet on Break the Rules yet either. I don't think. So it could be interesting to do that actually. I just don't know. I haven't really thought about it too deeply, so I don't know. My initial thought is I think it's bad, but I don't know how much more argumentation I can give other than what I just gave you there. I suppose I just have to bounce off what the other people are saying, but I don't know if my opinion goes much deeper than that. So I don't know. There could be better people to have, but I'll keep it in mind, definitely, because I don't think I'm doing anything. And if it's not too late, the only thing is I have to make sure my partner isn't in work early the next day, because if she is, I've made a promise to her that I'm not going to do any podcasts or anything late at night when she's got work in the morning, because there's been a couple of times now where I've ended up keeping her up and she's been really annoyed at me. So we made a house rule, so I'd have to double check that with her to make sure that that's the case, because I get loud when I'm talking on stream and stuff. It's hard because you have to wear headphones and stuff. Like, it's hard to control the volume of your voice. So yeah, it would depend on the time. It would depend on my partner, but I will keep that in mind. I'll tell you what. I'll get in touch with you on Twitter, Lev. I'll get in touch with you on Twitter. What day is it now? Monday. I'll get in touch with you I'll probably get in touch with you tomorrow. I'll speak to her tonight, and then I'll get in touch with you tomorrow at some point just to let you know what's going on. But if you can let me know the time, that'd be really good. 7:30 Eastern. Oh, 7:30 is pretty damn late over here. Like, what are we talking there? It's like 12:30 to kick off. And if we're going to be there for 2 to maybe even 3 hours, I don't know. I'll see. I'll keep it in mind, but that's a little bit later than usual, so I'll have to see there. But thank you for the offer. I really do appreciate that, because it does sound like a fun debate. Anyway, let's crack on. Oh, we can send you an article. Yeah, send me an article. Send me an article. And I'll have a think about it. If my partner isn't in work the next day, I might be able to get away with it. But it just depends if I'm actually going to be awake enough to even have a debate, because when I start getting tired, my brain starts shutting down, and I'm not as sharp as I would like to be, and I don't like that. It starts making me feel like I can't make arguments properly and stuff. So so then I start to feel like I'm being more of a burden than a boon to the stream, you know?
Rich people in general. usually still dominantly white, but there's an increasing number of women who are also just being shitbags. It's not men that set up society. It's just society. Fucking hell.
I kind of agree, but it is an amalgamation of women's and men's expectations. But I think this is why calling it patriarchy is outdated. Because it was way more predicated on men's expectations for a very long time, to the point that it was basically legislated, literally. Whereas now, in the past 50, 60 years, after there's been a few generations and we're at the point where we are now, societal expectations are an amalgamation of men's and women's expectations that are being pressurized from both sides. So I don't really see it as a patriarchy anymore. It's more that there's just there's echoes of patriarchy past, you know, and they are kind of having ripple effects throughout society. But I don't know if you can really call it patriarchy. I don't feel like it's a concerted effort to set up society to benefit men when men clearly do not benefit in a whole host, a myriad of different ways. So it's just, I don't know. It's not really realistic, you know what I mean?
It was so based for so long.
Hold on. So instead of talking about the actual issues from the
Right.
top down and going,
Like, poverty and abortion is a very important conversation. If women are choosing abortions because they don't feel like they can afford the luxury of a child, that's a whole other fucking conversation. That's a tragedy at every level. That's a tragedy and a societal failure.
the whole way, we go to the
True.
most oppressed person involved and make it their fault.
Mansplaining is overly criticized.
100%. Men love to explain. We love it. We love to explain. We explain to each other. We explain to women. We'll explain in an empty room. We will. We like to understand things, and we like to impart the knowledge. Usually, between men do the most amount of mansplaining to other men, right? That's number one. But the reason that men don't see it as a problem is because men like sharing knowledge. They don't see it as a personal attack if somebody tells them something that even maybe they might already know, but it's just for a conversation, or they're explaining to somebody, maybe they're doing something, maybe they're working out, or they're playing a video game, or I don't know, whatever the fuck they're doing. And maybe they're doing some workshops, or maybe they're doing some woodworking or whatever. And a guy will go, if you do this technique here, and you'll do it this way, and blah, blah, blah. Now, if you do that with a woman, she'll think that you're speaking down to her, you're condescending her by trying to give her this information. Whereas men, if they know the information already, they will literally not think twice, and they will just go, oh yeah, no, I know, I'm just doing it this way for this reason, right? They're not going to even think anything of it. Or two, they will take the advice and go, oh, sick. I just learned something. Brilliant. You know what I mean? Like, they just see it as an opportunity. It's very rare that a man will take quote-unquote mansplaining as any kind of insult or condescending. It does happen sometimes, but usually when men are being condescending, it's usually pretty obvious. And most of the time, when they're quote-unquote mansplaining, they're not purposefully trying to be condescending or anything like that. They are legitimately usually just trying to either have a conversation, or they think they're telling you something that you don't know, or something like that. It's just not really a big deal to most men. Most men expect this from other men. I've never once really ever thought about it. And then when it starts happening to women, I'm like, mate, not only do women do this as well, by the way, women fucking full on mansplain loads of shit all the time. They could be just as bad, if not worse, sometimes. But also, women take it as some kind of, like, personal affront, like, when it happens. Like, they don't use it as an opportunity for conversation. They don't use it, or at least since this term came into being, now it primes women to kind of take men giving them advice or trying to help them or impart some knowledge or whatever as mansplaining, and they're just primed to view men's interactions with them as negative. Like this is why they come up with these kinds of terms, is to prime women to be divided from men.
I frequently come across videos online where like a man will respond back to a broad generalization about women, and they'll be like, oh, you're just mansplaining it, as if men aren't allowed to have a voice in the conversation. And I think that the term itself, it's just not really defined.
Yeah, okay, mansplaining can actually be super helpful. This is why I always say man answering, because I man answer all the time. It's like, you're right, it did become just a thing of like, men are explaining things to people, mansplaining, and it's just like, again, like, if a man is explaining to me like the process of like reproduction because he knows more about like my own fucking cycles, that's fine. But man answering is more so when you'll say something very confidently that you logically think is probably a reasonable enough answer, but you don't actually know if it's true. You've just said it because it's logical, and probably you're the type of person who, when you give a logical answer, you're right like 80% of the time, even though it's just mostly like a logical guess. That's man answering. And I do this shit all the time, where somebody will ask me a question, I will confidently give them an answer, they'll believe me, and I'm right 80% of the time, but I don't actually know for sure 100 redundantly % that I am right until...
Isn't that like just normal conversation? Nobody's got like a photographic encyclopedia brain. You know what I mean? You're right 80% of the time because usually your mind's fairly accurate, but you might just get some of the details wrong, but your general point is correct, you know, or whatever. Like, that's just normal human conversation. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's like got this 100% amazing brain that's always going to be completely on point, you know? I don't know if that's distinct to men or not, really.
After I go check and I'm like, oh, fuck, okay. Which I'm trying to stop because it's very dumb to do. But nobody ever talks about that.
No, when you're having just normal conversations, it's fine. If you're coming into like a debate where you need to know your shit, then you better be bringing those studies. You better have your research backed up in all the tabs at the top before you get in that debate. But when you're just having a general conversation, or if you're just like this, when I'm just reacting to this stream, this is just a general thing. Most of what I'm saying is coming from my own experience, stuff I've seen online, studies that I've read that I don't remember properly off the top of my head. But just stuff that has given me a general amalgamation of my point of view. Also reading feminist literature and articles, blah, blah, blah. You know, just a lifetime of all that kind of stuff. And then I'm just giving my point of view through the filter of all that stuff. Now, am I always going to be 100% correct on everything I'm saying? Probably not. But who cares? Because if we lived to that standard, we wouldn't be able to have any conversation about anything. So there's just no point.
And I call it man answering because I see men.
Lil Hewish says, mansplaining, horrible millennialism. Why does the word man even factor into the concept of a confident answer? Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, why? Like, to me, I always thought of mansplaining as being like a condescending thing. It's like men being condescending to women, thinking that women don't know things, even if they do, right? But that's not even how they're talking about it here. She's not even talking about it in that way. And I think that's just mainly because it isn't really what they say. Like, mansplaining, it does happen, but like I say, it happens to other men, and it's not just men who do it. Women do it too. Women can condescend men or other people all the time. So I think, like I said before, I think they come up with these things, specifically put man in the title of it, purposefully because they are trying to prime women to dislike men. So if they say that you're having a social interaction with a man is him mansplaining something to you, that you're priming them to see this in a negative light, rather than taking it as an opportunity for a discussion or to actually learn some new information or be open-minded in some way or another. Like, instead, they're primed to say, whenever a man's trying to explain something to me, he's doing it for nefarious reasons, and I shouldn't listen to what he's saying. You know what I mean? It's pretty fucking horrible, actually.
And do it way more. Women answering is... Okay, so man answering is confidently giving an answer that you don't actually know the answer to. You just give them the most logical answer. Woman answering is pretending that you don't understand something when by all reasonable... For every reason, you should understand it wholly. Okay, that's woman answering. When they're like... When they like have one fuck up on technology and they're like, I don't understand technology. And you're like, what do you mean? You just like Bluetooth me your pinpoint location. You sent me a voice memo and you've attached like multiple attachments to your email. But now you don't know how to use like the fucking editing function on your emails. Come on, Janet, you're lying, okay? Same with like when fucking Kevin will be like, hey, Kevin, where do I like... How do I deal with this car issue? And he's like, well, I'm a man, so I better have the answer. And he'll just fucking say shit. He'll be like, oh, well, it's probably this, 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 and this. And then you go look it up, and it's not. What?
Okay. I see men and women doing that, but I see what she means. I think men do it more, that style of logical answering without necessarily knowing. But I also find it's really common for men. Maybe this is an American thing, I don't know, but here in the UK, it's pretty common for people to just say, oh, I don't know, ask this other person who is interested in cars. They'll be able to say, like, you know, this example she's given, like I don't know much about cars. If some girl's like, oh, do you know, I'm having this problem with my car, and like, blah, blah, blah. I would literally just straight up say, oh, I don't know fucking anything about cars. Go and ask one of my other friends who does know something about cars. He'll be able to tell you. Like, I don't play this weird game where I'm like trying to pretend like I know everything all the time. I only answer to things that I feel I do have a grasp on. But if they really push me for an answer, I'll say, well, you know, given my limited knowledge of engineering, maybe you just need to change this, or maybe you need to do that. But I would always say, but please actually ask somebody who knows, because I don't fucking know. Like, you know what I mean? I would never sit there pretending like I fucking know something that I really actually don't. I think that's a little silly. But like I say, it might be a bit more of an American thing. I don't know. Because it does feel a little bit like... Although gender roles are somewhat enforced in the UK, it's not quite as stringent as it seems in the US at times. So...
Why did he say it so confidently? And then when you ask him, he's like, well, I didn't really know. It's like, then don't fucking say anything, Kevin. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Man answering, woman answering. There you go. My gift to all of you.
And mansplaining is just not real.
Yeah.
Like, it literally is a man explaining something, and these people get angry about it. Like, that's the reality of the times in which we live. And it also, it hurts the ability of men to have conversations with women, because you think, oh wow, if I explain this issue to her, then I'm gonna be accused of mansplaining, or I'm gonna be accused of being sexist because I don't think she understands it. That's toxic, and it hurts women.
I could be wrong before you give a man answer is the best way to ensure that you're not giving a man answering. You go, I could be wrong, but this is my best guess, right? That, now you're not man answering. You're being epistemically humble. That's why I try to maximize saying that as often as I can.
Yeah, true. Yeah. And I hear people saying that a lot as well. I hear a lot of men saying that kind of thing, where it's like, oh, I could be wrong, but this is how I've seen it, or this is the kind of things I've read about it, or blah, blah, blah. That seems to be, like, incredibly common. But again, might just be a UK thing. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah.
Solution to woman answering is just giving an answer that you know is true. Even if you're worried it might be wrong, just give it a try. You can even caveat it with, I might be wrong, but I think this is how. Okay?
It hurts men, and it's just not a way for us to have a functioning society.
At its core...
Why do women do that? I need to hear more.
A lot. So just like men are kind of socialized to have the answers, like that's kind of like we assume that men have the answers, and that if they don't, there's like a masculinity crisis going on, right? Like men feel like they must have the answer, hence man answering. Women are often socialized to assume that they need help, right? This is why, like...
Okay, when she's saying about socialized, though, I don't know if she's really fully putting it into context, because it's not that just that men are socialized, it's that their attractiveness is also levied against their ability to have these answers. So women are looking to men to have the answers, right? It's not just that they're socialized. It's that women in general, men are subliminally conscious of the idea that if a woman finds them competent or knowledgeable, that's going to help them be attractive to women, right? So their instinct is to have an answer ready, especially in the presence of women, because they'll be like, well, I want to maximize my attractiveness. So if I just give an answer now, then I'm kind of showing my knowledge. And if I'm wrong, but I'll take the chance. I'll just do it for that, right? She's now saying something about women needing help, but I don't know if that is the driver between of women pretending to be dumber than they are about something. I always feel like it's a bit more of a deflection and a fear of confrontation reaction. So if they're getting challenged on something or whatever, instead they want to just kind of go, oh, well, I don't really know. And then even if they do know, and just so they can avoid having a dispute with somebody. That's what it seems like to me a lot of times. But, you know, I could be wrong.
A lot of people...
I could be wrong, guys.
If you're going to offer help to somebody, if you see somebody struggling, this is why if you do, like, there's tons of social psych studies where, like, you'll have two people struggling with the same shit, teacher, and whether it's in a classroom or in, like, any other environment, if it's a woman struggling, people will come over right away, help her out, and give her the answers. Where if it's a man, they kind of leave him alone to deal with it, right? So women, in many ways,
yeah, that's like a perfect microcosm of how men and women are treated in society in general. It's a complete, like, this is what annoys me about what she said earlier about how the men are like not understanding the complications of women's issues, and they say women have it easier, but realistically women just have complex issues, blah 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 blah. Like, she was kind of saying the opposite, well, not the opposite, but she was alluding to the opposite earlier, that women don't necessarily have it easier and all that stuff. And now she's citing loads of psychological studies where women get help when they're struggling. Like, people just naturally come and help them, and it's ubiquitous. It comes up in every single one of these studies, and it just seems to be a unanimously held thing that happens. So she's kind of actually admitting that that is what is happening.
Are kind of like socialized to always presume that if something goes wrong, it's not their fault and they didn't know why. Because we're always assumed to, like, know less. We're assumed to be, like, less competent on the thing. And so a lot...
Only because... It depends what you're talking about. But it's only because women rarely show a greater interest in certain aspects of life. So when it comes to, like, engineering or architecture, you know, city planning, plumbing, electronics, robotics, software programming, technology in general, you know, sports, I suppose, even philosophy and shit like that, even though there is a fair amount of women who get interested in philosophy. But, like, men really, like, men even that are not involved in stuff like that will have some level of general knowledge about, like, construction or whatever, right? They will kind of have this knowledge of stuff that women largely don't usually know much about. Like, you know, the kinds of questions I get from women about various topics are not the same kinds of questions that I get from men about topics. You get me? Like, it's hard to put it into words properly, but it's not that I expect women to just know less. Like, if I know a woman's been in an industry of something, like, say if I know a woman's been in construction, like, I will take her knowledge all day long. Like, I will not question it. But the vast majority of times, women will give, like, kind of half-baked opinions about shit that they don't really know or talk about. I mean, a lot of women are just blind to the fact of how much men actually even do in society. Like, there's so many women who literally think that if men disappeared, they'd be fine. Like, they literally think that, like, they'd be able to survive without men. And they have no clue what men are actually doing in society to prop it up. Like, they have no idea. So this is why men sometimes approach women in that way, because a lot of times, like very often, women actually don't know about a lot of things. They don't know how the world is structured, or about logistics, or about the necessity for war, or the deeper aspects to politics and blah blah blah. I don't know. It's just like a lot of them don't have an interest in any of that, because a lot of them don't need to have an interest in stuff like that. They don't need to care about any shit like that a lot of times. They care about political issues that affect them directly, which is why a lot of them become feminists and stuff. But when it comes to like understanding politics as like a psychological phenomena, they don't really view it in that way, I don't think. You know, I just don't I'm not saying that no women do. I just don't think it's as many women. Like, you know, I would say it's like a good subset. It's like 20 to 30% of women get engaged in slightly more esoteric and weird, interesting, or more like detailed, weird shit or whatever. But a lot of women are not. Like, they're really just not. Even a lot of men aren't either, I suppose. But like, yeah, like I say, you could take right 10 normal guys off the street and 10 normal women from off the street, put them on a desert island together, and the men will still come out on top. Like, the men will build shelters competently. You know, they will understand irrigation. They'll understand how to orientate themselves on the island and present, you know, geographical markers so they understand where north, east, south, and west is. Like, in fact, what's really fucking interesting, right? What's really funny and interesting, right, is I've watched like every single Survivor, every single Bear Grylls, where they do this experiment, where they do the experiment with men and women on different islands and they have to survive and all that shit, right? And the one thing that women do every single time, I am not even joking, every single time, there's one or two women on the women's team who are legitimately, like, they can track, they know how to build shelters, they're very, they're obviously a bit more masculine energy in a way, in that they understand the need for irrigation, they understand the need for the shelter, they can do all this stuff. They always get voted off first in the first week. Like, literally, their only hope, the women's only hope, they vote off in the first week, like every single time. It's so bizarre. And then they start running around getting into problems and trouble. They can't build shelters properly, they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and then they start crying about it, getting stressed out and dehydrated and all this stuff. And it's like, mate, you literally got rid of the only person who could help you. And this is how dumb you are. This is how far removed you are from the practical realities of life and survival. This is why men can be like that with women sometimes. Because a lot of women do demonstrate that they don't have that knowledge a lot as well. I wouldn't say that about Erudite. I'd say Erudite would probably be the type of woman who gets voted off within the first week. I get the feeling that Erudite would rub up a lot of women the wrong way, because she does have a bit of masculine energy and she understands the importance of logistics and stuff like that. You know, Erudite's not the type of woman that I would approach in that way, because I can tell she's got more about her. But I'm sorry to say it, and I know it sounds horrible, I am sorry to say it, but unfortunately many women are just far removed from these kinds of things, and they just don't know what it takes. They just don't. And that is why men can be like that. I'm not saying it's right because sometimes that gets misapplied. That's probably where this comes from, I guess, is because women who maybe do know what they're talking about then end up getting tarred with the same brush. I can see that happening, but unfortunately, it's just one of them things. I think it's a similar thing with women though. Like I think women definitely talk down to men on certain issues that men clearly don't know about. There are certain things that women experience that men definitely don't know as much about. They can have opinions about it and whatever if they want, but realistically, they don't necessarily know. So sometimes they do get spoken down to based on those whatever topic it is. And I just think that's normal, isn't it? Isn't that just normal? That's just normal stuff. Why do we need these like gendered terms for this? Just seems a bit excessive to me. Seems a bit excessive.
A lot of women, like, the issue is there's pros to this, which is if you fuck up, you have an easy, like, plausible deniability. Teehee, I'm a woman. I just didn't know. I don't know technology. And it's like, shut up, Janet. Yes, you do know technology. I watch you. You know how to use technology. Fucking figure it out, right? It's just because of the way we socialize men and women. Men are socialized to have the answer, even if they don't. Women are socialized to be helped and, like, infantilized.
Or it's completely hypocritical because the feminist plight is that women need to have a voice and they're being
On average. Hashtag not all men, hashtag not all women. Obviously, I'm a woman, but I've mostly been socialized in my household for whatever reason to have more of like a lot of like traditionally like toxic masculine traits, man answering, stuff like that. Because there are a lot of ways I occupied a number of like masculine child roles in my household.
told they can't have a voice, and then they
Yeah, that explains a lot. But I don't consider her I don't consider her super masculine. I just see her as slightly more assertive than a lot of other women. But a lot of the women that I know in my life who I'm close to are a bit more like her, to be fair. But they are a bit of a dime a dozen, I will say. Like, I meet many more women not like her and not like my close female friends. I meet a lot more women like that than I do, you know, the erudites of the world. So
turn around and do the exact same thing and say, you're mansplaining me. You shouldn't have a voice about this topic because you're a man.
And we're targeted because of our identity, and no one cares about it because we're supposedly in positions of power, so we don't get to be victims. We don't get to say, oh, you should feel bad for us because we're men, so we don't get to have the luxury of having the benefit of the doubt of society or the media or any of those things, and it's a shame. It's a shame.
Right, yeah.
I'm going to guess this conversation is going to be absolutely
I'm going to speak about mansplaining from a different perspective because you guys are talking about controversial topics. I'm going to talk about it from just like a day-to-day perspective. In my relationship with my partner, how I try to be really mindful of mansplaining is when she is sharing her struggle, I think a tendency that can be conditioned in me through just how men dominate and want to have to solve problems and all that is I want to jump in and just solve it and try to explain what's happening here and try to question her experience and be like, hey, like, well, did you think about this? Did you think about that? Well, I see this. That inherently in itself comes off.
I wouldn't classify that as mansplaining. I would classify that as being inattentive generally, and it's something I had to learn too, by the way. Sometimes it's appropriate, but most of the time it's not. And with men, that is what you would do. With men appreciate coming up with a plan, trying to fix something. That is how you approach a man. Women don't necessarily need that as much. They don't need you to be trying to fix it for them. They just want you to listen to them vent about something. And it takes a little while to get used to. I'm not going to lie. It takes a little while to get used to approach it in that way. But it does help to know when and when not to. But I don't consider that. They all seem to be having a different conception of what mansplaining is. I don't know. I don't even know if most women would consider that to be mansplaining, really. Anyway.
As mansplaining, because what is the counter to mansplaining is actually getting consent from.
He's like, everyone's. This is a really interesting point because I would agree with him that men are more likely to do this, but this isn't because of mansplaining. This is because men in general, when they choose emotional regulation strategies, they typically choose problem focused strategies, right? So if you look, for example, so a ton of studies on like grief amongst like parents after a child dies. It's like the most extreme form of emotional processing, right? What we see is that women typically select emotional regulation strategies that are about social bonding. So they do a lot of like talking to their friends about their feelings, whereas men tend to choose problem solving. So like a man in the midst of grief, right? The woman's going to go to her friends for like 2 weeks straight and cry. The man's going to build a shed. That's like really low resolution gender stereotypes of this. So it's like, it is.
But yeah, kind of true. I know what she means though, that they'll embroil themselves in some kind of hobby or project or to take their mind away from it, something else to focus on. Yeah.
Kind of mansplaining, I guess, but it's more so like lack of emotional like fluency, right? Like when a woman is telling you her problems, she's more likely the type of person, because she's a woman and women are socialized to do the social bonding more with emotional problems. She doesn't want you to solve it. She wants you to hear her, right? So it's kind of mansplaining. I can understand why people call it mansplaining to some degree. It's just mansplaining is typically like a negative thing. I don't think that the guy is doing a negative thing. He's just doing an emotionally unfluent thing, which is he's imposing on the woman what would solve his emotions. He's trying to help her. He's just not realizing that what would help him in this moment isn't necessarily the same as her.
Yeah, and that's why I said it was inattentive. It's not like a big deal. But I think, like, if you want to have a better relationship with your partner, then taking this kind of approach is usually better. I will say that, like, my partner does actually ask me to help her solve an issue here and there, like, kind of more explicitly. And that's, and I think that's kind of what it is for women. It's like, if they want your help, they're actually going to ask for it. But when they come into you and venting, that's actually just all they want to do, and yeah, it's just difficult to yeah. Mansplaining to me is more about condescendingly telling people stuff that either they already know or you just don't respect their intelligence or something like that. But I mean, like again, mansplaining, I just think it's a bad word because I see people doing that all the time, men and women. You know what I mean? Like, to other people, men or women. I just don't think it's unique to men at all.
He would want problem solved. She just wants you to hear her problems.
The other person. How do you want to be supported? Do you want me to support you and listen to you? Or do you want me to help solve problems?
It's also, mansplaining is also not just a man having an opinion. Right. That's not the situation. The idea is when a man interjects an opinion that he either is not fully educated on or does not have the appropriate empathy to be able to talk about.
See,
How is that different than a woman
qualifies
doing
that?
that?
Yeah, exactly.
That's my issue.
Then feel free when a woman does that to say you're womansplaining. I don't think that they'll
but
get very
There's a reason
it.
that term doesn't exist,
and that's
because you're not
childish.
allowed to do that towards women in
I
society.
promise you,
today.
if you did that, it would be
That's
just fine.
You just invented
It would be just fine.
Well, I think that
They're like, you know what the real solution to you anti-feminists for mansplaining? Just tell women they're womansplaining.
I think the difference is, though,
maybe it's just better to try and, like, this is why I don't like all this, like, gender divisive stuff. You could literally just say, hey, it's not cool to be condescending to people, right? And you can teach that to kids. It's not gendered. You're not alienating anybody. You know, you don't have to tell little boys that they have to be careful about themselves in particular and single them out. You don't have to create these dual gendered things of womansplaining versus mansplaining or whatever. You can just say, being condescending is bad. Like, you know what I mean? That's all you have to do. It doesn't have to be this gendered warfare all the fucking time.
when if that were to happen to men, it wouldn't quiet our voices to being completely unheard. My wife is a physics and math teacher. If she has the answer to a question in a staff meeting, she's going to have to be louder than the men.
That is so much bullshit. I know that occasionally women can be spoken over a bit and whatever, but I think women are listened to in society in general. I don't think women are just completely ignored in society. Like, I think you'd have to be an absolute grade A retard to actually believe that, because how would feminism have gotten to where it is today if people didn't listen to women? Like, that's just a delusional, like, absolutely delusional take, in my opinion.
in the room because that is the way society has conditioned people to operate.
And
No. There's also an argument to say, maybe Erudite's going to say this here actually, but there is also an argument to say that maybe women need to adapt to men a bit as well. There's always this pressure for men to adapt to women's sensibilities and their nature and giving them room and space. And by the way, I'm not saying that's actually wrong, by the way. It's just that's the only pressure. Men have to adapt to women when they come into the men's workplace. Women don't have to adapt to men. They get upset if they have to adapt to men's way of doing things. If they're forced to shout a bit louder or be more assertive in the conversation, like a man would have to be, then they get all butthurt about it and start crying. It's like, mate, you wanted to come into the male workplace, you wanted those rights, now you have to adapt, right? If that's what you want to do, you have to adapt. You can't expect everyone else to change for you when you're the one that wanted to come in to this group. You know what I mean? So I think there has to be some give and take at the end of the day. As much as I do think it's okay to say to men, hey, give women a bit of room, don't just be fucking dominated, be a bit more conscientious. I still think it goes the other way, where it should say to women, hey, yeah, men are going to try and be more conscientious, but you've also got to be more assertive. You can't be, we're not just going to baby you the whole time. You know what I mean? If you're scared to get your opinion in, maybe this isn't the job for you. You know? That kind of thing. And then they can be like, oh, it's not fair. And it's like, mate, life ain't fair. Grow some fucking balls.
Teaching, literally, there's probably not men in the room, and probably not. I would say this is not mostly the case. She doesn't need to be louder than the men. She actually needs to be as loud as the men. More often when you look at like work exchanges, for example, women just are socialized. You can maybe, for whatever reason, whether you want to say it's essentialist, nature or nurture, I don't give a fuck. Women tend to be more agreeable in society, whether that's programmed or built in. I don't care.
Probably a bit of both.
Which means at a work meeting, the woman doesn't need to be louder than the men. She needs to be as loud as the men. The issue is that a lot of women don't realize how loud that actually is, how like bold you need to be in speaking up, because they don't have the experience of being socialized as a young man. So it's not really about women being louder than men. It's about being as loud as the men, which women are not socialized on how to do that well. We don't really know what that looks like. So when we feel like we're being really loud, half the time, like a lot of women, they'll be like, I'm going to be super gusto. I remember doing like assertiveness training with like a couple of clients, and they're like, you're right, I need to be more assertive. And then they would be like, you know, next group therapy, I'm going to be more assertive. And I'd be like, based. And then they would try in group therapy. And then they would like at the end of group therapy, be like, do you feel like that were you more assertive? And she'd be like, yeah. And I was like, really? When? And she's like, you notice this moment when this person said this thing to me, and then rather than saying I'm sorry first, I said I hear you, but I'm not, like, it'll be like one slight change, and I'm like, okay, yep, more assertive, I suppose. So a lot of it is more just like women need to be socialized in how to speak up as loudly.
I think loud is the wrong kind of word to use. It's not usually about being loud. It's about inserting yourself into the conversation at key points. And knowing when to do that and knowing when to bring your point forward. It's kind of like a social cue thing, really. And it's hard to do. I mean, like when there's a bunch of men together and everyone's kind of jumping all over each other to speak, you know, men are interrupting each other, they're talking over each other to have their debate and whatever. And that's just how it is. And if you want to be a part of that situation, then you've just kind of got to do as the Romans do. And you got to figure it out for yourself. But I think a lot of women do have trouble with it. I think Erudite's right. A lot of women do have trouble with it because I don't think they're usually used to having people stop, wait, and listen for them whenever they want to say something. Like in friendship groups with girls, I don't know if you guys have ever noticed this, but a lot of times there will be one person speaks at a time, and if unless it's an argument, then they're all just shouting all over each other. But like in a lot of times with women, there's usually like a dictator of the group who is like the main speaker. It's weird, but that's just kind of how women are. And yeah, it's they struggle to find the will because they're usually quite happy with that. They kind of like that setup, I think. But then when they want to get involved with men and stuff like that, get involved in debates and blah blah blah, work meetings, whatever it is, then they just got to kind of suck it up and start figuring out what they got to do at the end of the day. You can't be babied your whole fucking life, you know what I mean? Men had to learn it, that means you've got to learn it. You know? It's as simple as that, really.
This makes it seem like men are loud. When I'm saying loud, I don't mean decibels. I mean the confidence by which you speak. When you listen to men and women talk about ideas, this is why all men's panels, so panels versus all women's panels are really fascinating. Because if you get to an all women's panel, there's a lot more caviting, a lot more trying to hear each other for a lot of the times, and nobody making really strong claims until we all get kind of like emotionally comfortable in this space. And then usually we'll start saying things and you'll start seeing more like passive aggression come out if there's any aggression on the women's panel. Whereas in men's panels, a lot of time people from the get-go have their intro statement and they make a very strong claim right from the beginning with a period at the end, right? Women often speak with like commas or like hyphens. There's like always something they might be willing to add after their statement.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a little bit of a better way of summing it up than I did. But yeah, I would totally agree with that.
Especially in male-dominated spaces.
Yeah.
That's what mansplaining is. I have one more question. Is it about the word?
Yeah, that's what I feel.
Is it
like
about the
people
word?
getting hung up on like words
No,
like
Y'all really
mansplaining
don't. Y'all have a lot
and
of problems with a lot of
patriarchy,
these
like,
languages.
When you say mansplaining,
Well, yeah, because the words do actually matter. It's amazing to me that, like, leftists will bang on all day about rhetoric. Like, if Trump says the wrong word, oh my god, it's a fucking field day, isn't it? Like, everyone's going crazy. You're gonna raise hate crimes. You're gonna cause so much damage in society because you said this word. But then they will come up with purposefully divisive language, like mansplaining, words like that, and be like, "What? You're just mad about the word? Oh my god!" It's like, how do you hold these two opinions at the same time, that rhetoric and words matter and have broad societal impacts, and at the same time you're just like, "Oh, it's just a word, bro. Get over it." It's like, mate, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. Like, stop it. And the left are the worst for that. They do not give a fuck about the rhetoric that they spew. They have no care whatsoever.
you have to understand that subconsciously we're already creating a divide when really a woman can mansplain by definition the way you guys are explaining it, and that's just as wrong as if a man does it. So why is it called mansplaining? Why isn't it just disrespectful?
So when your life is not at stake, when you're not being attacked, I think you can focus on language. When you're not at
this guy clearly comes from some kind of coddled background. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? This is so stupid. Oh, do I have to get the stats up? Do I have to? Do I have to show the stats that men face upwards of 90% of all violence in pretty much any country you can fucking think of? Men's lives are at fucking risk way more than women's are. It's not even close. Like, it's just not, it's night and day. It's just not even close. It's unbelievable. I hate it when people say shit like this because they just clearly do not look into this at all.
Risk of being.
You live in U.S., dude. That doesn't
Men are
happen.
attacked every single day.
Women are attacked more.
But I think from a
Women
societal...
are attacked more. No, they are fucking not, mate. They are absolutely not. So, it hurts my brain hearing that. It hurts it so bad.
standpoint, you guys talk a lot about social conditioning and how women feel uncomfortable. But don't you think this narrative that you're saying right now is contributing to that? Telling women that they should be scared when they're in an environment full of men. Telling women that, you know, they are oppressed, they are this, they're that. By telling women they're less than men.
Let me respond to that. They're not telling them that. They're validating the fact that that's the reality.
Right.
Women.
Is it? Is it the reality? Okay, fuck it. Right, we're gonna get the stats up right now because I'm not having that. I'm not having it. Absolute bullshit. How many women... Oh, how many women killed in USA? Let's do 2020. Just because I don't know if these stats have been done for 21, 22. It usually takes like a year or two for stuff to catch up to itself. But 2020, it's usually not like too different between the years, usually anyway. Killed in the US, 2020. Right, so globally, so we're going to talk globally, but I want the US. Murder in the US, victims by race, ethnicity, and gender. So, the total deaths were 17,754. Of the total that were male, 14,146. For females, 3,500. It's literally not even anywhere close. Nowhere close. Like, for males, they're like, what? How many more times likely are they to be murdered? What is that, 3 or 4? 3, 6, 9, 12. It's actually closer. They're 5 times more likely to be the victims of homicide. 5 times. Like, it's just not even... Mate, it's just not even close. Nowhere near. It's fucking madness that people even say this shit at all. And then what else have we got? What else have we got here? That's just homicide, right? Let's have a look at violent crime statistics in the US. Do we want national police? Oh, that's police violence, sorry. We don't want that right now. So we got reported violent crime rate in the US, but that's not going to give me the breakdowns by gender. Where's the FBI one? Where's the FBI tables? Here we go. So crime in 2020, violent crimes. 1,200,000. So like basically close to 1.3 million violent crimes, right? Have they got the tables for me? Crime Data Explorer, here we go. Click here. Sorry, it's just going to take a second, but I'm doing this to make a big point because I'm seeing this point come up a lot lately on Twitter and in other places where people are saying stuff like that women are in danger more, and it's just not fucking true. It's just not fucking true at all. Oh my god. Right, okay. No, this isn't good. I don't want this. This isn't what I normally find. Okay, right. FBI violent crime table. That should help me. Yeah, here we go. All right, so that's 2019. But again, they actually went up a little bit, but the ratios are usually about the same. So I'm just using this as an example. Nationwide. Which table is it now? We want to look at total population, violent crime. No, we don't want that one. No, that's just by region. Sorry, it might just take me a second. It's violent crime. No. About table 6. That's by county as well. Robbery by location. Again, this isn't breaking it up by gender or anything. There will be one like this. Hey, tell you what, actually, I'm just gonna run to the toilet because I am getting a little desperate. I'll be back in just 2 seconds. But we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out because there is a table that breaks out the violent crime. I know there is. Oh, okay, so I think it might be table, one of the later ones. It might be like table 12 or something. The lower down ones. Let's have a little look here. So, all agencies, all C's. No, that's not it. Nope. Let's try 16. Yeah, it's breaking it down by per capita. Nah. Which one is it? Alright, let's go from the bottom. Right, so these are just like percent changes and stuff. It's really annoying. It will be here. It will be here. I've looked at this stuff before. I just can't remember what fucking number it is. Oh, come on, man. No, that's not it. I was just looking at them, wasn't I? Dot table 10. Dot table 11. Nope. 12. 13. Oh, this is annoying. There's ones that break it down by race and gender and stuff like that of all the different offences, and then the known perpetrators and all that kind of stuff, right? Oh my god. I swear to God. Right, here we go. FBI violent crime table. Right, let's try this. Let's go race, gender. That's homicide. It's hate crime again. Table 43. What year is this? That's 2019. This is by race, but I wanted gender. I'm divvying them up by thingy. So that one's just race. In fact, I'll just take race out of it because I don't actually want that. All right, here we go. Okay, so arrest by sex. Okay. What about victims? Is this really? Is this going to tell me? Yeah, this is just telling me the amount of people arrested. I don't want the amount of people arrested. Although, I will say that generally speaking, males do attack other males, so it's like that's just known. Oh, this is total. Then there's under 18s. Percent change. Arrest trends. I don't want arrest trends. Oh, it's so annoying. You'd think they just have like the amount of victims. Well, I mean, we already can see that most of the homicide victims are male, right? We already established that fact, right? We've already got that one down. Let's see if we can just find like assault. This is all hate crime stuff. I'm not trying to do hate crime. That's hate crime as well. That's hate crime from 2013. Yeah, this is hate crime as well. Ugh. Okay, maybe we can find it a different way than the FBI tables. Are men the primary victims of violence? Sorry this took so long. I thought that was going to be a bit quicker and easier, but I wasn't actually prepared to do this. But I know this to be a fact, right? I just wanted to get this fact up as quickly as possible. So, violence against men. Violence against men is a term for violent acts that are disproportionately or exclusively committed against men or boys. Men are overrepresented as both victims and perpetrators of violence. That's correct. Studies of social attitudes show violence is perceived as more or less serious depending on the gender of the victim and perpetrator. Reporting on violence against men shows disparities. People are less likely to report a man hitting another man to the police than a man hitting a woman. Male law enforcement officers, and that has a citation right there, so I'm assuming that is a study right there on aggressive behaviour. Okay. Male law enforcement officers show a greater reluctance to file charges or reports when a man is the victim of domestic abuse. And that is also backed up by, it seems, a few sources. The use of stereotypes by law enforcement is a recognised issue, and international law scholar Solange Mothan argues that in conflict scenarios, sexual violence against men has been ignored in favour of a focus on sexual violence against women and children, which is also actually true. I didn't even actually really think of that, but sexual violence against men in wartime actually is a common occurrence. One, again, that is very rarely spoken about, but it is absolutely there. One explanation for this difference in focus is the physical power that men hold over women, making people more likely to condemn violence with this gender configuration, which, you know, is somewhat obvious. Like, I do understand why women are wary, but the statistics just don't back up what they're saying. Like, the rate... The way in which they think of violence and men is a deluded spectrum, and the way that they think that they are in jeopardy or in danger is also deluded. The concept of male survivors of violence goes against social perceptions of the male gender role, leading to low recognition. Yeah, because women don't, and I guess men as well, don't want to see men as weak. They want to see them as strong because that's what attracts them to them. Due to perceptions of rape as a woman's issue, services designed to help sexual assault victims are not always equipped to handle male victims. In fact, I'll just add to this, there are almost 0 facilities for men. I think in the UK there's like 30 or something. I think there's roughly about 30 services that will take men. They're not specifically for men exactly, but they're domestic shelters that will also take men. But there's something like 400, 500 for women, something like that. Men are at much higher risk of being victims of violent crime than women, while women are more fearful of violent crime. This phenomenon is termed by researchers as the fear of crime gender paradox. Yep. So, I think it is pretty well known that women are more scared of crime, but are actually experiencing much less violence and crime than men are. Like, it's just not even close. Like, it's just not whatsoever. In situations of structural violence that include war and genocide, men and boys are frequently singled out and killed. The singling out of men and boys of military age occurs due to the assumption they are potential combatants and as a form of gender-based violence, which of course it is. These acts of violence are viewed as natural and come from the assumptions of the role of men in combat situations. This practice goes well back into recorded history, with Roman records from the conquering of communities point to the mass killing of the settlement's men and the enslavement of its women. Yeah, so estimate the murder of targets by sex during the Kosovo War estimates of civilian male victims of mass killings suggested that they made up more than 90% of all civilian casualties. Non-combatant men and boys have been targets of mass killings during war. Forced conscription can also be considered gender-based violence against men. Furthermore, examples may include filtration camps set up by Russia in occupied areas of Ukraine. Domestic and sexual violence. So basically, men are facing like pretty much the lion's share of all types and variables of violence in society. The only one, they still experience it, but at a reduced rate. The only one that they're not experiencing as much as women is sexual violence, and that's it. That's literally it. And maybe, and domestic violence. And that is it. And those are just 2 forms of violence of many. So, and they also experience those as well. Like, men are like 40% of domestic violence victims, and they're something roughly about 20% or so of sexual violence victims as well. So this is what I mean, is like men are getting it from all sides and nobody gives a fuck. Like, just nobody fucking cares, man. They'll just pretend like it's not happening, and then they'll say things like women are in more danger.
Should be
unbelievable.
encouraged to be financial.
Both of them are fucking right. That's the issue. The problem is, yes, you are validating it, and yes, we probably overstate it, right? The amount of fear that women have around men is unreasonable, right? Like, even though I mention all the time that a large portion of women's role and obstacles that they come across is the back end of their mind of safety. That's true. There's always this mental load of safety that women have that will be a little bit bigger than men because the physical threat thing. The issue is that because we've acknowledged that, we've now turned that into society as if you're alone with a man, you're at risk. And it's like, these are not the same claims. They're not the same thing. The fact that you have a greater mental load at all times because you are physically smaller than most of the population and therefore at a greater physical risk if an altercation happens isn't the same as to say a physical altercation is more likely to happen to you. These are not the same things. And the problem is that we act like it's the latter when it's the former.
Yeah, women are...
I'm going to clip that. That was a good one. Somebody clip that and then send it to my.
Yeah, women are just, statistically speaking, they're just nowhere near close to being as in much danger in almost like any circumstance, realistically. Like I say, it's just
Editor,
not
so they can
close
make
at
it
all.
short.
Independent of men.
Women should be encouraged to be financially independent of men. Only the
I think
Christian.
this one's a no-brainer, right? I believe that men and women are equal. They're just not the same. And I think with that equality comes equal responsibility to be able to provide for yourself. And when I think
Get ready for the Christian to be hella cringe. Maybe he won't be, maybe he won't be, but
about what could provide for oppression, if that were
can't
to
clip
exist,
inside.
would
You're
be
letting me
this
down.
idea that they were tethered to men to live their lives. I think if you remove
guess
that
I gotta
tethering, then
be a
obviously women
mod.
are free to do whatever they please and exit very bad situations. You know, one of the most unfortunate stories that you hear so often is that so many women are forced to live in very dangerous circumstances because they don't know who's going to provide for their child if they leave. They don't know who's going to provide for them if they leave. And so I think financial independence for anyone is always just a good idea.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that point of view. Yeah, 100%. I think women should be financially independent, but I don't. But that's kind of where the independence kind of stops, in my opinion, though. Like, I don't think men and women need to be independent of each other in like a total sense, like a holistic sense. I think men and women need each other. So I don't subscribe to this idea that like you can just be this independent woman and you don't need no man. And same with men, like, you know, I think men and women need each other and they should want to need each other. But in terms of financial independence, having the right to be financially independent, I think is a huge thing for everybody. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I want to speak about this through a different lens. I think it should be like women should be empowered to be financially independent. Encouraged versus empowered takes a different like sense of support. Speaking to how men feel the need to provide. Sometimes when a woman makes more than a man, men can feel like they're less of a man because
That distinction he made is actually really helpful. I disagree with his point here, but this distinguishing encouraged from empowered is actually really good. Because in many ways, empowered sounds like policy. I would disagree with him. He's making it sound like we need policy to make sure that women are financially and stuff. I think the policies we have are good. I don't think we need to do any of that. But women do need to be encouraged to be financially independent. And for the most part, women are nowadays.
I would say so.
because the woman is taking more of like the boss and like provision kind of like role in the household. So I think that it's important to be able to equip women with being able to feel like they are empowered. And that is a feminist thing because it is breaking the gender norms of like what is masculine and what is feminine role.
Yeah, I also think it is important, though, in this conversation to recognize the women that don't want to be financially independent in a marriage. You know, there's a lot of women in our country that enjoy being mothers, and I think being a mother is one
incredibly valuable.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're, you know, stuck in their situation because they're doing something very valuable by sacrificing that freedom in order to raise our next
It's
generation.
just giving a choice, right?
And
Yeah.
their love is their labor,
Exactly,
right?
right,
Their love
exactly.
is their labor in their home.
At the end of the day, just them being able to have the option to get a job and all that kind of stuff means that they have kind of been liberated from that. Even if they choose to be a stay-at-home mum for years, if they wanted to come out of that and, you know, get some work and stuff, like they could do that. So yeah, I think women are in a pretty good place, generally speaking.
Okay, I have a few different thoughts. One of them would be the importance of the family. I think women should go out and be financially smart and know how to make money and be able to make money for themselves. But being independent of men leaves this notion of that you can never trust a man or that men are unsafe. And the problem that this brings is in the family. I think
Can
the
I ask you
nuclear-
why?
Hold on, I'm just going to finish my thought. I'll explain. With the nuclear family, you have, and this is for both men and women, they're the most happiest.
I hate when people do this. They take a claim and then they bake into their next claim. Like they'll be like, the claim women should be financially independent is not a bad thing, but what it's implying, and then they just bake in a bunch of shit that's not there. It's like, but what it tells women is that they should fear men financially. And it's like, I don't know if that's true, right? This feels very baked in, and I see it not mapping onto reality at all. I don't think most women think I should be financially independent because I'm afraid of my spouse. I'm afraid of men. It's more so I should be financially independent. Marriages end at a 50% rate, and I have to make sure that I can provide for myself regardless of a man, right? I should be able to be fully subsistent on myself without like needing a man to take care of me before I get into a relationship. I shouldn't be getting into a relationship so that I can pay my bills, right?
When they are in that kind of dynamic. And to your point about marriages where women makes more than the man, that's one of the biggest indicators of divorce. And I think there is a societal and honestly God-given responsibility for men to provide. So when men are told that women are going to be independent of you, you're stripping away a lot of their purpose and responsibility to be caretakers of women and to provide for women.
No. Inflation did that, okay? This isn't feminism. This isn't even being created. This is just the reality of the economic state, okay? Men cannot provide for their families independently anymore.
Yeah, but that is... I hate to say this because I don't mind that this happened, by the way. I think it was still a good thing overall. But literally the reason why is because women came into the labour market. You literally went for like overnight injecting 50% of the population into the market, which heavily suppressed wages for like literally decades because of it. So that is why the inflation went up. That is why men can't subsist on a single salary for the household now, is because of that happening. Yeah, that is literally what it is. Again, I'm not. To be fair, I think it should have happened. I do think women should be in the workplace. I'm not saying that it should go away or we shouldn't have it, but it is a direct consequence of it, and you just have to grapple with that. You just have to acknowledge that.
Like women must contribute. Most households are two income and must be, right? This is unironically, inflation is probably part of why polyamory is on the rise as well. It is more financially viable to have a 3-income household than a 2-income household at this point. Like unironically. And this is like what I mean. When I look at like sociological changes, we so often like leave it up to like great minds thinking of new ideas. And sometimes it's that. But a lot of times it's just like, damn, man, I can't afford shit. I can't afford these kids. They're too expensive, you know?
I would also say that the biggest group of people that are on antidepressants, and it's 1 in 4, are women that are 40, have a career, and have no family and no kids. Which is the real meaning of life is community, family, and relationships.
Can I respond to one specific thing you said, which is the demographic of women over 40 taking antidepressants, and you're using that as proof that they're the most depressed group. Men just kill themselves. So like all the men that have killed themselves, if they didn't do that and we're still here, men would predominantly be more depressed than women.
There's no basis.
Okay, come on. This guy's just right here. What the fuck is this? This is some weird ideologue tree from the anti-feminists. All of these anti-feminist men probably talk constantly about the degradation and like the extreme distress and suffering of men's mental health. I bet you they talk about it constantly. How men are killing themselves, they're addicted, and they're overdosing, right? All of this shit. And now that they're being like, the most common group of people to be depressed is men. It's like, is older women. It's like, yeah, because older men are killing themselves and not getting therapy at all or going on antidepressants at all. Women are more likely to seek antidepressants. Men are way less likely to seek antidepressants, and they're way more likely to kill themselves.
They kill themselves more.
But we're talking.
Do streamers get a better cut on YouTube or here? So Cryborn, it's sophisticated, okay? This is a...
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think I'd say men are probably more depressed than women. I don't know. It's hard to really put a finger on that one because who's to say what is more or less? I don't really know. But I think it does... I think it does say something about... They are deflecting a little bit here. It probably wasn't a good idea to say that women in their 40s doing this are the most depressed. That was probably not the greatest analysis. But it does say something about the state of women and men, I guess, that this is what is happening to them. Like, women are at their unhappiest, it seems, in society when they get to 40, they're in a career, they're childless and all that. They are at their most unhappy then. And men are really unhappy when their families are taken away from them. A lot of people who kill themselves are usually to do with not being able to fulfill certain societal pressures that are usually related to family, finding a mate, kids, all that stuff, right? So he's kind of right. The core of his message is still right. Like, what he's trying to say is that, like, men and women are happier when they've got purpose, and when that purpose is directed towards each other and having families and having communities together and raising them up together. You know, the studies show that they're the highest happiness, probably less, suicide rate, all that business. Whereas women who are in careers at 40 are their most depressed. That's women at their most depressed, and men, when they're at their most depressed, are killing themselves, right? And that's because they're having a lack of access. Both of these groups are having a lack of access to family support structures, love, compassion, etc.
A sophisticated process. It is better for you to financially, for you to watch me on Twitch. I'm almost always monetized on Twitch. I'm almost never monetized on a live stream on YouTube. However, if you're watching VODs afterwards, it's always better to watch my YouTube edited videos because those make the largest cut for like passive views. So there you go. Donation wise, YouTube takes a smaller cut than Twitch. So like a membership, I'll get a larger portion of the money than a Twitch sub.
Talking about two completely different points.
Well,
Right.
I think he's just saying that statistic is a little bit difficult to process.
It's out
because,
of context because the men that
there's other factors.
Yeah,
like
there's
you guys.
other factors.
There's always going to be other factors, but that's a
we're
clear
just pointing it out.
indicator that women at some point, whether they started wanting a career, will eventually want to fall into a role of being a mom, having children, because that is what women derive the most happiness from.
You got a lot of
Well, fuck. He was like right and that was wrong. It does indicate that women, there's a problem with older women. They are unhappy. And it is reasonable to conclude that it is because they are not married and not having children. However, it's not clear that that's why, right? If the number one population that is depressed is 40-year-old women, how many of those 40-year-old women are divorced single mothers? That'll be more my question. How many of them have gotten out?
I think he already clarified in the data that he was pulling from that the ones that were the most depressed were the childless career women. No, he wasn't talking about single mums. I think he clarified that earlier, so maybe she just didn't catch him saying that, but he did clarify that.
Out of like a 7 to 10 to 12-year relationship, and they have like teen children that they're raising at home.
And stats over here, which is cool. But like when we're talking about financial literacy and financial freedom, there are a lot of women that have the ability that decide to step back, all those types of things. None of that has to be taken away or omitted in order for them to be empowered. People should be able to do in their households what they want to do. Right. And I don't think anybody's trying to take that option away from women. I think y'all think people are, but I don't think that's really happening.
But they are. But they are. We see that in society today. People demonizing women for choosing to stay at home. Female empowerment also means empowering women, again, to make the choice that fits them, their choices, and what they want to do. Right. It is just as powerful, just as influential, just as important as a choice to make to raise your kids at home, if that is what you want to do, and also be the CEO of Walmart if that's what you choose to do. We can empower women to be girl bosses, whatever you want to say.
Would you empower a male friend if he told you that he was going to quit his job to be a full-time stay-at-home father?
If he wants to. What?
So
cash in, buddy.
That's good. I just want to make sure because like you're only defending women who get demonized for doing this, and you're not like advocating for men to want to step up and do that too. You're only
because most men don't want to.
Why not? Why don't you want?
Because they don't want.
It's not that men don't want to. I don't like that response. It's not that men don't want to. It's that women don't want men to do it. It's that women want to do it and they don't want men to do it. It's not that men don't want to do it. If it was more socially acceptable for men to be stay-at-home dads, they absolutely fucking would, 100%. Most people, when they have a family, want to be with their family. usually, unless they're a bit fucked in the head or something, right? It's not that men don't want to be stay-at-home dads. It's that women want to be stay-at-home mums. That means that somebody... You can't have both parents staying at home. Somebody's got to be putting the food on the table, right? So if women don't want to put themselves in that position, then that's it. In fact, me and my partner had a discussion about this recently. Because she has... To be very blunt about it, she's been getting some promotions at work. And she's been doing very well. I'm very happy for her, very proud of her. And, you know, we were kind of talking about our future and where we might be going and, you know, possibility of kids and stuff like that. And I said to her, look, you know, you've obviously got better career prospects than I do. You know, I could get a job and stuff like that, but, you know, but she's kind of like rising up. And I was like, you know, it would make sense if you were the main breadwinner and then I was like a supplementary kind of part-time, what's the word for it? Like a kind of part-time worker or whatever. So I'm at home with the kids most of the time, and then, but you know, I've got a bit of extra money to give to the situation, and then, you know, you'd be the main breadwinner because you've obviously got the most career potential, and that would make sense between the two of us. And my partner is very open-minded. She's like a big feminist. Not in a feminazi way, but she is a feminist, and she's very open. She's like, oh yeah, I'm all about men staying at home being the dad. Yeah, you do that if that's what you want to do. Yeah. But then when I said I want to do it, she started having like a mental breakdown. Like she was like, no, I don't want to do that. Oh, I don't know if I can. Blah blah blah. She was like. She started coming up with this excuse where she was like, I want my kids to learn to work, so I want us to both be working like full time. And I'm like, so you want to have kids and neither of us see them? And they was like, no, well, we can work it out, can't we? We could work it out. And I was like, no, you kind of just... If I'd said, I'll just be the breadwinner and you just be the stay-at-home mum, she would not have batted an eyelid at that. She would not be sitting there going, oh no, I'm going to work, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. She would never have done any of that. She probably might still work anyway, regardless. But she would have never pushed back on it in the same way that I got the pushback when I said, wouldn't it be better if you were the kind of main breadwinner? Like, she could not process that because she didn't want to do it. She wants to be the stay-at-home mum. She doesn't want to be the breadwinner. And most women don't. That is literally what it is. So it's not about men not wanting to do it. It's about women not wanting to do it and not wanting men to do it specifically.
Because they just don't want to.
I don't want
It's a choice.
to.
I just want to make sure I follow your logic.
Are you pro choices or pro
Do you
less
think
choices?
it's because women seek more help than men, or better types of help than men, or something else? And why? BTW. Good convo with Relly earlier.
Thank you. Yeah, I talked with Relly on Sunday. I didn't stream it. I don't know. I don't know how much I believe this. I would need to look at the stat and like see like what demographics we're even talking about here, because women also live longer. I just in general would need to see like what research he's citing here. I'm not totally sure. I think it's a really interesting thing. Women probably do seek more help. I think that's probably the number one driver of that. Women are also more prone to a form of depression that SSRIs can help. That's another issue, right? There's more depressive experiences that women have that SSRIs are seen to help against than men, right? Men can have a biological form of depression, obviously. However, there's multiple forms of depression that are very, very linked to hormones. For example, the 40-year-old study that he's citing might by itself mostly be explained by women experiencing menopausal depression, which is a form of depression that's decently common, that is caused in large part by her hormones being all over the place while she's becoming menopausal and moving out of her fertility window.
Yeah.
That I wouldn't be surprised to see lots of women on SRIs during her menopause
You're
phase.
not quite right about inflation, and Chad is wrong. Inflation has been very low over the last 30 years. It only took off in the last 2. P! Equals P.
Yes. Inflation has been very, very low.
It's been fairly low since the 90s, but then obviously 2008 there was a spike for obvious reasons. But then it kind of went back to normal for a while, 2 or 3%. But when you have 2 or 3% inflation over a period of 30 years, then what you're actually looking at is, in reality, you know, what let's do the maths here. 3% times by 30. So that's what, add 10, 30, So yeah, if you're looking at like 90% inflation overall. And that's only just like averaged out. Like some products, some things have gained more inflation than others just because of scarcity, you know, supply and demand, all that basic econ bullshit. So it's not as simple as just, oh, it's been 3% inflation all this time. But inflation has gone up substantially. Like, I remember when I was... yeah, it tracks about right, actually, because I remember before COVID and all that stuff, when I was a kid, when I was like 5 or 6, if I'd go to the shop to get chocolate bars or crisps or what, you know, chips and stuff, for the American audience, you know, snacks. I remember the prices. They were like half of what they were before COVID. Now they're even higher, but after COVID because of all the lockdowns and stuff. But before then, from up to about 2019, the prices had basically doubled over that period of time. So what I just worked out there is, if you've got 3% inflation for 30 years, that's 90%. I'm 30 years old. That's close to 90% inflation. And then obviously you've had some recessions during that time, which have increased inflation here and there, like beyond the normal 3% margin. So we're looking at close to doubling the prices of everything. And when I got to 30 years old, a couple of years ago, 2019, so I would have been 29 maybe. Yeah, we're looking at, or 28, whatever. Then, yeah, we're looking at basically doubling the prices, aren't we? So that is what it is.
Interesting. Only the last 2 years. Interesting.
In the last 2 years, inflation has been wildly above the usual 2 to 3% margin, right?
This is a trap. This is a trap.
What do you mean by that?
Are you pro-choices? Are you
He's
pro-less
trapping you.
choices?
When I asked him why he doesn't encourage men, he said because they don't want to do that. So then why is it a problem
Because
if
it's
women
about
don't want to be
choice.
stay-at-home?
I'm not encouraging women to
women's
stay at
choice,
home.
too.
I'm not encouraging women to stay
he
at
never
home.
said
I'm
that.
saying that they have a choice, and I'm not for taking choices away from women. You may be. I don't know.
All right, reset.
You might be. I don't know. That was a bad
Period
faither.
pain is exaggerated.
I would say no. If anything, I've noticed throughout the years that there's like mixed messages about periods. In the media and stuff like that, people will be outraged if you ever insinuate that a woman may be acting a certain way or whatever because of her period, right? Or feeling ill or whatever. And then there'll be women that come out of the woodwork going, nah, periods, like, there's not an excuse or anything, blah, 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 blah. But it's actually a lot of bullshit. Like, pretty much every single woman I know not only has problems with their period, but when they get pains, they get hormonal, they can be up and down, and it does affect their behaviour. It's like you're going through, like, a small version of puberty every month. And, like, I remember what I was like going through puberty, and I was fucking all over the place. So it must be... I don't think it's exaggerated. If anything, I think generally people try to downplay it. And I don't know why. I think it's just because people don't want to have this... Feminists and stuff. They don't want to have this, like, stereotype of women, like, blaming periods for XYZ things. But then when you actually know women, that is what they're doing. Like, they'll be on their period and then they'll be like, oh, I don't know why I'm like this today. Oh, I am due on though. Oh, and it's just like... You know, it's a constant thing every month. I don't know. I think it's real, and I think a lot of times it's actually downplayed rather than exaggerated, personally.
Wow. Okay.
I'm glad no one stepped forward for that.
I'm gonna change my mind.
All right, next prompt. Innocent men suffer because of feminism.
100% yes.
Yeah. Any feminist men? Oh, come on. Come on.
So
Of
I think
course.
today in 2022, feminism has changed drastically, and I think it's really turned into demonizing masculinity in men while promoting masculinity in women, and with that, good men are being pushed to the wayside and pushing parts of themselves down and not embracing their own masculinity because society is telling them that it's wrong.
100%. I think like anything that is deemed masculine is seen as now toxic. And I see it all over social media. You can't really say anything or do anything, especially even like against or even for yourself, without it being like some weaponized in some way or shape or form.
Yeah. It's a shame that feminism has become less about actual equality and more about supremacy. It's not about equal rights between men and women. It's about women being superior to men. And women don't even like it anymore, right? I hear conversations with so many girls that are friends of mine. They're like, I hate what feminism has become because it makes me feel as if I'm a victim, and also too that men aren't supposed to be men anymore. It almost absolves us of the responsibilities that we have as males in society to be providers, to be protectors.
Right.
And innocent men suffer because we're made out to be toxic because we're fulfilling our roles as men in this world. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I mean, I disagree a little bit with saying that men have to be providers, but I think, you know, demonizing those men is part of the problem.
Yeah, you know, I would disagree a little bit, but I think also too, though, what we probably would agree on is that in a society that makes women feel as if they need to be more like men, all you get is really bad versions of men. And when you have men who are increasingly more feminine, you get men who aren't being men at all anymore. And I think like that's a huge societal problem, and we see the ripple effects and the consequences of that every single day.
I would generally agree with that.
When I started hearing y'all talk, y'all
What
have a
is
huge
this?
misconception of even what feminism is.
Oh, no.
The goal
Please
of
explain- yeah,
feminism
explain it
isn't to
to me
demasculate men. The goal of feminism is to fight for
It's saying that the goal of feminism is not to demasculate men, but there has been like very intense propaganda campaigns to alter male behavior and standards. Like why would the term toxic masculinity exist but not toxic femininity? You know what I mean? Why would mansplaining exist but not femsplaining or whatever? Just doesn't really add up. Like it's like he's living in a lot of denial. This guy, isn't he? He's like, oh, the goal of feminism isn't to demasculate men. It's like, well, what are they doing then? What is all this extra shit that's happening? If that's not the goal, why are they doing it? It doesn't make much sense, really. Either he's living in massive denial or he's being like fully dishonest.
social, political, and economic equality for everyone to,
Is it
regardless of
equality
your
of
race,
opportunity
gender.
or equality of outcome? Because it used to be equality of opportunity, and that's when I would say I would be a feminist.
But
But
either
now it's
way-
become equality
But-
of
but
outcome.
But either way, what y'all are talking about is feelings.
Right.
Y'all talking about, I don't like how women make me feel in society about crying, how women make.
Isn't that what a lot of feminist talking points are as well? I don't like how men make me feel when I'm in a boardroom meeting and the men are talking over me. I don't like how they make me feel. That makes me feel like I'm not heard and all that stuff, right? You know, literally mansplaining that they were talking about earlier. That is about women having a feeling. So why isn't he levying this criticism at feminists as well? Oh, that's right. It's because women's emotions matter more than men's emotions. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot for a second. I forgot. Oh, God.
Well, the question was about feeling.
That's not what they're saying. That's not at all what they're saying. Oh no, he's gonna be like, you guys are just saying that you don't like how feminism makes you feel. But if you actually look into it, feminism would say you're allowed to feel however you want. It's actually the patriarchy that's telling you that your feelings are bad. They're not feeling some sort of way. They think that feminism has done demonstrable harm to men. Different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, true as well. He's not even engaging with what they're actually saying. Yeah, he's just trying to reframe it into something else. But even still, even if it is them complaining about how feminism makes them feel, if he is right, if he's right, if they are sharing their feelings about that, if he's a feminist, why wouldn't he want these men to express their feelings? He's trying to shut down their feelings. If this was true, that they were just sharing their feelings, he's coming in to shut down their feelings, to tell them their feelings are invalid and don't matter and shouldn't be listened to. Because he wants to prop up women's emotions and feelings over the men. It's pretty funny.
It was about are men affected, that's feelings.
Yeah, but
So yes, that's the
but
conversation.
feminism itself is not about feeling. It's about, like you said, outcome. It's about the wage gap. It's about being.
Oh, of course, the one saying all the misinformation just says the misinformation straight up.
Having access to
Which
this.
doesn't exist, by the way,
wage gap?
right? But anyways,
Hold on.
I let you talk.
No, you didn't let me talk though. Hold on. No, you didn't let me talk though.
It's
Hold
about
on.
feelings, right? You don't want to talk about how men feel. Let's talk about how women feel. Let's talk about feminists.
Again, it's not
have
about
turned-
feelings, period.
how
That's my
feminists have
point.
turned
It's
on
not.
It is so much of feminist talking points is about feelings, actually. What the fuck is he talking about? Most of it isn't even statistically based. He was like talking earlier about how women are more likely to be attacked, like physically attacked. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's nowhere near close. Nowhere near close. It's just, oh, this guy is pissing me off. He's pissing me off.
Other
about
women
feeling- it's not about
have
feelings,
turned on
period.
other women.
Wait, can we have the prompt again?
Yeah, let's cut back to the prompt because it didn't have feelings.
Exactly.
Feelings, It's about.
Innocent men suffer because of
Oh,
what are you
feminism.
talking about?
And so can I?
Yeah, but they're getting gaslit now because they're being made to feel like they're the ones that came up with the feeling stuff. But that was actually the fucking stupid dickhead feminist guy trying to reframe what they were saying into this thing, and now they're taking the blame for it. Very manipulative.
Can I pose this question?
But that
then?
is still about
on a
feelings,
day, on a day-by-day basis. Do you think you're negatively affected by feminism?
100%.
Yeah.
120%.
And so,
You really believe that?
No.
Can you explain to me how on a day-by-day
Because
basis
it makes
life
them
affects your
feel
life negatively?
because again, masculinity has this mythical eligibility of power.
Wait.
When someone, feminist, what have you, challenges that, it feels like oppression to them. So
Yeah.
it feels
It's not-
like
it's-
something.
I don't think they're trying to say that they're oppressed specifically, but there is innocent. Feminism isn't just doing good things and that's it. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, there are checks and balances. They are creating a situation where men are hated and treated bad. I've been treated badly by a lot of women. I've been treated very badly by a lot of women, and they don't care. A lot of them. A lot of them think they're fucking righteous as fuck. But they can be rude, abusive, and people will back them up big time because they're women. They'll just back them up. They'll just believe anything they say a lot of times, I find. Not to say that doesn't happen with men too. I've also seen it the other way, but it's definitely more common for women to get backed up in like most situations. Like even here in this country, there was some big deals with basically some mothers killed their children in some pretty big high profile cases. And in each one, the social services who had been involved with them previously had never assessed the mothers as being threats. So then they had to do an inquiry on the social services as a whole and how they do risk assessments on abusive parents. And they found that routinely, social services were just not bothering to investigate mothers at all. And it actually turned out that mothers were doing a hell of a lot of abuse in these circumstances. So this is the kind of thing that women get afforded. You know, this is the kind of benefit of the doubt of society that we're talking about. And then usually these children are boys, little boys and girls, but boys are facing the brunt of this kind of abuse from mothers as well. Okay, so yeah. It does hurt men, and the reason that they were overlooking these women and stuff like that is because of feminist ideas, that men are just aggressive and that's that. They don't even bother to even question the mother. You know what I mean? And this has been going on for decades and decades. Definitely downstream from feminism. Why else would it be? Yeah.
It's
being
not
done.
challenging.
That's just my perception.
Yeah.
Feel free to disagree, but that's what it looks
I'm
like
not
to me.
oppressed, so I
That's what I'm saying.
challenge that perception. But also, too, to go back to your point about feminism, that may have been true with first-wave feminism, but with third-wave feminism, that is no longer
And
the
I would
case
even
anymore.
argue because first wave feminism and third
Guys,
wave
bring it back
feminism.
to the prompt. And then also just, I love the ping-ponging, but just make sure we don't have 5 people talking on top of each other.
What do you mean bring it back to the prompt? Talking about third wave feminism is super relevant to the prompt. She's being a butthole. I do not like this moderator.
There's another side to this too. It's the patriarchy. And so
Oh.
that is what you are talking about. It is the pressure to be strong, the pressure to
Oh, I hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much. Triggers the fuck out of me. Because he's like, it's the patriarchy, guys. Look, all this pressure that you feel, either you're doing it to yourself or other men are doing it to you. And it's like, where do women fit into this? Because most of the time, it's women enforcing this on men. Women expect this of you. You try to fulfill it so you can get a mate and have children and do all that shit, right? Have love, sex, companionship, rah, 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 right? Because otherwise the girl won't be attracted to you. It's so fucking... How is that patriarchy? I don't understand it. And if it's not even benefiting you to have those pressures because they're actually hurting your mental health and all that shit, like they're saying, again, how is it fucking patriarchy? It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
protect.
But in what ways is our society a patriarchy today? I know you said values, so I would want to get clarification on what you define a patriarchy.
So we should define patriarchy as a group, because I personally am still having a hard time defining it today because...
So he's going to come in and say, that's fucking patriarchy, that is. All this pressure you're feeling, that's patriarchy. And then he goes, okay, well, what's patriarchy? Define patriarchy for me. He's like, actually, I don't even really know. He just mansplained it, didn't he? In Erudite's logic, he just fucking mansplained it, right? Jesus. Well, he man answered, I guess. He man answered.
We're talking about...
Oh no! You can't not define your key word. You need a clear working definition of patriarchy. You must have it. It can obviously adopt and shift over time, right? Like what patriarchy...
In my mind, what usually people are talking about when they say patriarchy is a system of legal structure that codifies gender roles and usually is to the benefit of men, hence why it's called a patriarchy. But usually, mostly, it's elite men that are benefiting from this, mainly. I do not, under that definition, which I believe is actually a pretty strong overall definition that I think a lot of people would generally agree with, right? That, you know, I don't know, maybe someone can correct me, but like that, to me, that's like the best definition of patriarchy you're probably going to get, right? I don't see that existing today. Right, so to me, it's not patriarchy anymore. These societal expectations are not patriarchy because they're not legalized. They're just socially enforced. So, because of that, you can't really call it patriarchy. Like, to me, a patriarchy is a legal system. And it has to be that way, realistically, in terms of the definition, because if it's not, then you can basically say that patriarchy is any amorphous thing that you want it to be. You know, this is another thing with oppression as well. Oppression has to be on a very large societal scale or from the government with societal backing, right? So if it's socially acceptable to batter women, that would be considered oppression, right? But it's not socially acceptable to batter women. The law is against it. Most men are against it, and obviously women are against it. It does happen, but it is a frowned upon thing in society. Society does not back it up as being a thing that is good to do or is socially acceptable. So based on that criteria, it is not an oppression that violence against women exists in the West. exactly. I wouldn't call it an oppression. It's an issue, but is it an oppression? I don't know. I don't think so. That would just be my point of view there. Yeah.
Patriarchy meant like back to the first wave feminists probably isn't what it meant to the second wave or third wave. And that's fine, by the way. Just like what feminism's goal was amongst the waves also differed. All of that's totally fine. But if you're going to blame patriarchy for everything, you need to have some concrete idea, at some level of idea that you can at least explain to others what you're talking about when you say patriarchy.
Yeah, that was a big L. That was a big L to take. It's like you're gonna come in and start declaring things patriarchy, and then when you're asked to define it, you can't define it. It's like, mate, why are we even listening to you at this point? You know what I mean? Like, all this time you've been trying to mouth off about patriarchy, and then we ask you what it is, and you don't fucking know. It's like, whoa. I mean, to me, that is NPC repeating lines kind of behavior.
Because if your answer is who can really know what it is, then you're not talking about anything. And if you're not talking about the major ail that's causing most problems in society, what the fuck are you even talking about? Why the fuck would you be like, oh, it's insert any word. It's gigalamogoo. It's gigalamogoo that's getting everyone down the system. What is gigalamogoo? Well, gigalamogoo is a group. It's a people. It's an ideology. It's an abstract.
It's a whisper
form.
on the wind.
You know, it is everywhere and nowhere all at the same time.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Jesus or the patriarchy? Because if you're starting to sound like a bunch of religious zealots and like what you're talking about, there's a problem if you're talking about an ideological movement.
Yeah, 100%. Ever scrape that bitch.
Patriarchy
you can't even define.
So, I'll try and define. Do you want me to try?
Yeah,
and
let's
define?
do it
In a
together.
broader spectrum, I'd say patriarchal is the societal structure that we have set up that's kind of, what's the word, sociological values of how we set up a hierarchy in our society. And so it's not...
Okay, so patriarchy is a system of how we set up hierarchies. What does it look like? You're not saying anything now, because I would argue a matriarchy is also a way that a society would set up a system of hierarchy. But what does this mean?
Yeah. So they're saying that the hierarchies are just for men, right? That's the implication of the name patriarchy there, is that these hierarchies are set up to benefit men, they're for men. But that doesn't really make a lot of sense when in literally just 2 generations after being ostracized from the workforce, women are now dominating many different fields. They're massively up and coming. They're dominating in education. In certain age brackets, they're out earning men. They're rising higher up in like the kind of HR/administrative roles, so they're having a lot of responsibility within the economy as well. Like managerial positions and stuff. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I just think this sounds like a lot of bullshit. It really does. And women do well enough in these hierarchies as much as any other man does. So acting as if like these are solely set up to benefit men and work for men, I think it completely ignores just the literally everything that's going on, just so they can make talking points from the 60s, you know? It's bizarre.
And by, where men are in charge and hold power.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that it's a literal thing where there's some document that somebody wrote where it said men are in charge, women are second. It is a set of sociological values that you see.
So we're changing the definition of patriarchy, which is fine. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
That's what my definition is. I didn't say there was a set definition.
God, this is so fucking weak.
And it's so amorphous that, like, they're not even really tying men to it properly. Like, honestly, I feel like oh man, it just, how can you be a male feminist and not know this shit? Like, it's so bizarre to me, but I don't know. People are people, as Brittany Simon would say. People be peopling.
Red herring.
That's how I define
Are we
it.
saying we're not in a patriarchal society?
No, I don't believe we are today. So the whole
Yeah, because we're not. It's just not. And I think the reason why I make the distinction about it being a legal system is because the oppression that women were facing was legal oppression. It was, you can't go in the workplace, you can't have certain kinds of jobs. You have to be the primary caregiver. And this was legislated, right? You couldn't even rape your wife and stuff like that because she became your property and all that stuff. That is a legal system set in place to put women in a certain place and put men in a certain place as well, right? To structure society in a certain way. It's not the natural way. Like, now that we've removed those things, right, legally, there is still social ripple effects, like the lasting ghosts of the patriarchy past that still exists. However, that is not what a patriarchy is, right? Once you've removed those legal barriers and people are moving up, and as the generations move on and more women will move it into various places of the economic world, then women are basically going to be on the same page as men, and they're not being stopped, they're not being held back in any particular way. They're there to make their own decisions. That is not a patriarchy. And if there turns out to be differences then after that, where men still out earn women in whatever way, or women or men go into different fields of work, well, that's just how it is. It's not oppression. It's not society saying men and women can't do X, Y, Z. It's you as an individual human being, adult, chose this path for your life. And that's that. Stop trying to fucking blame patriarchy and oppression for your own shit. It's really annoying.
The whole idea that our country is an oppressive patriarchy, it just really gets under my skin because nobody's able to actually tell me what that is. Well, by definition, the patriarchy would be a society where men have power over women.
So by definition, originally, like especially first wave, it was an institution made by men to benefit men, that maintained men and their exercise of control and power in a state, right? That's originally what it meant. I think patriarchy's formed. Here's the thing. I think third wave even has a bit of a coherent definition of patriarchy. Usually, especially if you get to the theorists, like they do have a way of defining it, right? So they'll talk about like systemic and systematic pressures that were instantiated to make sure that women had glass ceilings over their head. That's what a patriarchy is. The problem is that now they've turned it into just like, what is our global zeitgeist? That is patriarchy. And it's like, it can't be. It can't be, because you're trying to then tell me that, like, what is capitalism patriarchy? Is capitalism gendered then? Like, what do you mean by this word?
Yeah, no, I would push against Erudite here to say that I think the original incarnation of what patriarchy is as a legal system, I think that is actually the definitive way it should be looked at, realistically. Because otherwise you're just basically making it to be, because it would still count. Okay, so if she's saying that like men are purposefully creating purposeful glass ceilings for women to not be able to progress, then that is a legal way in which they are disenfranchising women, right? So that would still somewhat be classified as probably not as clear cut as the original. But I would still say that that is somewhat of a thing. But then you have to start getting into the nitty gritty and asking tougher questions. So like, is there really a glass ceiling that's being purposefully put there? Or are women purposefully choosing different professions of their own volition? Are they choosing to have children and drop out of the workforce? Do they want more work-life balance that men don't always necessarily choose? These questions are very pertinent because because a patriarchy implies purpose, like it's being purposefully done. And I would say that a lot of disparities in 2023 between men and women are not purposefully done. These are natural differences that are occurring. So that would be my contention there, I think. By the way, if you're in the chat,
women don't have a voice, and in today's society,
drop
that's just not
drop
true.
a message.
Obviously,
I'm happy
some
to
people
interact
have
with
power
chat.
over.
This is why everyone hates this take, man. I always say that we're in a post-patriarchal society. I think we obviously did have a patriarchy in the past. Obviously, there was actual institutions and systematic processes you could look at that reinforced a system that was benefiting men and dominantly focused on men in the in the power hierarchy. The issue is that most of those systemic issues have been broadly dismantled. The problem is that now we have a post-patriarchal society where all the systematic stuff is mostly gone. We have Title IX. We allow women in the workplace. We have tampons, right? There's lots of things we have birth control. There's lots of things that we've done to institute more freedom of opportunity for women, which is great. But what we still have is old patriarchal worldviews and zeitgeists, right? This is why like masculine traits are going to be dominantly selected for in fields, and people presume that that's just the way the field should be, but that's only because that's the way the field has always been. It doesn't actually, right? So business, oftentimes it's viewed like in business, yes, it's more masculine, but it should be. It's a business requires masculine traits and aggression and all sorts of stuff. And it's like, lots of really good businesses are coming up that have a lot more feminine values to the business themselves, where they really, really try to prioritize workers, where they try to prioritize paying of staff. There are other ways to conceptualize different things. The problem is that because of our post-patriarchal society, we have a hard time conceiving. We feel like things are axioms about way institutions must work and how we select for. That's what we're talking about, in my view.
Yeah, I agree with her. I think it's post-patriarchy society. Yeah, like she says, it's more about the ghosts of patriarchy past are still echoing through society. Women still have particular expectations of men. Men have some level of expectation of women as well. And also, like she says, in broader society, like certain fields and stuff like that, people will think these kinds of, maybe, you could say outdated modes of thinking when it comes to this. So I think, if anything, I think I pretty much said exactly what she was saying here, more or less, generally speaking. So it's nice to see that she has that point of view, actually, because a lot of people really still think they're living in this patriarchy, when in reality, no, they're not. It's just really not.
You can take it, you can get rid of it.
For others, but in our society, that has more to do with economic status than actual sex.
So going back to the prompt, right? The prompt is innocent men feel attacked by feminists.
Suffer. Are innocent men suffering? And I think they are, actually. Like, they were just talking about suicide before. Suicide's a big one. Also, family courts, that's another big one where innocent men are suffering because women are getting preferential treatment in the social services. I mentioned that as well. Men are considered to be the primary offenders, even though there's a massive dearth of women abusers who are just kind of going unchecked. Yeah, there's also plenty of men in domestic violence disputes, because again, we also know for a fact that men make up roughly around 40% of domestic violence abuse victims, but more often than not, if they actually, apply, or not apply, if they call the police or try to get help, they will be the ones that get arrested rather than their actual abuser. There's all manner of ways in which men are suffering because of feminist ideas. And like part of the reason the men are thought of as abusers every time is not just to do with like statistics. It's to do with like the Duluth model and all this stuff, which was actually created by feminists. So there's all manner of things going on here where men are suffering because of feminist ideals. And they'll always try and turn it around and say like, oh, it's to do with patriarchy and stuff. Like the reason women get the children more in the thing is because patriarchy, and people think that women are just the better caregivers and stuff like that. But that's not true. It's not true. What it is that feminist lobbies, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody here, but I'm pretty sure feminist lobbies have lobbied specifically so that women get sole custody easier as like an issue for women, like as in like, because men are usually the abusers or whatever, women need to be given sole custody pretty much in all cases. And that was a feminist talking point, not a patriarchal, that women are better caregivers, therefore they should take the kids. That is not where... I don't think that's how it ended. It may have started like that, but I don't think that's where it ended up. I think... for a long time, the feminist idea has been that women should get the kids because women power, basically. That kind of deal.
Yeah.
Like, for example, you can see evidence of a post-patriarchy because, in general, women don't have systematic barriers, which is why they can occupy spaces. But the women who tend to rise to the top end of our hierarchies are women who embody very masculine traits a lot of the time. That says something.
Right.
Yeah, I also think that that's going to be true no matter what you do. And I think that's just the nature of survival. You know, I think that's usually why men were the traditional providers, is because when you're going to get into a survival situation, the men are kind of built for it, right? So they have to build a mental attitude towards that end. Women haven't necessarily had to do that historically, or at least their survival mentality leads them to different outcomes because of what is available to them. So, you know, it's one of them where women just have to kind of learn to adapt. And if there is other business models that are less, you know, combative and they're successful and whatever, then yeah, maybe that's a way for it to change. But that's up to women to do that. You know, it's up to women to stake their place in that. Again, I said it earlier in the stream, but you can't be babied your whole life. You know, we can't be babying women in every certain circumstance and be like, oh, we need to do so much for women to make them better in the workplace and stuff like that. Like, no, like either you jump in with what you've got to say, or you don't. Either you adapt to the male situation, or you don't. Or you start your own businesses, cultivate your own workplace cultures. That's up to you. But you have the autonomy to do it now. You've got the autonomy to build. We've given you the power. Take it. It's as simple as that. But they're still waiting for men to do it for them. It's kind of sad, actually. They're still waiting for men to turn around and go, oh, yeah, we'll accommodate for you. We'll stop using our male aggression that has built entire civilizations and got us to where we are today. We'll stop doing that because it hurts your feelings. You know?
So, if you make a mistake, you should be held accountable to that mistake.
Absolutely.
Now, with the forms of internet coming out and communication going everywhere, y'all are talking about feeling attacked for being able to say certain things or not.
Not attacked.
If you
I just
are,
think that psychologically,
It
that
does
some
suffer.
innocent men do suffer from
But I
the
would say they
narratives that are
also
pushed from
suffer
feminism.
if you're speaking about laws. I think feminism has changed a lot of laws
Like
that
what?
now all are women beneficiaries. So if you look at divorce courts, if you look at family courts, if you look at abortion, if you look at a whole host of laws, all of them are women primary. Men are heavily affected by those.
So going back
So
to-
I disagree actually on that. I don't actually agree on the whole loss stuff. But just going back to like the prompt on the suffering thing, I do think that you have to be aware that a man can't just go and say whatever they want,
Right.
where a
Nobody
female
can.
can't.
Should they be
That
able
is,
to?
that is not
Nobody
true.
can.
A female can say a lot more than a man can, especially online, on social media, on the internet.
but a man
There's a
can
lot
also
of
physically
there's
do a
been a
lot more
rape
than
threat
women
made,
can do in society
and a woman
too,
said
right?
no one one will
that's
judge an eye.
biological,
Cancel
that's
culture
not-
doesn't come in. But if a man said that same
No,
thing,
I
they would
don't
get
agree.
canceled immediately. I believe men today are really weak. Mostly they're lazy, and I feel like
He gave a bad example there in terms of like if a woman made a rape threat, they probably wouldn't get cancelled, whereas a man would. I think there's probably a little bit of truth to that, but I just think it was a bad example just because how often are you going to see a woman make a rape threat against somebody? But I know what he means, like women doing questionable things in society. Like, for instance, the women being really sexual in front of children, like getting their arse out, twerking, being really sexually suggestive in a multitude of different ways. A man would never get away with that, because if a man started doing it, unless they're dressed up as a drag queen, I guess. But but even then they're coming for him, I suppose. But yeah, a man wouldn't really usually be able to get away with that in most normal circumstances because people are wary of men and their sexuality most of the time, which is fair enough. I understand it, but I also think that should extend to women. I don't understand why women get this pass to be overly sexually suggestive in lots of public places, in front of children and stuff like that, and nobody bats an eyelid at it. And I look at women and I'm just like, why are you being so fucking weird and creepy? Why do you need to make everything about your ass and your tits? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, you know what I mean? Your ego's out of control. And you think this is like acceptable. It's fucking creepy and weird and nobody fucking cares about it. It's really bizarre.
there's no courage. I feel like men today are okay with being losers, and I mean more men need to stand up for what they truly believe in, and I feel like there's not enough.
Back
Come
to the
on,
prompt. Do innocent
Clovers, you're
men
so
suffer
close.
from feminism? I think look at with this entire Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation that happened this past year. You have all of these feminists rushing to the camp to defend Amber Heard, and then all those things come out during that trial. And people are like, maybe Johnny Depp isn't the horrible guy that we thought he was, right? So that is an example of feminism radicalizing these people to just be
There
like,
you go.
I'm going to be anti-male and I'm going to go root against this guy.
There you go.
But to the point
have
of the
that
political.
term.
How is Johnny Depp a victim
Guys,
of
we
the
have
system?
like
He had
30,
his day
we
in
have 30
court.
seconds left on this prompt, so just finish your thought.
But also to Brett
Why does this moderator suck?
Kavanaugh. Big example there. You have all these allegations that come up when he's going to be the Supreme Court justice that never came up before.
Right, exactly.
What did that do as far as enable people who have fake accusations to say, I'm going to ride the coattails of the Me Too movement and ruin innocent man's life?
Really quick though,
That
where's
is
Brett
wrong.
Kavanaugh right now? He's on the Supreme Court.
He's on the Supreme Court.
Well, that's
Thank
crazy.
God,
And
because
then
truth
Johnny
won the
Depp,
day.
was he
Because truth
convicted
won
of
the
a
day.
crime?
Because
But he
truth
was still
won the
suffering.
day.
Okay, Johnny Depp's life was ruined for like 4 fucking years.
Yeah, it was more like 6 years, I think. I think it was more like 6 years that Johnny's life was ruined because of that. He got dropped instantly. Basically, they just believed her straight up, and like everybody dropped him. He got ostracized by so many people, and you have to think as well. It makes you wonder, like a man with that many resources, that much fame, that much clout within Hollywood was treated that way. What does that say about regular guys? You know what I mean? Like, what is happening to regular guys? And it's not all just like, it's not just rape false allegations. There's loads of different kinds of false allegations that get thrown around. Like, women love to spread rumors about people that are like half true. Like say you get in an argument with a girl and you end up shouting at her. She might run off to her mates being, he just verbally abused, he just started screaming at me for no reason, even though she might have been the instigator of that argument, and maybe you lost your rag. Maybe it wasn't quite cool that you shouted like you did, but you wouldn't have shouted in the first place if she wasn't coming at you in a certain kind of way. But instead of owning up to her shit, she'll put it all on you, make you look like the abusive person, and all that kind of thing, right? And like that's the kind of shit that like a lot of women get up to. And it's not just about rape, it's about they'll lie about what you say, what you do, domestic violence, abusive behavior. And it's annoying because there is abusive men out there that do need to be dealt with. And it hurts that whole situation, especially family courts. One thing that's really interesting is watching videos of like divorce court lawyers talking about women and just the sheer amount of literally just lies about the fathers that they will try to bring so they can win the case. And it's just insane. They're incentivized to do it because they don't even really get a penalty if they get found out. Most of the time they don't get found out, but there's not even a penalty really if they do, because it's not it's a civil case and not a criminal case. So they're encouraged to lie a lot of times, and it's a lot of divorce lawyers encourage them to do it. Say, hey, just say that you got abused and you'll probably get the kid. It's like, wow. This is what we've come to, is it? Madness.
Kavanaugh case is not as strong to make for this because, to be honest, like I wouldn't really say that he suffered much, and it, like things just kind of like blew over.
Actually, when they banging on the door and threatening him, didn't they go to his house and try to attack him and his family and stuff? And he had like loads of death threats and shit like that. He did get it pretty bad. And I watched that trial. I watched her do her confession. Well, her testimony. What was her name? I can't remember her name, but the blonde woman with the glasses. May. Oh my god. Right. I'm not an expert on body language and stuff, right? But I'm pretty good at spotting a liar. Generally. Not always, obviously, nobody's perfect, but I'm pretty good at spotting a liar. Especially when they're using tactics like a 5-year-old child would. So, for instance, the woman who was coming up against Kavanaugh, the way she presented herself, she sat down and she gave her testimony, and all the while she was giving testimony, she was doing this super fake, like, oh oh, I'm about to cry any minute just talking about this. I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't bear to even speak about it because even mentioning this story just makes me want to cry. Even though she never cries the whole way through. She does not cry. She just sounds like she's on the verge of tears the whole time, but never actually cries. It's what kids do when you find them doing something and they're trying to get out of it. And maybe they've hit their little sister or something, or they've robbed your mum's makeup or some shit like that. And you find them and they've clearly done something wrong, and they turn around and go, oh, I don't know what was happening. I didn't mean to. I don't know. And they try and put on this voice like they're gonna cry, and like they didn't know what they were doing was wrong, and it's like a full-on 5-year-old tactic to try and get you to believe something, right? Like, oh, I'll play the sympathy card, and then they'll just, because I'm cute, maybe they'll just let it go. And she was doing that fully. Like, I've never seen an adult do that, right? And the reason I knew it was fake, not only was it just fake just from watching it, like I just knew it was fake from that, but then the thing that cemented that it was fake was after she gave her testimony and they opened it up to questions to the other people, she just completely changed her whole demeanor. Like, her whole demeanor just changed straight away. She went from being like on the verge of tears, I don't know how, I can't talk about any of this, it's so difficult. She just flipped on a dime, started drinking her water, and she was laughing and joking, and like, it was just so bizarre. It was so fucking bizarre. And I'm just telling you now, it just was not, it wasn't good. I am fairly convinced. Like, I just watched the trial. I didn't go in thinking it was true or false. I did kind of think it seemed a bit convenient, so I was a little bit wary. I was a bit like, it's a bit convenient that all of a sudden they've just got these abuse claims out of nowhere. I mean, I don't really care who's becoming the Supreme Court justice that much. I just thought it was weird that all of a sudden this was just coming out of the woodwork. He's had like a storied career as a judge and all this stuff. No one's ever said anything about him, and then all of a sudden now's the time. So yeah, that was a little odd timing. So it did make me feel a bit wary, but I wasn't trying to go in being like, yeah, she's definitely a liar, he's definitely a liar, or whatever. Like, I wasn't trying to make definitive thoughts about it. I was just like, I'll see what they've got to say, and who convinces me best, and whatever. And then as soon as she started speaking and what she was doing, I was like, oh my god, this is one of the fakest fucking things I've ever seen. Like, I've never seen anyone give testimony like that. Like, I've watched a lot of courtroom stuff. I've watched a lot of cases, like, you know, with people confess, you know, like in murder cases and all kinds of stuff. And it's so, to me, it just seems so obvious. Well, some people can be very good liars, but most are not. And some are very bad. In fact, a lot are very bad. It's like, there's like tiers to liars. There's like really bad liars, which is like a good amount of people. That's like 20 to 30%. It's like really bad liars. But they still lie for some reason, but they shouldn't. And then there's like kind of good liars, but still you can tell if you know what you're looking for, right? If you watch a lot of Jim Can't Swim and other analysis of like interrogations and stuff like that, you can kind of start to get a read and a pick up on like certain things. And then there's people who are really, really good liars, and they're very hard to spot, but they're just rarer because most people are not at that level of sophistication when it comes to like sociopathy and, you know, psychopathy and stuff and psychology. They're just not that. They're much rarer to find. So you just shouldn't really try and do it. She must have done it on purpose because she was like bringing a book out and all this stuff. So she clearly did it. There was some kind of tie-in for her. They'd obviously paid her off to do it. I think it seemed pretty evident to me that they were just trying to make this political move to get him to not be the Supreme Court justice. It didn't work. He was a Supreme Court justice anyway. And now, when have you ever even fucking heard of this woman again? Just disappears into the ether. Because it was just a sham. It wasn't real. If it was real, if it was me, if I'm a rape victim, right, of somebody, and I'm a legitimate rape victim, and I can't do statute of limitation anymore because it's been too long, but I've got this hearing at the Senate or whatever, you better believe I'm taking that mega seriously, and I'm not going to be sitting there trying to pretend I'm upset or whatever. I'm going to give it straight as a cucumber. And there's just no... And I wouldn't be laughing and joking and trying to make light of the situation when I'm trying to do something serious. If I really truly believed that this man not only had raped me, but now he's going to become a Supreme Court justice and he needs to go down, I'm not about to start taking this situation lightly. This would be fucking deadly serious to me. So it just seemed really disingenuous. Really seemed disingenuous. But I will say that one is a bit more dubious than the Johnny Depp one, where there was actually a lot more evidence and stuff like that. The Kavanaugh one was definitely a he said, she said, and, you know, what are you supposed to do with that, really, you know?
I don't know as much about the Kavanaugh case, though, so I don't want to speak too strongly on that. But, like, in the case of Depp, like, what do you mean, where is he at today? Like, luckily, justice prevailed, but the reality is that his career was ruined for years by a lie. By a lie. That's a problem, right? And most women, like, for example, like, most women who experience sexual assault and, like, rape and are dealing with these issues, they're not a big fan of, like, the people who, like, take advantage of these, like, things as well. They're usually more sensitive, so I think they tend to be, like, more bought in. Like, I see more people who have sexual assault history that tend to be, like, biased towards, like, believing women who come forward on social media. But I think, like, social media is probably the main area where there's going to be a perverse incentive to not be honest. I don't know. Obviously.
That's the point.
He
So,
won
like,
in
yeah,
spite of feminism.
There's a pendulum, and for a really long time, people weren't called out for things, people weren't held accountable. So now,
True.
yeah, the pendulum's swinging, and maybe there are going to be some false accusations and stuff going too far. I would rather have...
That would mean that feminism is making innocent victims of men. Yes.
Yes. So innocent men are suffering. And it goes way deeper than what they're saying. He's kind of minimizing that, but it does actually go a lot deeper than what he's making
million false...
What they just need to go is go based. Okay, you agree with us then. Innocent men are suffering because of feminism. Awesome.
accusations, like over 1 million people that deserve to be in jail not being in jail. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather people...
No! You're just picking one or another. Why would you prefer 1 million false allegations versus 1 million people not... I don't even know how I would pick. Because in one case, we have a whole bunch of fucking sexual abusers running free and never being charged. And in the other case, you have the degradation of the institution itself. Because false allegations are really bad for the institute itself.
It's not even just about false allegations. It's like, say you get false convictions. And also, if you're going from the presupposition that you should be guilty until proven innocent, you're essentially just ushering in a totalitarian state, essentially. The whole point of innocent until proven guilty is that you are essentially trying to show... well, this is the foundation of liberal freedoms, right? Because if you're assumed guilty until you're proven innocent, that allows the state to basically take any measures that they can or want against you. It's basically like living in Stalin's Russia, you know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean, where everyone was guilty until proven innocent. In fact, you couldn't even really prove yourself innocent a lot of times. So it's just like, you know, you're just guilty no matter what. Like, that is a much more horrible situation to be in, because at least with if there's 1 million sexual criminals running around and they're not getting charged, at least that means that people might be able to do something in their own private lives about it, at the very least. Like, if they know of these people, if they spread the news, if, you know, people round up into a posse. I'm not saying they should kill them or anything, but, like, you know, neighborhood watch type shit, you know what I mean? Like, if you see them in the neighborhood, you escort them out, you know, you get rid of them. If they cause any trouble, you give them a good slapping and that. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm down with this. Yeah, I am definitely not down. I've seen this a few times lately, this sentiment that people should be guilty until proven innocent. I think that's a pretty fucked up mentality, in all honesty. That's like an authoritarian point of view, like 100%.
Because we don't have good measures to catch it super well.
go through false. You'd rather have a million
can
people that
agree
are
to
guilty
disagree.
on the streets than a
Than have
million
a
people
million-
that are not guilty have to go through a trial.
I would
All
rather
right,
have.
reset.
I mean, I guess I would prefer more false allegations still in this case, than like just like rapists on the street.
But it doesn't actually. It's a false equivalency now that I think about it, because if there's a million false accusations, not only are you wasting the court's time with all these false accusations, but then you're not actually targeting the actual sexual predators. So they're still out on the streets, not getting like brought in, but you're just willy-nilly firing off accusations at all kinds of people. It's a really stupid point to make. Very, very stupid point to make.
It's just not analogous to the. This is the issue. It's not analogous to what's really going on.
Women are fit to be president.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I would say yes to that. I don't think women are unfit for any particular role, generally speaking. Maybe some very, very specific stuff, it would be better to have a man or a woman in particular circumstances. I can't think of what off the top of my head right now, but generally speaking, in most circumstances, I think that women are fit to be leaders, fit to be whatever. Just depends if they're actually good or not. That's the issue. But that's the toss up when you've got a male as well. You know what I mean? It's not unique to women to question if they're going to be good or not. It's literally, that is just what you have to think about politicians, isn't it?
Oh damn.
I mean, really, this is a no-brainer
Yeah,
for me.
right. Yeah, I think that this is. I expected this to be unanimous, but I think this will probably be the biggest agreement amongst the group today. I think that anyone who's born in America above the age of 35 that's not a felon, you can be president.
Right, and I think a lot of times in these conversations we focus on the differences between men and women, but just, based off of studies, men and women are very similar creatures. I mean, we're the same species, we think the same on most levels, and to say that a woman can't do the same job as a man, to me, is completely regressive. Now, I consider myself an anti-feminist today, but this is the type of question that I would be a feminist for 50 years ago. To me, it should be a unanimous, thing stepping forward, but I look forward to hearing what they have to say.
I think eligibility and optimal
You must imagine the panic as they're waiting. They're listening, so they get to listen. They're like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Okay.
option is the difference. I think a woman can be eligible to be president. I think is it the optimal situation? No. I would kind of disagree with you where you say men and women are generally the same. I think we're completely different in the way that we process information, the way that we make choices, the way that we build society. Men are very hierarchical in nature. So it's very merit oriented. I think women
You have not spent enough time with women. Women are hella hierarchical, okay? Our hierarchies are often structured different the way that we come to them. But like men are not more hierarchical. Spend like fucking
Yeah, I would say the same kind of thing. The kind of thing that I've witnessed among women is that it can actually be it's quite petty at times, and it can be quite annoying with women because they can't just work to strengths and stuff. They make a lot more things more personal than they really need to be, and that can get quite frustrating. In fact, my partner's having issues with this at her workplace with various girls there because she's becoming an assistant manager, and you know she's okay. Most of the girls are all right with her, but there's a few who have specifically tried to create issues with her, and it's other women doing it, and I've never experienced this with men really. Like, if a man's getting promoted to assistant manager, other men aren't going to try to sabotage this most of the time. Again, I don't want to ever say like everything's always this or that, but I'm just, in my general experience, I just don't really see a lot of guys trying to do that usually. And yeah, women can get kind of hierarchical, even just in their social circles as well. Like, they like to be ones that are like the main ones, if you know what I mean. They're like the queen bitch or whatever you want to call it. and then the other ones are like their little underlings. It's like, again, if you just go like, again, it always makes me think of like how they do hierarchies in the Survivor Island things where they split it up men and women. And I said that like the women who always get voted off first are always these masculine kind of women who actually know what they're doing. But the reason that they get voted off first is usually because the women don't want to deal with anyone telling them what to do and stuff like that. And so, like, instead of facing the reality of what they're doing, they'll sacrifice having any kind of like hierarchy that seems masculine orientated. I don't know if that's really the right way to put it, but like they'll sacrifice that so they can build their own little weird hierarchy, which is usually like a fucking chaotic mess, by the way. Yes, they're hierarchical, but they all feel like they should be the top one. They all want to be the queen bitch in one way or another, and it just causes a lot of problems. Whereas like when you watch the men, they all just fall into roles. Like they'll go, okay, so who wants to do building shelters and stuff, and I know some of them will be like, oh, I used to do construction, or I used to do architecture or something, or oh, I used to do this, so yeah, we'll do that then. And then the other ones will go, okay, well, we've got a compass stuff, we'll go over there, we'll find food over there and bring it back, and we'll cook it later. And they'll just fall into their little roles. There'll be not much complaining, maybe sometimes, but not much. And then they just kind of stick to it, and it's just kind of whatever. They don't even really question it. It just kind of happens naturally. And like I say, you might get one or two guys that try and ruffle some feathers or try to be the alpha dominant one. And they usually get voted out because they're just trying too hard. They're just doing too much, you know? They're too arrogant. They're just a bit too much. But once they're gone, the rest of the guys just fall in line and everyone's just got their own place and everyone's fine with it. Everyone's happy. No one's trying to move in on other people's shit all the time and stuff. It's whereas with the women, there's a lot more of that going on. Again, not always, but a lot. It's very, very common.
10 minutes in an all-girls boarding school, and you will very quickly find out that women are also very hierarchical. It's just that we tend to prioritize different things on the hierarchy.
Yes,
Or a little bit
yeah,
more
that was what I was trying to
communitarianism,
say.
or communism. That's what I'm looking for.
Communism.
Communistic.
You mean
where
community-based?
Community-based, right. Thank you.
Okay, actually, this is the better way to put it, right? Men are looking at it from a kind of competence, respect level. Women are trying to go on the hierarchy level on a bit more of like a popularity scale. To them, they see it as like a status situation where if they're the queen bitch, then they're the leader and they get to be the one that lords things over other people. And then they also get the most respect and stuff. I don't think men care as much about being an individual leader as long as they can lead in their respective area, if you know what I mean. Like they're given the respect to say, okay, so if you're in charge of building the I don't know, building the houses, okay, well I want you to be in charge of it, but I'm still the leader of the whole group, of the direction of this camp and where it's going to go. But if you're the one that's in charge of the building the huts and stuff, then you are in charge of that. So they kind of delineate leadership between themselves, if that makes sense. Whereas like with the women, they don't do that as well. It can happen, but they just don't do it as well, in my opinion. And it's because that they want it to be this, like, it's kind of like a bit more of like a popularity game for them.
Where everybody gets one. So you get one. It's not really based on output, which I think is good in some cases, but I think in a general scheme.
I honestly do wonder what Erudite would actually say about some of these takes that I'm giving. I wonder if she would actually agree with me or not. I get the feeling she would agree with a lot of what I'm saying, but I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. She's agreed with some things. I've had definitely some big divergences from what she's had to say as well. I've really enjoyed her input on this though, because it's nice to have like a well-rounded female perspective matched against these feminist, anti-feminist men, you know? It's an interesting dynamic.
Of building.
In the the general scheme of running your federal government, you don't want everyone to get some, you know? You want to make sure that some Americans get none.
A structure of government, I would say having it more merit-based, very capitalistic, where you go out, you
Orange Shirt is going to lose his shit. He's going to lose his shit.
work for your living,
feel it
provide for your
brewing.
family. I think that's the way that men typically build society.
So even a woman whose worldview aligns with yours, you don't think that she would be fit to be president, even if her every single view she has aligns
Right,
with
like I
yours?
said, she could be fit, but is it the optimal situation?
No, why would she? So is the only reason she's not optimal because she's a woman?
I would say it's not optimal because God called men to be the leaders of society.
So again, you keep going back to God, and we keep.
Oh, mate, you had to say it, didn't you? You had to bring it back to God again. Jesus Christ. No, I think if I try and secularize it a little bit, I do get what he's saying in that, you know, what would happen if like a woman who's president gets pregnant, or you know, I guess it's not always optimal. Like, are women able to withstand the pressure as well? Because even most men probably couldn't withstand the pressure. You know, you have to be a certain kind of psychopath to be in politics, you know? So it's like, are women always going to be capable of that? Making really tough decisions and stuff like that, and the pressure of it? I mean, there was that New Zealand Prime Minister. She just resigned recently because she felt she couldn't keep taking the pressure. Theresa May resigned for similar kinds of reasons, as did who was that fucking girl? What was her name? Liz Truss. She resigned because she just made some fucking disastrous decisions, but there has been also males that resign. But usually they don't resign, they usually get voted out, the men. I don't know, I haven't really looked into it, but I am curious. Is there a higher number of women that resign from positions of power like that? I would wager that, like, that might be true, but I honestly don't know enough to make that statement definitively. But yeah.
Trying to center Christianity as like the know-all, end-all. What about all the religions that had female goddesses and
That's not the argument to make. Oh no, don't make the female goddess. There's not a lot of them. There's not a lot. They were mostly paganistic, and there's a reason most of them aren't like overly popularized in most major religions are very patriarchal. I wouldn't go with but there's there's some paganistic things that are like really into like matriarchal structures of the religion. It's like, okay, sure.
patriarchal
We also,
system.
I mean, we also don't have to sidestep Christianity as if there were not any female leaders in the Bible either.
There you go. There you go. That's the argument to make. Is there's so many Christian churches that allow female leadership. So like,
yeah, well, they do in this day and age now, yeah, but also just in the Bible itself, you know, you've got like, what is it, Esther? I'm pretty sure Esther's in there, and oh fuck me, there's a couple of female books, but then obviously there's also just female characters as well that are given quite a lot of respect, like for instance Mary Magdalene, and obviously Mary, the mother of Jesus. So like, there's a lot of there's a lot of things like that in the Bible. Like, but women are given a fair shake-ish in the Bible. Probably not as fair a shake as they should be getting, but probably not the worst of religions when it comes to women, I would say. But probably not the best either. I don't think I would say it was the best either.
Really? I'm gonna go for my reason why. I think it was in London, and it's before their current prime minister. I'm forgetting her name, but she was their mayor for about 2 months, and she ran away. She pretty much resigned, was done with it. And I do personally think that women are more emotional beings.
there is this one time where a female mayor resigned, so obviously women can't be the president.
Yeah, but it's not. I think it's not. Yeah, okay, yeah. You can't just use one example and say, "Oh," but I do think that, like, now when I'm really thinking about it, and I think about a lot of female leaders that I've seen over the years, it does seem to strike me that a lot of women are more prone to resigning due to emotional distress or like pressure of the job than men are. But that's just a gut feeling. I honestly don't know if that is statistically true. But I don't know, man. That seems like it would probably be true, and I think it would actually make a bit of sense, really.
I just don't get it. There's arguments like, oh man, I don't want to make their arguments for them. I'm not going to do it.
We are not similar.
And that's actually not factually true. There are big differences between us, and those differences are very vast on the spectrum, but we are a lot more similar in the way we process information.
The emotional line is like the worst, especially because it's like there is some evidence, not overly strong, that women are slightly more neurotic, right? So like there you could make
No, she is downplaying that massively. She's saying that women are slightly more neurotic. They outperform men in neuroticism, like, routinely. Now, it can vary in women. It's not that, like, all women are neurotic, but on average, it's higher than men on average, but also there's, like, big variations between women as well. So, like, the variance of how neurotic a woman is differs from woman to woman. Same with men as well, but in general, men are just much far less. Like, it's far less likely you're going to find neurotic men in general. Although they're on the rise. I think neurotic men are, like, massively on the rise, and it's probably to do with single motherhood and stuff like that. Absent fathers and shit like that. And also probably feminism, and just having, like, loads of female teachers and shit like that. So men aren't learning to cope in the slightly more stoic, less neurotic way. That would just be my guess. That would be my guess. But no, but she's downplaying it a bit there. She's trying to be like, oh, it's just a crumb higher than men. That's not true. That's not true at all.
arguments about like cycles and stuff like that at like a I still wouldn't make it for the president because I think even if women are cycle and they're like might be a month where she like a week where she's a little bit more like neurotic and feels like more strong negative emotions, I would say like most mature women should be learning how to adapt to these negative emotions. And also the presidency, like there's a lot of I'm just not convinced that that alone is going to be the reasoning why like she can't make a good
Yeah, I don't fully buy it either. I will say that, like, I think on average, women would probably find those kinds of high pressure situations more difficult, but that doesn't mean that there would never be a woman who can't handle it. Like, Theresa May was our prime minister for quite a while, really. And she took a lot of shit, to be fair to her. So, you know, it can. I think it can. I think it can easily happen. Yeah, there can be women prime ministers and presidents and stuff like that. I think these arguments are pretty weak. I will say that women are. I agree with the points that women are slightly more emotional beings. They are more neurotic and stuff. Like, that is true. I just don't know if that necessarily like when we're talking about a broad population average. I don't know if you can then extrapolate that to the type of women that have gone into politics and have been in politics for years, and they've already, you know, kind of stress tested themselves in this thing. So, like, at that point, like, if you've already been, like, a governor or a senator or whatever, or maybe you've been in local politics, right? Maybe you've been a mayor or whatever for so many years. I think that's you stress testing yourself. And if you've been able to handle that, you could probably handle being the president as well. So yeah, I just wouldn't be as I wouldn't make that argument. I don't think. I think women could be presidents. Yeah, definitely.
Reasoned outcome.
Because we're talking about very specific women there, right? We're talking about very specific kinds of women that are doing this. We're not just talking about the average woman who probably couldn't. Even the average man probably couldn't handle the pressure of being a president. You know.
More muscles. Yes, Juan Zerka. We need we need really buff presidents, actually. Our war leaders.
I was just trying to finish what I was...
Does the pill stop that? Sort of. A lot of women that are going to rise to presidency, though, are menopausal anyway. So to be honest, those like hormonal issues are going to be way less of an issue for most women presidents because most women presidents will probably be past menopause anyways. So a lot of like the hormonal emotional stuff might not even apply to most women present.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even really think of that. But even if they're not past menopausal, maybe even if they're relatively young, 30, 40 years old or so, I think they can still do well enough. I just don't see a problem, in all honesty. It's true that women on average are more neurotic and emotional and whatnot, but I just think when we're talking about average women, that's probably not the best metric to use when we're talking about women that are like career politicians and have been in this world for a long time, I think that's a very different situation.
It's because they'll be like 65.
Saying I was pretty much.
Why isn't Juan Zerka in every chat? Is he in YouTube chat too? It's a sign of being built for leadership, taller, stronger, etc. That is a terrible argument. Being taller and stronger is not evidence that somebody's going to be better at making decisions. Like,
yeah, has he ever heard of Napoleon? Like, what the fuck is he on about? One of the greatest leaders of all time was famously one of the shortest guys ever. And I don't think he was particularly muscular in any strong way. So, yeah, I don't know about that one, Zerka, but I do also feel like Zerka's just a bit of a troll, isn't he? So,
at all. I can tell you right now that height, I think height does height does correlate with IQ, but that's more about nutrition, right? People that have good nutrition while they're growing up tend to be taller because they have nutrition and better brains.
Yeah.
But like the idea of like across the board, are men more intellectually capable because they're like tall, big, and strong and have muscles? Like, I don't know what to tell you. There's lots of presidents that are like short, fat fucks that are old. I don't know.
Yeah, they probably weren't great presidents, though, were they? Let's face it. No, but like seriously though, there was actually like legitimate, full-on, massive historic leaders who went into battles and all kinds of shit, grew empires, and they were not the tallest geezers. So, yeah, I don't like this point. But to be fair, I think Zerka's just saying shit. You know what Zerka's like? He'll just say any old shit when he. Right, I'm gonna skip this along a little bit just because I'm starting to run out of time a little bit here, so I don't want to. I want to get to the infantilizing women part. False allegations we want to do. Toxic expectations on men, that would be good. Bigotry, low expect. See, these last few ones are pretty good. They're pretty good. I'm gonna skip past this one to get to infantilizing women because I feel like there's not much more to say about women leaders. I just agree that they can exist, and I think they'd generally be okay. I don't see them as any better or worse than male leaders, I suppose is the way I should put it. To me, it's just about conviction, and if they're going to do what they say, and if they're good at their job. Like, that's all I really care about. I really couldn't give a fuck if it's a guy or a woman. Right, yeah, let's skip this.
The idea that women are tasked with their own social context and creating the environments for themselves that they want to operate within, even though they are continually stripped of power, is infuriating and is disrespectful.
Oh, this is the same guy who said that patriarchy is like all about like logic and reasoning. Please stop thinking less of women. Please, please. The best thing you can do as a male feminist is to stop fucking infantilizing women. Please, for the love of God, don't infantilize us. Yes, if women, there are obstacles women uniquely have in the workforce.
I will say, just to this point, though, like, this is a problem with feminists in general, not male feminists, but just feminists in general. I constantly see these ideas that women don't have proper autonomy over themselves or can't make decisions for themselves in some way or another. I don't like it either. I don't infantilize women, but the problem is when you don't infantilize women like that, women don't like it, right? Because they kind of expect you to do it to them, because for them it actually gives them a bit of power, right? They get to use you for your protection or knowledge or favors or whatever. So they kind of purposefully want to be somewhat infantilized so that they don't have to take full responsibility and accountability for XYZ different things. And it's annoying, and a lot of people do it. It's not just men, a lot of people do it, and women do it to themselves, and it's eternally frustrating. When I realized that this was such a big deal, God, I don't know how old I was. I must have been like 19, 20 or so. I started to realize, like, oh, just how differently women are treated and what they're expected of them and stuff like that. And then once I started not doing that, when I started to realize I was doing it too, and I was like infantilizing women at times, and like, because I used to be a big feminist, I used to hang out with a lot of feminists and stuff like that. Like, when I realized what the people were saying when we'd be in discussions about things to do with women and men and women and blah, 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 there's always a million excuses for why women are doing whatever they're doing. And there's always a way to try and blame men for why women are doing what they're doing. And it's just like, mate, you can't have it like this. Because if we were to use that same logic, we could also just say that women are responsible for toxic men because they raised them, right? But that logic doesn't track, because we still have to hold people accountable. The reason we don't say that about men is because we hold men accountable for their actions when they become an adult. And so regardless of what their previous experiences in life, at some point, you have to be the arbiter of your own life. You have to be the what would you call it? You have to be the responsible one. You have to be the one that takes responsibility. So the same has to apply to women, but they don't actually want that. Like, because they know that there's actually a bit of power in not having that full accountability. They can use that to abdicate responsibility in a lot of cases and shift blame and all that kind of stuff. And it keeps them from not having to be introspective or develop as a person. And it's really annoying. It's really frustrating. It's, God.
That suck. And yes, it is on women to change the social context around them. Yes. Yes to both of these things. Because women can do it. I believe in them. And if they're in a
Based. Absolutely based.
workplace that is so toxic that they can't, I believe that they can do other things. They can find a different workplace still within the field. There's so many.
Yeah, they can set up their own business. Like, women get specialized women grants to start up businesses and stuff like that. Like, they're specialized, catered to women. They get more money out of it. They get extra help from the state to set up their businesses. So if they're struggling in a quote-unquote male-dominated field or area or whatever business is, they could potentially, if they had the means to, do it themselves. And many women do. In fact, a lot of women, especially black women and Latino women, were doing that during Trump's reign, because Trump was making it easier to set up businesses. And they exploded for women for a while there. And obviously COVID hit and everything went to shit, but, still, he was doing something, right?
Workplaces now that it's like, even if you're like in the most male-dominated space, I imagine that there are workplaces you can find that won't be nearly as toxic towards you as a woman. And yes, women should be self-advocating for themselves. Yes. Yes, they should. Because it is their issues. They know as an individual what they will need in their workspace to work better. Please, this is the issue. In the sake of advocacy for a vulnerable group, do not engage in bigotry of low expectation, right? Do not infantilize the group. That's not what we need.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I hate it when people do that. It's the most annoying thing ever. Women are adults. Yeah, let them speak for themselves, make their points. If they're good, they're good. If they're bad, they're bad. That's just the way of the fucking world, mate. You wouldn't treat a man any different. I don't understand why you make special allowances for women, like you say, to kind of look, implicitly you're kind of looking down on them. And this is a lot of what the left wing does with black people and stuff like that as well. It's a very similar mindset where, like, for instance, one of the big things about ID, voter ID, like, oh, it's a racist law and black people don't know how to get ID and they can't afford ID and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, and then when you actually ask black people, it's like pretty much every black person has an ID. You know what I mean? It's like there's like a slim percentage of black people that don't have, but because because per capita there might be a slight like overrepresentation of like black people that are not having IDs and not being able to vote. If you actually look at the raw numbers, it's still like such a slim margin that it just barely matters. And when you consider that most black people don't even vote anyway, it's just like, well, vote right. Like, you're just making a mountain out of a molehill. And realistically, you're actually just exposing your whole stance on this happening with black people is you literally looking down on them, thinking that they can't do basic shit in life. It's like, mate, it's ridiculous. Like, it is pretty ridiculous. And yeah, they do the same thing with women, and they do it with black people. They do it with all kinds of minorities. They kind of like have this like, oh, Diddums, I didn't know. Let me help you kind of attitude towards everything, and it's very condescending, and it's very, like she says, infantilizing, and it is quite literally the bigotry of low expectations. There you go. There you have it, folks.
It echoed the sentiment of black people keeping themselves down because of the acknowledgement of racism.
I think we'd all agree teachers, nurses, medical professionals, objectively important jobs for the fabric of society.
In the United States.
And
Which he's right. They're not acknowledging enough the obstacles that women do have in the workspace. Well, that's not true. This guy and the other guy
clearly
are.
undervalue.
Yeah, women have unique difficulties in the workplace, but I wouldn't say that women are particularly held back in any strong way. And like was brought up earlier, in a lot of industries that are male dominated, they have quotas for women. So women who are not even as well qualified or suited to the jobs and roles will be given preferential treatment for those roles just based on their gender. So I think that is, although they might still come into those workplaces and face, you know, some guys knowing this, maybe being a bit mean about it, or maybe they'll have some guys being a bit sexist here and there or whatever, or maybe they'll have some unwanted advances and stuff. Yeah, those are all annoying, ridiculous social interactions that pretty much everyone has to go through in pretty much any circumstances, to be honest. Obviously, you wouldn't want it happening at work. You know, that's where you want it to happen the least, but regardless, you know, it's just, these are the kinds of things that are just going to happen, and I don't know, you can try and minimize it as much as you want, but I don't think it makes women special or, like, makes their life, like, super hard in comparison to anything else. You know, I would encourage men not to be trying to flirt with women at work, but I'll also say, I met my partner at work. But I didn't flirt with her in, like, an overly sexual way. I never, like, really spoke about sex with her. I never flirted with her in, like, a weird way. I was just always speaking with her about different topics, talking about films that we like and stuff like that. And we just had a really good chat. And, like, we spoke for a few weeks. I'd been there for a couple of weeks. And then one day I just asked her out. I just said, oh, do you want to go for a drink sometime? Maybe we can watch a movie or something. And then, yeah, just went from there. That's literally what happened. So, yeah, I can't remember even why I said that now. But yeah, oh yeah, just in the case of, like, you know, work sexual harassment and stuff like that, usually I would just say don't bother. And if you're interested in a girl at work, then don't ever talk sex with her. Ever. Don't talk sex with her at work. You can make a couple of little risque jokes here and there, depending on her sense of humor or something. But generally speaking, I would just avoid speaking about sex with women that you want to date until you're dating them and the chemistry's there. Because you'll figure it out pretty quick. Like, once you get on that first date, you can usually figure it out pretty quick if there's going to be some sexual chemistry or not. And, you know, first, second date, you should be able to figure it out. And, you know, you just wait for an opportune moment, go for the kiss, bam, there you go.
These industries that are women dominant. Do you think that that's just a coincidence?
No, where I would agree with you is I do think that teachers and nurses should make more money, but
no, it's not a coincidence that there's more female teachers and shit like that, because women are primarily driven by social interactions, and these kinds of jobs lend themselves to social interactions with children, like almost from a motherly perspective, you might say. Ugh. You know, these things are fucking staring people in the face if they're just willing to look, you know, but they're not putting two and two together. It's like, it's just societal oppression. That's why there's so many women who are teachers. And it's like, no, it's because they're fully grown adults and they're picking this career, and it just so happens to speak to their biology, psychology, socialization, etc.
That doesn't factor into the point that there is a pay gap, because if a man goes to be a teacher, he's still going to get paid the same amount as a woman.
All right,
So it
let's
doesn't
take a
really
job.
No, that literally factors into the pay gap, because your side's whole argument from the beginning was that the pay gap was rooted in the different choices of careers. So if women are choosing the same careers, but the careers are now valued more and then paid out more, the pay gap will diminish, even if the women's job preferences don't.
Let's take a
So if women's, what is she saying here? So if the women's job choices don't change, but they get paid more, that would close the pay gap on average. Yeah, you could probably make that argument. Yeah, sure. I think it's just that what people are failing to realize here is that most men who are making a lot of money are doing so in the private sector, whereas a lot of these jobs that like teachers and stuff like that, these are government payroll. If you're getting paid by the government out of taxes, it's a different story because it's not supply and demand based. So this is why teachers aren't paid very well, is because they're divvying up budgets based on like tax brackets and all kinds of different things, and it's just not the same situation. So this is why. So it is still about choices at the end of the day. It is still primarily about the choices that people are making, and understand it. Because like, if it was all private education, if all schools were private schools, and the women work at that, you bet your bottom dollar they'd be getting paid a lot more, a hell of a lot more. But because it's public, because it's government, it's different because they have to allocate budgets and stuff. It's not about them making a bunch of money. They just get given a lump sum and say, okay, spread this out for a year on whatever it is that you need. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, that's not the same as like you've made fucking, from however many students you've got, you've made XYZ amount of money from it, you know? Which could go up or down depending on what you're charging or how many students you get per year and stuff like that. So yeah.
a job where men and women both participate. Like World Cup's going on right now. Look at the U.S. American men's team. And
The men's team is also significantly more skilled than the women's team and brings in a bigger
and more
audience.
people watch it. More people watch it. Do you think
No, they're not more skilled. They're more explosive and powerful and fast. Men's sports are more interesting to watch than women's sports. But they're not more skilled. They have more explosive power. That's the difference.
I don't know about that. I would say that very often the men are more skilled, usually. But also, not to say that you don't get skilled women, of course you do. But just generally speaking, the what she's talking about with the men having explosive power actually feeds into the higher skill level that they have, because they can perform maneuvers. They can pull them off at a better rate because of how explosive and powerful they are. Therefore, their skills match how powerful and explosive they are. It's not an either or kind of thing. You can't get a woman who's just as skilled as man, like in the exact same skill set, but the man will just win because of his power and speed or whatever. Like, his power and speed literally dictate part of his skill level. It's related to it, if that makes sense. And also, this is just a really fucking stupid argument to make about women footballers and stuff. At the end of the day, you're talking about entertainment business. You can't get gender pay parity in any entertainment business. It's like saying that you want female singers to get paid the same as male singers. It's stupid because it's based on ticket sales and revenue from merchandise and stuff like that. So if women are not watching women's sports, so women are going to advocate for women's sports, but then if they're not going to watch it, then basically women are letting women's sports down. Right? So if anybody wants to start pulling the blame game on why women's sports don't get paid as much, well, it's because women don't bother to watch them. That's why. In fact, I would imagine that most people that are watching women's sports are still men. And even then, it's not many, you know? So, yeah, I think what people really need to realize is that there's just a problem with women not being interested in sports that much on like a general societal level. They just don't really care about it. And that's just what it is. It's just what it is. No, men aren't to blame. It's not societal oppression. It's not sexism. It's women wanted women's sports. They got women's sports, and then women didn't watch women's sports. That's literally the chain of events that have led to this situation. That is literally it.
Right? And there's just something exciting about watching somebody with more explosive power than with somebody with less, right? In many ways, like, no.
People that play in the
But they don't-
WNBA should be making the same thing as NBA
they-
players.
I
But
don't
they
think
should be getting the
NBA
same
or
shit.
WNBA players should be
same-
making
That's
more
not
than
my question. That's not my-
That's a different conversation. Let's talk about the religion of sport.
Question. In 2022, women are not victims, but yet we live in a society that glorifies being a victim, glorifies being oppressed, glorifies people feeling bad for you, when all honesty, all it does is, again, it provides another disservice to the people that are these so-called victims.
I haven't always understood consent in intimate relationship.
I keep trying not to be a moderate, by the way. I don't want to both sides, but every time I hear the dialogue trees on either side, I just want to ram pens into my eyeballs. It's just like, just one of you, don't engage in motivated think. Just for once, please, just think about the situations complexly. Just once.
But I will say that the anti-feminists have done that way more than the pro-feminists. They the Christian one's been probably the worst for the motivated reasoning, but the others have been pretty good, and they've also been fairly varied and have agreed with the feminists. The feminists, right, have taken pretty predictable stances, whereas the anti-feminists have actually been a bit more of a mixed bag, and they've been fairly even-handed with a lot of things, really. The anti-feminists have actually done fairly well in it. Some of the arguments they've made have been a bit weak, but generally speaking, they've not done a bad job. And I think they've done their best to be way more good faith and not just repeating random bullshit. Like, a lot of them have really thought about what it is that they're saying and they're discussing today, whereas, like, the feminists, it just feels like they want to be able to say the scripted line that I learnt at the local feminist fucking meeting, or the Last Guardian article that I read. You know what I mean? It feels a lot more like the feminists feel a hell of a lot more like a dialogue tree than the anti-feminists do. But by proxy, they also kind of do, just because they're responding to the dialogue trees of the feminists. But yeah.
One of the problems.
I'm sure I sound just like them. I'm probably like whining, but I'm sure I go down my dialogue trees that annoy the shit out of you guys. I don't know.
I'll say for this topic, consent can be a little murky, especially when you're younger and people don't always really know what they want and stuff. Even myself, I've been in situations where I've had sex that was somewhat coercive from the other party, or felt weird to me. So it felt like I didn't really want to do it. Like I wanted to kind of remove my consent halfway through, but I didn't. And I regretted it later. It felt a bit, I wouldn't say it was like mentally traumatizing, but it wasn't nice. Like it wasn't a pleasant experience. Like it played on my mind for a little while and made me feel a bit shit, We got somebody in the Twitch chat saying, hi, Mr. Heroes. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, and I think I've also been on the other end of that. Like, I've definitely pressured partners for sex sometimes without really realizing that maybe I was overstepping a boundary there. Um, I think ultimately, I actually kind of agree with Mr. Girl when it comes to consent. He made a video about consent, and I think that really solidified where I stand with it now. And I think I don't think coercion or trying to, I don't think it's always inherently wrong exactly, but you should try not to do it, obviously. It should be something that's discouraged. I don't see it as like rape and stuff like people say. Because at the end of the day, I think people are responsible for their own boundaries. And if somebody is pestering you and you break down and you just go, oh, you know what, sod it, let's do it then. I'm sorry, but that is still you giving consent. I know they were pestering you. I know they were trying to break you down. I know they were going at you, but at the end of the day, you still said yes, and that's on you for that. I've done it, and I regret it, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna blame them because I let my boundaries down. You know what I mean? That was my choice. So that is just what it is, and it's a sad state of affairs. I do think people should not try to coerce people. I think people should be more thinking of their boundaries. And I think the way I like the thing that I like what Mr. Girl said about it was that if somebody was trying to rape your cat and they were trying to break you down and convince you to have sex with your cat, would you ever give in? Would they ever be able to break you down to the point where you go, oh, you know what? Yeah, just have sex with my cat. Actually, it doesn't matter. No. If you like, a lot of people would literally fucking fight a guy. A woman would be ready to fight a guy over that. But when it comes to a man asking them for sex directly, then it becomes a different thing for some reason, and I don't know why. So when it comes to coercion and consent and stuff like that, I think what people really need to be focusing on is people having stronger boundaries and just people giving better advice on how to actually pursue women, or also as well just more women pursuing men as well. Because if less of that pressure is on men to pursue women, then you probably will have a lot less of this miscommunication going on. Where men are feeling like maybe there's just playing hard to get or blah blah blah. If women were more upfront with that kind of thing, then men would have to guess less. So it's a tough one. But yeah, consent is a weird one. Obviously I've never fucking raped anybody. I've always gotten consent for sex, and I would rarely ever try to convince somebody to have sex with me, although I have done that a few times. And that's where I would say consent for me has been a little blurry in that respect. I still think I got consent, but I don't like how I went about getting consent, if that makes sense. And I've moved away from that. This was when I was younger. I'm 31 now. We're talking in my 20s. We're talking, I don't know, 23 to 26 before I started like trying to take relationships more seriously. And in fact, actually, me and Pip have had. Oh, I shouldn't have said my partner. Me and my partner. I guess it doesn't really matter, but me and my partner, I've had a couple of discussions about this as well, actually. But that's fine because she was actually setting her boundaries. That's fine. And we've been fine since then. So yeah, I don't know. It's just, I guess that's just what it is. I think women just need, like, if I have kids, I hope I have kids, and if I have daughters, then I'm totally going to be teaching them how to properly respect their own boundaries and stuff, and not let somebody break them down in that way where they give into it. And I will say to them, I said, look, I'll have to be harsh. I'll have to say, look, if you do let those boundaries break down, you do give in. You say, you know what, actually, yeah, let's have sex. I'm sorry, but that's on you after that. You said yes. I know that they've broken you down and pestered you, but that is still you giving consent. So I'm telling you now, either keep your boundaries or don't. But don't try and turn it into something it's not. You know what I mean? Because that's not really fair. I've seen recently that like people are trying to say about that Andrew Callahan, is it? He's had a few instances like that where he's been in a club with some girls, got him a few drinks, stuff like that. He thinks he's obviously got it in his head that like they're obviously gonna get it in, and obviously it might even seem like that. Maybe it's quite flirty atmosphere, but then the girl's actually not really feeling it, and she isn't really communicating that. And then he's like, "Nah, you know, oh, let's go back," and they're like, "Yeah, sure." And then they go back, and he's thinking, "Okay, if I'm going back, then we're probably gonna smash, right?" And then, but then when it happens and he gets back and they don't actually want to do that, then he's like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And then he like tries to coerce them, or you know, like you say, kind of sex pest them. And then these women have then eventually gone, "You know what? Okay, fine, we'll do it." And yeah, in that case, and now they're trying to say this is like rape, this is tantamount to rape and sexual misconduct and all this stuff. And I just think it's sex pest behavior. I will put it on that level. But is it tantamount to rape? I don't think so. No, nowhere near. In fact, I think it actually makes a mockery of rape to even try to insinuate that. Coercion's a bit tricky. It depends. I would consider it rape if they were literally forcing you, like if they put a gun to your head, like that kind of violent coercion. That to me is just rape. But if it's just someone going, "Oh, come on, I'm really horny," and like, "Oh, I really like you," and they're like, "Oh, I don't know, I just don't feel like it," and you're like, "Oh, come on, please," oh. And then they go, "Oh, okay." That is not rape. Okay? That's just not rape. And it, you know, if these girls want to come out of the woodwork and say that they didn't like it or they regretted it and that they wish they didn't have sex with him and they wish they didn't break down their boundaries to do that, that's fine. They can say that they regret it and have a conversation with him about it or whatever. I think what I just don't like about it is people trying to make out that it's rape. I just don't think it is at all. I just don't. I can't. I would argue that one to the ends of the earth. I don't think that you can fully make that comparison. I don't know. I just think it's really, that's a bad thing to do. It's damaging to society.
The moderate dialogue tree will become its new whole thing.
Consent is not always clearly communicated, and I think that's one of the things that it has kind of been weaponized against men. Whether the woman wasn't excited about it, or she didn't like the guy, or she was drunk, or all these things that they can use to remove their consent and their responsibility in that. It would ruin the romantic image of that guy if he asked to kiss you or if he asked to have sex with you at every single point.
Yeah. My experience with it has been a little bit different. As a black kid, I was taught that if you engage in a romance with a white woman, it's a possibility that she might falsely accuse you of something.
Yeah.
So I've always been, I guess you can say hyper consensual.
Mm-hmm.
What that has done for me is it has revealed the bullshittery that is all these like backdoor cuts that men act like women take to accuse them of things. It's super possible to never engage romantically with a woman in a way that she doesn't want. It's not even hard.
There's enthusiastic consent. You shouldn't like want to feel like you're talking somebody into something or like they are okay with it.
Right.
You have sexual encounters with people that want to.
I wish people would focus more on. So the way I like to frame this conversation that I find is a little bit more accurate, I guess, is not so much that you don't want people to feel okay with it. You do want people to feel okay. Feeling okay with it is fine, especially if they're like a regular sexual partner. Like there are times that Nick and I have sex and I'm like, yeah, it was meh. It was a super meh experience, right? But he didn't assault me, obviously. What you don't want to do, particularly in the case of casual hookups, is you do not want buyer's remorse, right? And in this case, what you're negotiating and buying and trading is sexual intercourse, right? Not that you're literally like, I'm not saying women are, I'm saying it's like a negotiation, right? In the case of like sales pitches, when you're trying to vie for somebody to buy into you, do you want to have sex with me, right? That's what you're trying to get them to buy into. You don't want buyer's remorse, because when women experience buyer's remorse, at best, they're uncomfortable and disappointed. At worst, they're traumatized, right? That's not what we want. We want to make sure that women feel at all times maximized an agency to make the choice that is best for them.
Well, why are they not responsible for their own part in that? If they know that, like, if they're engaging in casual sex with people and going to bars, going out with guys, blah 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 blah, if they're not willing to sort their own why do men have to? Well, it's not that men shouldn't be conscious of people's boundaries. Of course, they should be. I don't understand why it's men's responsibility to create women's boundaries for them. I don't really see that point. I think that's a bit of a shit point, in all honesty. That, yeah, we want women to feel safe all the time. Well, they've also got to take a lot of their own responsibility for that. If you're having sex with random guys and you feel a bit traumatized by it because you've been having sex with guys that you maybe didn't really want to have sex with, that is still on you. Like, I just spoke about how I've had sexual encounters with people where they kind of coerced me into it, or I didn't really want to do it. I wasn't as attracted to them as I thought, or whatever, and or something weird happened, but then we ended up still having sex, and I just made me uncomfortable. Like, there's been quite a few times it's happened to me, actually, now that I really think about it. But realistically, it's, I take responsibility for that because I still chose to be a part of it. I still chose to have sex. I had the buyer's remorse. Definitely, I had the buyer's remorse. But but that was on me. I still bought it. I had the buyer's remorse, but I still bought it. So it's. I don't like. She was talking earlier about not infantilizing women, but now she kind of is doing it. You know what I mean? It's like men have got to be the ones that are hyper aware of women's boundaries, but women don't have to enforce their own boundaries properly. And and men have to kind of enforce their boundaries for them. That's a version of infantilization as far as I'm concerned.
We want women to feel comfortable having sex, even if they just feel okay about the sex, that they don't have remorse afterwards. The worst situation is a woman being like, yeah, okay. And then afterwards she's like, God, I really wish I hadn't had that sex. Like, I feel...
Why? Why is that the worst situation? I don't understand it. What, is no one allowed to just have a shit experience and regret something? How is that the worst situation? Why? And if you're making those decisions to go out and have that casual sex as a woman, as an adult person, and you're not happy with how it's going, then maybe just change your life. That's what I did. When I wasn't happy with being promiscuous and sleeping around and I felt used and I was getting that buyer's remorse, I was sleeping with people I didn't really want to sleep with and stuff like that and regretting things and whatever, I stopped doing it. I took responsibility and I just stopped doing it. I didn't blame women. I didn't think that women were raping me and doing horror. I did have some level of animosity towards women from it, but only in like a more general sense of just feeling rejected and stuff like that. That passed fairly quickly. But it's just like, I don't know. I don't like this line of thinking where it's like women are beyond responsibility when it comes to sex. You know, it's weird.
Super gross now. That's bad, and we do want to minimize that. And men, by the way, I also want men to not have buyer's remorse. I feel like I'm in the manosphere so much that I guess I got an IRA, right? So there's lots of liberal men here. Okay, liberal men will probably map onto this a little bit better. Same for men. I don't want men to have buyer's remorse, right? Because we talk a lot about like intimate consent and stuff around like women and then their experiences, but it's also incredibly difficult for men to say no to sex a lot of the time, because there's this conception of like, why the fuck would they? And so in the same way that I want to make sure that women have a maximal chance to basically say,
Yeah, I've rejected a few women here and there. Not often, but I have rejected a few when they've tried to hit on me, like quite overtly. Like either they've tried to kiss me or something. You know, they've tried to do something, right? They've tried to dance with me on a night out, or they've tried to kiss me or touch my bum or something. Like, girls grab your bum, by the way. a fair amount. I've been groped by women. It doesn't really bother me, but I will just say that it has happened. Like, it's happened quite a few times. Anyway, basically, what was I trying to say? I keep getting I sidetrack myself all the time. So she's on about, yeah, men feel okay, yeah. So I've rejected a few women here and there, and I will say women get quite angry when you reject them. I remember there was this one girl, I used to be housemates with her, and it was like one of our last nights out as like a house, a house group together. And we went to this club, and we were stood up. We'd already been drinking before we got there, and we were already quite drunk. And we were waiting to go into the club in the queue, and one of the girls I was with from our house tried to kiss me, and I was not into her. She wasn't an ugly girl or anything. She wasn't like a bad bad person or anything like that. I quite liked her. I thought she was all right. Just wasn't for me. I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to be. I just didn't want to fucking have sex with her or kiss her or anything. So she tried to kiss me, and I turned my head and went, whoa, 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 sorry, it's not like that, love. Sorry. I don't know if I give you the wrong impression, but I'm not interested. And she got so fucking angry, man. I just don't think that had ever happened to her before, to be quite frank. She fucking went ballistic. She started screaming at me. She stormed off. When we were in the club, she was purposefully grabbing guys in front of me and snogging them and stuff. She kind of did this stuff anyway. She was a bit of a loose cannon, but loose being the optimum word. But but she was. I could tell she was purposefully doing it to try and like annoy me, as if I was going to get jealous or something. When I was like, I was never even interested in the first place. Why would I get jealous? But it's like when you notice somebody's doing something for a reason, it's hard not to notice it again, And yeah, it was a very bizarre evening, but that's one that stands out. But I've had things like that happen to me before. I've had certain like issues like that before with people. Yeah, I can't remember why I brought that up now.
I'm not interested. I want women to have all of the options to say no, right?
Oh, right, yeah, because she was saying that, like, men struggle to say no to sex. And yeah, I will say, I'm not afraid of a woman getting angry if I reject her, but it is awkward. But sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. In fact, I wish I'd rejected more women, to be honest. But, hey-ho.
Right? It's better that they have all the options to say no than for you to just get your nut. I would say the same for men, but yeah. Men usually always have buyer's remorse. No, they don't. I wouldn't say so. Most men after casual hookups are like, fucking yeah, got my nut, got my dick, where I had a good time.
Maybe if they're young men or newly single or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if men are really thinking like this when... I don't know. I was thinking like this when I first started having one-night stands and stuff. Like, let's say my first 10 to 20 casual flings / one-night stand situations. I was like, yeah, cool, my ego, yeah. It's like, I did feel good about it. But then it was when I was getting into the higher numbers, like the 30, 40, 50s and higher, that I started to really hate it. Like, I wasn't excited about it anymore. And I started to feel used, and yeah, it wasn't a good situation. Wasn't a good situation overall, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it is a stereotype. I suppose men are somewhat like that. Women can be like that too sometimes, I guess, as well. I've also met girls that are a bit like, just sleeping around, abusing men, having fun with it, and like they don't really care and all that stuff. I've seen women being like that as well. I can't really put a finger on who I've seen being more like that. Probably men being more like that, I guess. Yeah. But even still, I find that most men are usually just trying to have a relationship and stuff as well. I feel like women have this perception of men that they don't want to have relationships and stuff, but that's usually because they're going after certain kinds of men, like high status men who have a lot more options than your average man. And so they kind of get caught up in that situation. And then they kind of project that onto all men when that's not necessarily the case.
Not always. Not always. And in cases where they don't, that's really sad, right? Just like when women don't have the experience, that's very sad. And just to be clear, just because somebody has buyer's remorse doesn't mean that an assault necessarily happened. But you want to make sure if you're having sex, especially casual sex with people, that you are minimizing buyer's remorse as much as possible. I always say no to women based. They don't care if it was good or bad, they just get clout by fucking. Welcome to the Omni pill.
Have the sexual encounters that are excited about it, and like that's something that like I do think gets lost. Like consent. One more thing, really quick. I know young men that like definitely didn't want to have sex as much as they were, and they were men, but they feel like they had to. They don't, and it's like these things. Like it's informing young people. Like even though you don't want them to have sex at a young age, you have to inform them of it because they'll do it wrong if you don't.
It's baked into our culture from the music that we listen to. It's in porn. It's a dominating culture. When you go into a relationship, these are the things that you see, so you try to enact on that. Consent doesn't make you any less of a man. Consent is really creating the safety for the other person to mutually just...
Yeah, it's difficult as well because a lot of times I've done it both ways. I've done it where like, you know, I'll move in for the kiss and I haven't said anything. And I will say that like, you know, 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10 maybe, usually it's fine, right? There's not really an issue. Occasionally a girl might turn around and go, oh, no, sorry, you know, gave you the wrong impression. And usually when that happens, I just go, oh, I just picked up the wrong singles, I'm so sorry, and I'll just walk away. But I have also done it where like I've been with somebody and I've been dating them a couple of times, or maybe it's even the first date and we're having a good time, we're dancing or something, and I'll spin them around and I'll just go, hey, I'm really feeling you, do you mind if I give you a kiss? And then they'll usually just say yes, and then you go for it. So it can kill the moment. There's been times where I have asked, it's killed the moment and I didn't get the kiss. But I've not found a huge problem whether or not I go for it without asking or if I ask. Like either way, it seems to be fine. I think maybe I'm just a good read. It's rare that I've had it where the girl wasn't interested, basically. Like that was like the lesser of things. Like it has happened, but it's just not as frequent. But I think that's just because I was always good at picking up on. Like, I would kind of establish that we're making the eyes, we're dancing around, I'm talking to you a bit first, there is an interest here. It's not just like I'm walking over to somebody and doing some kind of cold open on them or, you know, just moving in for, like, kisses and stuff like that on people that, you know, I've only been in my vicinity for, like, 10, 20 seconds or something. So, yeah, I would say, I don't know, consent's a weird one. It is a weird one because women react to it in different ways. Some women do like it when you ask. Some women it really kills the moment for them when you ask. I will say as well that like when you're having sex and you're constantly going, oh, is this okay? Is that okay? Are you okay with this? Should I do this? Should I do that? That puts women off as well, I've found a lot. I stopped doing that altogether. Sometimes you have to, if your partner's not as communicative in sex, you kind of have to start asking what they like, which is a bit annoying because it makes it a bit more difficult when they're not very good at vocalizing that kind of stuff, and you don't know if you're actually doing a good job then after that. But I've been kind of good. Most women are fairly good at communicating in bed a lot of times, I've found, or at least the women that I've been with, I guess, and that is usually a great help in the sex being a lot better. What was my point here? I've forgotten what I was saying. You know what? Let's just play the video. I'm getting a bit tired now. I've been streaming for hours.
Just be down for it.
I always stream for way too long, and then when it starts getting to the end, I can't make points anymore because I'm just like I'm forgetting what I'm saying.
Honestly, I didn't really hear anything that I disagreed with over here. It's just the only thing in this conversation that I worry about is lack of accountability. Because a lot of times, women or man, doesn't matter what your sex is, if you're engaging in sexual activity, you can pretty much signal that it's consensual, and it can get confusing. But then if a woman or if a man doesn't verbalize it and then they go back, they confuse consent with regret. And I've seen that a lot in court cases or just throughout our culture.
But that's where the coercion thing comes, right? And like the context around, like the context surrounding, like if they were to say no, would they have been safe? Would there have been?
So a super interesting thing I found out recently about sexual assault specifically. A friend of mine works with an agency that works with victims of sexual assault. They're basically advocates for the victim. And so they're there with them from the moment they go to the hospital through the whole process, whether they want to file charges or not. They're there with them through every single step. It's a super cool company. And I was asking about this like false allegation, like how do you guys tease apart? And I was talking to her, I was like, one thing that I get really stuck on when it comes to this consent and sexual assault conversation is blurry consent, where it's like two parties, both are drinking. One party obviously feels that consent was given and the other party afterwards doesn't feel. Like, how often do you think is the case where women have like sex after like a party that they retroactively pull back their consent for? And she was like, she's like, just to be clear, I'm dealing with women who are going so far as to usually be at least going and getting a rape kit done, right? So I'm not dealing with all women. Because there's obviously a perverse incentive for like some false allegations if you're doing like just like going to Twitter or TikTok. Almost all of the women who weren't even sure if they had been assaulted, they just felt really scared and grossed out by it. All of them, she says over 90% of these women have bruising. Almost all of them. And I was like, oh fuck. You don't just bruise somebody by accident. You don't just be like, I don't know if it like... You might think that maybe they're into it, but something is happening if you're so rough during sex and that she's bruising. And specifically, the bruising is typically on the wrists and the arms, right? Which was really interesting to find out that in the case where like the woman isn't really sure and it feels like maybe a bit of this like blurry consent, obviously these women are stressed enough that they're calling for an advocate and considering going to the police. But yeah, almost all of the women that come in where it's not clear. I mean, she does deal with women that clearly had a violent rape. It was clearly non-consensual, and it's usually very brutal. And there's usually more injuries, especially to like penetrative regions. But in the case where like the woman just like felt kind of about it and wasn't sure if she was assaulted, in most of those cases there's bruising. And I'm like, fuck. If you're a dude and you're having sex with a girl and you're being hard enough on her that she's bruising in the arms and forearms, I don't know if I can give you the out of you weren't sure if she was consenting. I don't know if you get that. I think the responsibility's on you now. Like, that to me doesn't feel like a reasonable enough belief, you know?
That's a tricky one. Yeah. Especially with rough sex and stuff. I will say women do bruise easy. A lot of women do anyway. But yeah, if they're coming down, if they are coming down because they are confused about what's happened to them, I would say that definitely does make it more dubious. Obviously, again, coupled with the bruising and stuff. Yeah. Nah, I think I would generally go with what she's saying. Yeah, I was just mulling it over for a second there because I was just like, if they just had some rough sex and she got a bit of a bruising because he like held on a bit tight around her wrist or something, it's not necessarily anything bad, is it? But you don't know what people are doing because sometimes a girl might think she's going in for some casual sex, but then the guy starts pulling out some weird sadomasochist shit that he like she wasn't really prepared for, and yeah, maybe she went along with it and it was fine enough for her to get through that situation, but then she just feels a bit weird because it's like didn't really anticipate that kind of sex. So is it like, is it rape or whatever? I wouldn't say that in that what I'm describing there. I wouldn't call that rape, but I would say that is the gamble you are taking if you're going to engage in casual sex. Is you don't know if they're going to have diseases, you don't know if they're going to be weird, you don't know if they're going to be abusive, you don't know what kind of sex they're into, all that shit. And that's more of a risk for women than it is for men, just generally speaking. All these things apply to men as well, but it's definitely more of a risk for women. So, I think that this idea that people have been pushing on women that, yeah, just go out, have sex, free love, who cares? Oh, it's whatever. I do think it isn't really putting the sex, how sex affects women into a real context. And that's how you get this kind of shit where it's not crystal clear if something is bad or good happening, and maybe this could have been avoided if you just weren't having casual sex in the first place, and maybe just having sex within committed relationships and stuff, which might end up working out better for you. But even then, most of the time, a lot of this stuff is your intimate partners, isn't it? So
Sour grapes.
What can you do?
I do think sour grapes happens, just to be clear, but that was really interesting to find out.
Questions.
But
Are you
is
putting
that
them in a
on the
position where
man,
they...
or is that on the woman? Because if they agree,
It depends
to
on
do
the
it,
situation.
unless they were raped.
Like the Harvey Weinstein thing. Like, if any of those women say no, their careers are ruined.
Right.
They're in danger
And
because
that
they're
is-
in.
that is
Like, so
totally
it's the
understandable.
context. I don't think that false accusations, especially for sexual assault, are anywhere near as common as people want to make them out to be. And I think the much bigger.
The false allegation thing for rape in particular. Number one, the studies on that are all over the place. Normally people say it's like 1 or 2%, but that number comes from like a 1978 study, which is ludicrous to even be still using that number in today's day and age. Yeah, it comes from like a 1978 study, and the study itself was like some kind of survey study thing, and they put together like the way that they conducted the survey and the data gathering just wasn't. I can't remember the full details of it, but the way that they went about it, it wasn't kosher. Basically, it's one of them things where it's like clearly this is like a faulty study. And there's been other studies that have kind of corroborated it, but they usually put the number between 2 and 10%. But like the thing with it is that they don't really these are all like kind of based on convictions and not on like acquittals and stuff like that, or cases getting dropped for lack of evidence, so there's many of them that we'll never know if they were true or false. If they were made in if they were made as being like some kind of revenge or whatever. So because of that, nobody actually knows the real number of how many false allegations there are. But that's just for rape as well. Like when I say false allegations, I don't mean just for rape. I mean just women lying about men in general is somewhat of a problem. I mean, it's a problem when men lie about women too, by the way. But there is this, especially when it comes to families and kids and family courts and stuff like that. There is a lot of situations where women are incentivized to lie, and I've seen it in my own life. I've seen it around. I've known people who have come out of family situations where their mother became the sole custody person, and they literally manipulated that situation. Like, a lot of people have grown up hating their mums for this kind of stuff, for this kind of behavior, and trying to turn them against their fathers and all this kind of stuff. Sometimes it's been legitimate because the father has just been a massive prick, but there is also plenty of times that I've seen where it was just not justified at all, and it was just a personal beef between, the divorced spouses. There was no particular actual abuse going on, but it's just that they needed to say that to get to get the kids and stuff. turn their friends against them, turn the community against them, essentially, to ostracize them so that they can remain and start anew. It's happened a lot. I've seen people getting beaten up. I've seen women claiming to other men at parties and stuff like that like, this guy beat me up, my boyfriend beat me up. Never happened. She never been beaten up by his people. I've seen this 2 or 3 times in my own life. I've literally seen it, as in I was present for this happening. And but I also know of different people where this has happened, where a woman has said, "Oh, he's hit me, or he's done something. He's been abusive to me. He's done this thing to me," which never happened. It never happened, or it's been exaggerated. What happened? Maybe they had an argument, but the extent of it has been exaggerated because she's got her feelings hurt. And she says something wild to a bunch of men. She'll say, "Oh, he battered me the other day, he slapped me or something." And then they fucking drag him outside and start battering him in the street and stuff like that. And the guy's done nothing, right? So I've seen plenty of instances where women have used these situations to their advantage and used the idea that people are going to come to their aid, and like kind of unquestioningly, really, a lot of times, to their advantage, to manipulate people into doing things that they probably wouldn't normally do. So that is a problem. That is a problem, and I don't like it when people come out with false allegations and they just say, "Oh, it's all just 1 or 2% false allegations for rape," and it's like, you're not really taking this in the full context of what it really means when people are talking about it, false allegations.
Bigger problem in day-to-day life is the
So this is the issue when we're talking about false allegations. What do we mean? Because what he's talking about is people who go to the police. Women who go to the police with false allegations are a staggering low proportion, because most sexual assault cases will not actually successfully lead to a conviction anyways, even if it was a literal actual rape, right? Usually it's hard to prosecute these things because there's a lot of he said, she said. The main
And
way
it's not the only crime that's hard to prosecute, by the way, either. There's lots of crimes that are hard to prosecute. It's like something like 1/3 of murderers get away with it because they just never get found. It's difficult to prosecute a lot of crimes as it is, let alone rape as well. So, it's difficult out there. It is difficult.
Know if like a rape actually occurred and was non-consensual is going to be some level of injury that doesn't give it, that there's like enough reason to, there's not enough there, it suspends plausible disbelief, basically. Yeah, fuck, man.
She's like me. She's losing her train of thought.
the consent issue, not the false accusation.
That's undermining.
But the issue is these anti-feminists, when they're talking about false allegations, they're talking about twit-longers. They're talking about Twitter threads. That's what they're talking about. And these are different things. In the case of a woman going to a hospital with the police with a false allegation, there is a much higher burden. And I'm going to be clear, going to the police and the hospital for sexual assault is an awful experience. Like rape kits alone are awful. You're talking 6 to 7 staff around you the whole time. You are buck naked. They're taking photos of every orifice. They're sticking things in every orifice, like including your asshole, getting swabs of everything. So you're getting like very invasive. It's a very long process. You have to go into explicit details about all of your past sexual history. You have to do a bunch of medications and drugs for STDs. It's an awful experience.
That does sound pretty grueling, but I honestly just think, unfortunately, these are the sacrifices you have to make in order to either get justice and move this kind of stuff forward, really. Because if you want to see more convictions for rapists and stuff like that, then you just have to report more. And I know that means going through a difficult process. But without that, then like you've got nothing, and you're basically just letting, rapists run free on the streets. So even if you don't get a conviction, even if it doesn't go anywhere, I think like generally speaking, you should do it anyway. I did it for my sexual abuse. My uncle went to prison for 2 years. Well, he got sentenced to 4, but he got out in 2. And it was a horrible horrible process to go through. I didn't do a rape kit, but that does sound pretty bad. But even still, I would have done it if they asked me to. I would have done it because it was necessary. And, you know, I trust them as being professionals to just do it correctly. So, you know, I know it's scary and stuff like that, but I don't understand, like, is that scarier than getting raped and knowing that your rapist is still out there? Raping other people, probably? Like, what's scarier? Going for this rape kit and reporting them to the police, or just letting this happen again and again and again? Like, what? Like, I don't know, man. Life's not fair, and you've got to make some trade-offs, and it is what it is. I honestly, I am sorry to women for having to go through that, but ultimately, these are some of the realities we just have to deal with, you know? And I think the more that women do it and the better these rape kits get, the more efficient they become, the more efficient they get at processing these reports, the better outcomes we're going to get on this kind of stuff. And it just means that the women that are doing it, you know, you just have to be brave, essentially. And I know it's not easy to do, but that it just is what you've got to do, unfortunately.
Horrible. Not because anyone's like bigoted, by the way. It's not because like nurses are like trying to like, you know, be mean and they just fucking hate women. It's just the nature of the crime. It's just an awful experience, right? The problem with like this social media Me Too stuff is there's a perverse incentive with very little ramifications, right?
Yeah.
So there's a greater perverse incentive there. That doesn't mean that every woman who goes to social media with allegations is lying either. That's the problem. Lots of them aren't.
Yeah, it's just much harder to verify, isn't it? Like it's a much harder thing to really draw one conclusion over the other, and then it doesn't really help when people come out of the woodwork to just be like, well, you just have to believe all women regardless. And then when women are just coming out with like the most half-assed allegations you can imaginable and just expecting everybody to believe them, and if you don't believe them, you're a bigot and stuff. It is an incentivization towards abuse of that situation, 100%. It is an issue, definitely, and they're hurting the situation for legitimate victims as well. It's like if you really felt like you were raped, go to the police. Don't come to Twitter, please. That does make me question you. You know, I can't help it. It does. It just makes me question you. And I think anyone in their sane mind should. Unless you've been to the police first, and then you want to make some kind of statement about it publicly, fair enough. But if you haven't been to the police at all, and you can't be arsed, and you're also trying to tell women... There's another thing about this. If you go into Twitter threads and stuff like that about, you know, allegations of XYZ, or just talking about rape and, you know, men and women dynamics and blah blah blah, sexual violence and stuff, you know, I try to always promote women to report, right? I always try and promote women to doing that. As horrible and difficult as it is, I always try and get women to report, because I think it's just fundamental to rape as a crime getting actually prosecuted, right? But when you get into the comments and you say that, and you say women just really need to report as soon and as quickly as possible, for their own sake and for, you know, other potential victims and blah blah blah, and then everyone will come out of the woodwork to give every excuse under the sun to not report ever. Oh, you're not going to get a conviction. There's no point. Oh, it's a patriarchal system. The police are going to ask you what you wore, and they're going to do this and blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, some of these things are probably going to happen. Sure. And, like, why? I'm not seeing any of this as a reason to not report. And if anything, it just seems like you're trying your hardest to get women to not report. And if that's what you're doing, I think that is so deeply wrong. Like, if you're not encouraging women to report and making it feel safer and more welcoming for them to do so, then you are actually making it actively harder for them to report. And that is just insanity. Like, why would anyone want to make it harder to report? That's so stupid. And then the only alternative that they give you is just believe the women then. instead of questioning it and doing investigations. Don't do investigations, don't do any of that. Just believe what we say, and that's that. And it's like, mate, you're asking too much from people with this. It's a very silly game that you're playing right now. Oh, yeah. I don't know. They're not very fleshed out in their discourse and how they think about it. It's all very emotionally charged. And I get it. It is an emotionally charged conversation, but you gotta take your emotions out of it at some point and be able to look and say, no, we need to create a cultural atmosphere where women don't feel afraid to go and report. You know, I think we can be real about it as well. We can say to women, we say, look, we're not always going to get a conviction out of it. We might not always get a trial. But if you legitimately feel you were raped, always go to police. And if you're the first one, or if you're the second, or if you're the third, that is mounting evidence against somebody. Do not let that person get away with it. If you don't get him on your try, the next person, it might be them. They get it. They get him, you know? Don't let them win because you're afraid to go to the police or you think it's not going to be worth it. Then they really are going to get away with it, you know? They definitely will. So it's just, you know, and it's just so bizarre because people always treat rape, or at least a lot of these mega feminists, they treat rape as if it's the worst crime ever, and it is a very bad crime. They treat it like it's the worst thing ever. Like, some people will say it's worse than being killed, and yet they still will advocate to say, well, but don't report though, because it's not going to be worth it. And it's like, if you legitimately believe that rape is worse than murder, then how could you not report? Like, what is your major malfunction in logic right now? It's not, you're not doing right, kids. You're not doing right, you know?
The issue is that there's perverse incentives there, and it's harder to catch them. It's harder to know when they're happening.
It though, because you
Undermining
guys haven't
what?
gone
Undermining
through
what?
it. Saying that is okay is
Nobody
not.
said
That's
that.
I'm
what-
not saying it's
Nobody said
okay.
that.
I'm saying
So
that
I
in
think-
terms of what's a bigger issue that we need to worry about.
I think there are some nuanced issues that you have to pick a side, and I'm picking women not getting raped over men not getting falsely accused.
But that isn't.
I don't think that you
well,
have to
I-
decide
Those
for
aren't
that,
mutually
though.
exclusive, and it's a shame that we live in a world that's so black and white that you can't balance the interest of those who are victims, true victims, and also those who are falsely accused. One false allegation of rape, sexual assault, discredits a lot of other real ones in people's eyes. It ruins the lives of people who are true victims of getting their cases heard in a fair and positive light.
I think what we're all circling around is that what we need in our society is comprehensive sexual education.
Yeah.
And I think the topic of consent needs to be just as important as the topic of protection.
You probably would if men got raped more.
Male feminist.
Men, if you actually factor in prison rape, men actually get raped way more than women do, apparently. But they don't normally account for that because it's obviously an extreme circumstance. So men who are raped in prison do not show up in rape statistics when people are talking about rape. I don't know. Is that fair? What would you guys say in chat? I don't know. I've got two people in the chat. I don't know if you are willing to get involved in the chat, but what would you say to that? Would you say that's a fair thing to not include men in the rape statistics if they're in prison, if they're raped in prison? I don't know. So the next question: male feminists are in it to get laid. 100%. 100%. No, I don't actually believe that. I don't. Some male feminists are definitely like that. 100%. I noticed it when I used to be a feminist. Luckily for me, it wasn't feminism that got me laid. It was my dancing skills. So and my sense of humor. Even though I was a feminist, I used to actually argue with the feminists a lot. And in fact, I think they liked that. A lot of women like it when you argue with them. They'll pretend like they don't, but they do. They like that you have strong convictions and you don't just yes man them, kind of a thing. It doesn't mean you just disagree with them for no reason, but you know, if you can have a healthy disagreement with them, then they kind of like that. But I have been around certain kinds of male feminists in my life that had very weird motivations that weren't always quite apparent to me at first, but then I would have like an experience with them that would like change everything that I thought about them. Like we'd be on a night out, we'd be drunk somewhere or at a party, or we'd be having a discussion about something. So like a particular topic would come up, and they'd say something, or they'd do something, or they'd make a comment about one of our friends who are women, or something like that. Just something, and I would go, "Whoa, wait a minute!" Like, it'd just be one of those moments where you have to slow down and just go, "Wait, okay, I thought you were this kind of person." But what you just said made me realize you are not that kind of person. Like this is I can't think of like a strong one off the top of my head right now. But I remember the feelings. Like I can remember the people who I'm thinking of. I can't remember a specific moment with them or like what they said. Probably because I was drunk and on drugs at the time. But I just remember feeling that feeling of going, oh shit, I misjudged you. Like, you know what I mean? I have had that a few times with male feminists, definitely. I've also had it with female feminists as well, actually, to be fair. There's times where I've really thought that certain women were open or empathetic towards men, and then they'd say or do something where I'd realize, like they'd make an extremely bigoted comment about men or something, and I'd just be like, oh, okay, I misjudged you.
Feminists are
What? Why would you say that at the end? Probably people would care if men were getting raped. Stop.
Yeah, I don't like this thing where people act like people don't care that women are getting raped, because they fucking do. They really care. It's just difficult because it's usually he said, she said, and people don't know. So a lot of people are getting manipulated by either rapists or false accusers or whatever, and it's a difficult one to sift through. It really is. So I don't really know. You can't. I think people do care a lot. I think if there was a way to find out if rape had happened or not, like some kind of scientific DNA method where they can say, yeah, we can find out, 90% of the time if a rape actually occurred or not. And it's like some science. I don't know how they would pull this off, by the way, but let's say in this mythical world somewhere that there's this method that they can use where they can actually detect if a rape occurred, somehow or way, right? That everyone would go for that. I think everyone would go for that. I think people would care. People would hail this as a movement towards justice and blah blah blah. Like, they would do. People would be going crazy. Men and women alike would be jumping for joy for this. But because of the limitations of evidence gathering as it stands today, it just makes it difficult. It just makes it really difficult. And it's not that people don't care. It's just that when you're talking about grand societal law and justice, criminal justice systems, you can't just start arbitrarily changing things from innocent until proven guilty to guilty until proven innocent, because then you will fundamentally change how the society is structured to the point where it will literally punish everybody. Like, everybody will be fucked under that system. That is not a good system. Like I say, you're basically recreating Stalin's Russia doing that. It's the worst idea you could ever come up with.
Sexual assault is so fucking tricky. It's so complicated. Fucking stop. Stop saying shit like that, because there are plenty of men who get fucking raped. That's not the problem. The problem is that sexual assault is incredibly hard to try. It's incredibly hard to determine when sexual assault did or didn't.
Yeah, true. Like, I only got my conviction against my uncle because he confessed to part of it. He didn't confess to all of it, but he did confess to part of it. And then with my added testimony and some other evidence that was gathered, it was enough to put him away for a few years. But he probably would have gone down longer if he'd confessed to all of it. But because it was me versus him, and they only had partial testimony versus what I was trying to say happened, you know, they could only go so far with it. And I just had to respect that. It did feel unfair. It did feel hurtful at times, and it was also scary. I was like, he's only got 4 years, what's he going to do when he gets out? What's going to happen then? And then he ended up getting out in 2. And they didn't even tell me. They didn't even they were meant to come to us, the parole officers were meant to, anytime there's been like a sexual offence like that, what they tend to do is they're meant to go to the victim to let them know that they're leaving the prison soon. They may be back in the area, and also what parameters they've set in place. So that, so for instance, they'd put in a thing against him to say that he could not be, he could not come into the town where I live, basically. He lives the town over, and he can't come into the town not where I live, sorry, where my mum and dad live, right? So he's not allowed in that local area, right? It's only a very small area, but he's just, he can go there technically, but if the police catch him in that area, he could be stopped and questioned or escorted back and stuff like that, right? And if I decided to make a complaint about it, because if I saw him in the area and I was the one who made a complaint against him or my family, then he could end up facing stronger legal proceedings, I think. But they didn't even tell me any of that. They only told me after, because I actually did see him. I was in my mum and dad's I was visiting my mum and dad. I don't live far away from them, but I was visiting my mum and dad. I was in the local supermarket, and he fucking walked in. And he fucking walked into the supermarket, and I saw him, and I had to kind of dodge him because I was really nervous, didn't know what to do. How old was I when this happened? Oh, God. Probably 20... I think I was about 23, 24. No, I was probably younger than that. Yeah, no, I must have been 22, 23. Yeah, I think I was about roughly there. And, yeah, and then I had to ring up the parole officers and stuff like that, saying, hey, you haven't told us my uncle's coming out of prison. He's walking around our local area. What's that about? Blah, blah, blah. And then they had to come down and give us all the debriefing stuff that they were meant to do like fucking weeks ago. And they'd forgotten to do it. They just basically just didn't do it. And they probably weren't going to do it until I fucking called them and said what happened. And I honestly don't know if that's because the justice system's just a bit shit, or if because I'm a man, they just had less care towards it. Honestly, to this day, I will never know which way around it was. To be honest, I'm leaning more towards them just being a bit shit. In all honesty, I'm leaning more towards the fact that they are just a bit of a shit police force, not organised as well as they should be, and I just kind of fell through the cracks a little bit. Maybe that's just me being optimistic. But there is a small part of me that does wonder, would they have done that if I was a girl? Would they have left me like that if I was a woman? I don't know. But yeah.
Occur, because remember, a woman can feel uncomfortable and afraid and disliking of the situation, and the guy didn't sexually assault her because she did give full explicit consent. Both of these things can occur at the same time, and we don't know what to do about that because both of these individuals matter. The woman
I think what we have to do about it is we have to have more robust conversations about casual sex and the dangers therein for women, for men, etc. Because they are different for men and women. There's a lot of overlap, but there is differences. I think we have to be honest about the nature of women and that they have a different approach to sexuality and libido and attachment to sex than men do. And that if we're going to have a discussion about casual sex, then that also has to be part of the conversation. Because if we just pretend that women have the same, are basically the same as men in terms of their sexuality and their libido, well, number one, that's just a lie, and number two, it's not helpful, because then it's putting women in a situation where they're at odds against their own biology and their own psychology. So we can't, I think that's pretty wrong to be trying to do that to people. So I think that is what we've got to do in order to avoid these situations where women are having sex they don't necessarily want to have. It's not rape, but it's just like shit sex, or sex with people that they wish they didn't really have sex with, and stuff like that. If that's what you want, then you have to be honest with women about the whole situation, and like also encourage them to really stand true to their boundaries and stuff like that,
Being uncomfortable and like fearful in the experience matters just as much as the guy saying, I genuinely thought that she was consenting, right? Both of these things fucking matter.
We're in it to get laid.
If you include prison states, don't more men get raped? I'm not actually sure. Male feminists are in
I'm
it to
excited
get
for
laid.
this one because I
Yes,
don't like women
true.
sexually, so this is going to be a very interesting conversation. I think that if you are a straight male, the way you view women subconsciously is always going to have something to do with sex.
Right.
On just a fundamental.
I would agree with that. Yeah, all attraction, the root part of attraction is the libido. It is the sexual drive. It is your genes are recognizing their genes and are having a chemical reaction to them. That is why you consider things pretty. This is also why it's subjective, because your genes are unique to you, and your genes react to what is going to produce good genes for the children, right? This is why you sometimes get this mix between fat women and skinny men, is because when you put these genes together, you're going to get a healthy child. You get me? The skinniness and the metabolism of the man, and obviously the kind of but he's lacking in, like, his metabolism's too high, right? But the other woman's, the metabolism's too low. That's why she's overweight. But then you crossbreed them together, and you get someone with like an evened out metabolism, which is healthy, right? So your like genes are reacting to that, right? That's just what it is. So when you find redheads attractive, there's something in your genes that's telling you. I'm only saying that because I'm attracted to redheads. My partner's a redhead. But like, if you're into redheads, like, there's something about redheads that's telling you that that's like a genetic match for you. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's always some level of subconscious amounts of sex involved.
Level just in nature. Now, that might not be the whole premise, but I do think that it has something to do with it.
Yeah, I think, like, again, the problem with these statements is, like, they're general. I think there are men out there that are predatory and are posing as feminists to get into the pants of women.
And even on a more like micro level, like, so I was literally just watching a recent Jubilee video, and it was one about a man. He was a self-proclaimed pickup artist, and this is almost a direct quote of what he says. He goes, "Oh, hell yeah, I fuck with feminism."
You know, I like to think I'm a feminist. I fuck with feminism.
And I think it's kind of emblematic of, like, there are men that don't understand the full gravity of how people who are real feminists feel about the situation. And they kind of see it as like this, like, oh, this cool, hot social issue. And if I talk about it, it puts me in the group of the good people. And I don't think it's always heinous. While there are people that are doing that, some of it's just like such blatant ignorance that they lack the understanding.
Yeah, I think even the posing of the question is indicative of the truth of the matter, that I think a lot of the time it is that, because if you align yourself with a lot of the more traditionally toxic masculine traits and you're not viewed as on team woman, then you're not going to be in line with a lot of Western women in today's society.
I have a few like friends that go to these parties and they're like, oh yeah, fuck Andrew Tate. They all watch them, but they'll be like, oh, fuck Andrew Tate, just so they can get laid because they know that's how a woman will feel like, oh wow, they're listening to me, or oh wow, they agree with me, and feel a little more connected.
Yeah. And I think for me, as someone who believes genuinely in the fact that men and women are equal, but I don't go around parading myself as a feminist, because the only thing that I could think that justifies being a third-wave feminist, being a feminist today, is you must just want to get laid, because there's no reason to believe in all of these crazy things that go after your identity as a man, that seek to strip you of your masculinity, that perpetuate these terrible ideas that men are bad and evil and all of these things, that you can't be a provider, you can't be a protector, all these things. I think that has to be the reason. Like,
So,
you have
some
to
of
want
us
to
don't
get laid.
identify with. Me personally, I don't identify with masculinity. I might show masculinity, but like I don't think feminism is taking anything away from me.
But I think that's a societal problem,
well,
though.
I
The
just-
fact that masculinity itself has become a dirty word is a problem.
I didn't say it's a dirty word. I'm saying it doesn't
Why
matter.
do you choose not to identify with it anymore,
wait.
even as a man?
Because when
I don't think you get to choose to identify with masculinity or not. I think just inherently being a man is like masculinity and femininity are weird because in a certain respect it's cultural and learned behavior, but on the other aspect there is a kind of it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is somewhat tied to your biology. I think so. For instance, this guy Tucker here, this feminist guy, right? He's been interrupting people. He's been very assertive in the conversation. In fact, he's shown some very masculine traits in that. He's even spoken about how he's going to explode if somebody says something that he doesn't like, which is like an extreme anger response. Like some of these anti-feminist guys have been more stoic than he has. I mean, I would say that's a toxic masculine trait rather than a positive masculine trait, but he has shown various masculine traits in this conversation, and I think just by virtue of being a man, you're always going to be tied to that, whether you like it or not, you know. And I don't think you can always have full control over that. I don't feel that I completely relate to my own masculinity just internally. I don't know if anyone does. I don't know how many women internally always just think that they're women and blah 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 and constantly relate to themselves in that way. But what was I saying? Yeah, I don't really relate to my masculinity in that way, but I'm aware that other people are going to see me as masculine no matter what I say or do, you know? If I can't get away from that masculinity because it's not just up to me about what I consider to be masculine and stuff like that. It's also other people's perceptions of me and what masculinity is that also is part of it, you know? So I don't know. Masculinity and femininity are kind of weird because they're both they're kind of like related to biological behavior, but they're also cultural behaviors too. So it's I don't know.
When you say
I feel like I'm just tying myself up in mental knots trying to think about that.
nothing in my heart feels anything. It's just a word. It's just a. I don't think anything I do is because I'm a man. I